Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you about a man with two lives. One of which has a future and one does not. Hang on, actually I think I'm thinking of the wrong series, sorry. I've covered so many soft science titles lately. So, hi guys, welcome back to the official restart of regular Lorerunner streaming. I'm your host, the Lorerunner. I hope this will be awesome. Not just today and the coming days, but, the next several weeks and months, as I intend to focus on, streaming a whole lot more. Since, well, even as of this very moment, I'm not actually done with the YouTube side of things. But I'm getting close. Getting close. Just a little bit further, guys. Oh god, please help me. Anyways, so, Assassin's Creed. Thank you, Max Time. Assassin's Creed, right? For those of you unaware who've never seen me do a lore run before, I like to start with a little bit of discussion before we really get into the meat of the games themselves. Usually some behind-the-scenes stuff and some personal stuff, so on the off chance you're just here to watch me play the game, you need to fast-forward a bit. I don't know how long. I don't really have a timer next to me. I don't have a thing that just goes, okay, hang on. I've got 14 minutes and 37 seconds to talk about this. Go! Okay, that's not how I do things. No, I just sit here and talk until I run out of things to talk about. Now, thank you, Max Time. So I call this the Ezio and Desmond lore run. I suppose I should add Altair into that as well, because this really is the DEA lore run. Now, I want to explain that first, right off the bat. That's the first thing I want to cover. Some people have asked why this format. By the way, really quick. Hi, who we got here? Rimmon is Finn. Corrales, Max Time, Superman Prime, Eingrod, Sildeer, Terra, Blackvile, Hazardous, Pico, Questy, and Tokyo Vampire. Hello, everyone, and good morning. I've been super nervous. Can you tell? Nah. There's also EA in the game, which is just terrifying. And his Deviants is here. And Magister, I don't know what he's doing here, because, I figured he'd be off killing Night Elves at this point in time. Hello, Junior, 130890. There we go, got it all. The reason I'm doing this in this format is because when I sat down to think about the Assassin's Creed lore run, my first thought was to play the good games and just talk about all the games. But then I thought about it, I was like, you know what? Why don't I approach this a little differently? Why don't I instead say thank you to Vizette for donating, or subscribing, because he's awesome, or she, I don't know, and say thank you, but unfortunately Vizette didn't put that sub towards anything, so I'm afraid we're all going to have to descend upon Vizette with ravenous hunger, which is going to suck. Hello, HJ, Alec, what's up? Why not divvy it up? That's what my thinking was. Why not divvy it up and say hello to Emma's Cardo? Because, well, as I will discuss at length in the coming minutes here before we really start, the problem is the Assassin's Creed series is not one cohesive series. In fact, it's not even two. It's arguably about 5 at this point. And that's the problem. The Assassin's Creed series isn't something I could do a full lore run of in my normal fashion. So, rather than trying, I've decided to go ahead and do a lore run of Assassin's Creed, the Ezio, Altair, Desmond story, which is a fairly cohesive story. Then, at some point in the future, don't know when, I'm not going to promise anything right now because I don't know my schedule. My schedule is utterly crammed, even if we assume just streaming. But at some point in the future, I'm going to do basically the Kenway arc, which is Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed Rogue, and Assassin's Creed 4. And those 3 we're going to be covering kind of as an aggregate, as a future lore run at some point in the future. And then that just leaves basically Syndicate and Unity. And I know there's others. There's like the Liberation and, there's the DLCs that we're not really covering. But for the most part, that's the bulk of it. The problem is then Syndicate and Unity don't really have anything to do with anything. We'll call that the lore run when we get there. Anyways, point being. So that's the overall format we're approaching. Now, that being said, I forgot 3, so it's actually I said 3, didn't I? 3, Rogue, 4. Yeah, that's right. Not in that order, though. I'd probably do it 4, 3, Rogue is probably the order I'd do it in. because I think that's the best storytelling narrative, even though that's not chronological, but I digress. So what we're covering for this particular run is we're covering 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3. These are all the ones we're covering. We're not playing 1, we're not playing 3. Neither of those are we going to be playing on camera, but we are going to be trying to cover them, and we are going to be discussing them because they are part of the Ezio, Altair, Desmond arc. Make sense? Thanks to several additional bits of info and information and help and footage, we're going to be showing off what I consider to be relevant scenes from both 1 and 3, and saying gratitude to Potato, who has just joined the Year Club. Thank you very much, Potato. Welcome to the Year Club. I do hope you enjoy my stuff, and if you'd like to put that towards anything, let me know. Speaking of which, Vizette asked what he or she or it or they or we or are could put that towards, and the answer is everything on the website. You just tell me what, I'll verbally respond. I have a little sheet that I keep track of that I actually have right here that I always keep handy when I'm streaming. What's this music? I don't know, I've never heard of this music before. So Vizette puts that towards RimWorld. You got it. So noted. All right. So that's the format of what we're doing. Let's talk a little bit personal, okay? I must be mean, Zero. I must. Because I don't even know the name of the song. Hang on, I gotta look it up. This is Home in Florence is the name of this song. I don't have... Usually, when it comes to these lore runs, I always play my variants mixes on stream nowadays, Hazardous, for safety reasons. I usually have some big personal story about the Assassin's Creed series, but the Assassin's Creed franchise has always been a weird franchise to me because I don't have some big, deep personal connection to it like I do with Mass Effect or Dragon Age or Final Fantasy or whatever, right? But instead, I've never stopped being a fan of it, not counting the most recent game. Unfortunately, I just have to remember I have to add that because I hated Odyssey. I'm just going to be honest about that as much as I can. But I was just like, yeah, okay. I'll try this game. My friend Pax had actually been playing the Assassin's Creed series, and he had been going through it, and, you know, he kept saying, God, dude, Laura, why haven't you played it yet? And I'm like, I don't have time. I'm working on other stuff. Oh, okay. And then 2 came out, and he's like, oh, dude, you got to play 2. And I'm like, I mean, I'll get to it. I didn't have time. Then Brotherhood came out, and he's like, dude, you got to play this. And I'm like, all right, fine. So what I did was I waited for a Steam sale, and I bought Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and Brotherhood, and I played them back to back to back. That was an interesting experience, I gotta admit. Just like going from 1 to 2 was just kind of a, okay, downshifting on the highway kind of a thing there. And then going from 2 to Brotherhood was just kind of, okay, this is weird. And then when Revelations came out, I was like, okay, I'll hop into Revelations. And Revelations was awesome. Revelations is actually still among my favorite Assassin's Creed games, and I don't even care. So, you know. On release, 1 was mind-blowing, absolutely. It is definitely an example of what I like to call sand before we knew what water was. Because, in my opinion, Assassin's Creed 1 has aged terribly. I think it is actively a bad game at this point. To go back to now, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like Zelda 1.
Oh, well.
It's like this guy.
Pay
Whoop,
close
this guy.
attention. Hopefully you'll learn something.
He's awful. He's terrible. Like, why would anyone identify as him? Sorry, give me a second. I wasn't actually ready for that. Here we go. We got a donation from... Who was it from? It was from Sakage. So that's a funny question. Let me go ahead and first say thank you. Let me second add that to the Warcraft 3 Thank you very, very much, Sakage. Second thing, what happened to chat? Second thing, oh, I know what happened to chat. I just logged in. Usually, in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, and I think Rev, you can get all sorts of swords and like a mace and all sorts of stuff, right? Yeah, you can do that. I used my hidden blade. Like, even in just regular melee moves, just ching, ching, ching. Why would I use anything else? I don't even understand. It wasn't until Origins that I actually started really getting into using other weapons. Mostly because the other weapons actually gave me literally different attacks and moves and reach and completely felt differently rather than just having slightly different stats. But yeah, Hidden Blade for the win. Yo. Anyways. So that's the answer to your question, Sakage. Now, I do have access to cheats. I don't fully anticipate needing them for this run. The Assassin's Creed series, I'm not perfect at it. Well, you know, you guys could see that during Origins, but you know, I'm not super needing in cheats. However, I do have cheats ready to go in case I need them, so we'll see. Personal story. So I sat down and I played 1 to Brotherhood. I also have to share one thing. I have only ever played the Assassin's Creed series on PC. In fact, we'll be playing the PC versions for this lore run. That was a pain in the arse because these games are very badly ported to the PC. And this has been true forever because they were console games that were ported to PC. Now, I'm happy they were ported to PC, don't mistake, but these are not good ports. Oh my gosh, they are not good ports. In fact, they are so bad of ports that when I was setting up for this lore run, which I did last week, I actually failed at getting my normal setup going. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to be playing a controller. And for me, this will be the very first time I've ever played an Assassin's Creed game with a controller. So I might suck, especially as I'm trying to get used to the controls, because I don't know what any of these buttons do. Like, my usual for Assassin's Creed is Shift is high profile, Space is, you know, interact, climb, roll, you know, F is the interact with individuals thing, etc., etc. You know, I have this whole setup on my left hand here, which is how I usually play an Assassin's Creed game. And yeah, we'll see how that works out. Well, hello, Josh Morrell. I'm glad you like FF6. I like FF6 too. I hope you like the rest of my stuff too, but nevertheless. Excuse me. So, one more thing to talk about. Behind the scenes stuff. How many of you guys have ever played Prince of Persia? No, the other one. The one that came out of the PS2. See, a lot of people, to this day, consider the, you know, Princess Persia, the first one, which is Sands of Time, to be the best of that particular franchise. And I will be playing until probably about 4 to 5 p.m. EST, depending on where we're at, to Adam. So Sands of Time, the developers had just finished working on Sands of Time, and they're like, oh, man, that was fun, but you know what? Let's go make another game. Let's make a game. Like, I'm really fascinated. Okay, real quick question. How many of you knew that the Sands of Time team made Assassin's Creed 1? Honest question, because I didn't know that until I started looking into this. That's funny, Pico. So, I was apparently they're like, you know what? Why don't we make a game more about the assassinations? You know, the specific assassinations throughout history. Oh, that's a good idea. You know, we'll have, like, Nadaz over there, who's donating because he's awesome. But he's going to get assassinated, so we need to do a game about his assassination. Thank you, Nadaz, very, very much. I'm sorry I have to assassinate you now. And so they put together Assassin's Creed 1, but when I say that, I'm being a bit disingenuous because it was a long and strange process to go from Sands of Time into Assassin's Creed. Because when they were making Assassin's Creed, they were making it basically for the PS2. Because the Sony and Microsoft actually hadn't really given public specs yet. They had been very, if you guys remember, when the PS3 was coming out and the Xbox 360 were coming out, both Microsoft and Sony were very tight-lipped about what both consoles are going to do. This is just funny, historically speaking, to me, because nowadays you can't get them to shut up about what their consoles are going to do. You know, the consoles that aren't coming out for another year, but like, Dance Yourself over there. Man, that man, he's definitely... Thank you very much, Dance Yourself. What would you like to put that towards? So they just were making a game for the PS2, because what else are they going to do, right? So they made it in the Prince of Persia engine. It wasn't until later that people started coming in and like, hey, so you know, the PS3 and the 360, you got it, dance yourself. Dance yourself to the truth. Done. It's going to have way better hardware, right? Like you don't even know how much better this hardware is going to be. It's going to be so much better that Scottish is going to be there. I mean, that's how much better it's going to be. I mean, I think we can agree just about anything would be improved by a good Scot, right? Thank you, Scottish Warrior, very, very much. Ow. So, they were like, why don't we make this an open world thing? That's not a bad idea, right? Yeah, so they basically sat down and decided to make it focused a little bit more on the parkour, music appropriateness, and on the open world aspect of it. Running around, doing what you can, etc. And they were like, all right, perfect, and we'll be going throughout history. We'll be going throughout history and constantly assassinating all sorts of people. Like, we're gonna assassinate John F. Kennedy, but it'll be great. So all that was torpedoed. Reality stepped in. This is loud, isn't it? I hate to interrupt this song. Hello, Anselmo. Hello, everyone I haven't said hello to, by the way. I know several people have moved in. Actually, I don't know if they ever say who JFK was. There's actually a list of Templars. Which we'll talk about in a bit. There's my chat. There we go. Alright, so... They torpedoed that whole idea basically because of feasibility reasons. Now, unfortunately, I have not been able to actually... I'm showing off embers, Tesla, that's it. Unfortunately, I have not actually been able to verify exactly the process by which this happened, but we do need to talk about the writing of the Assassin's Creed series, because it is absolutely critical to understanding the lore of the Assassin's Creed series and why it is incredibly self-contradictory. I love this franchise, but it makes no damn sense because it was written by different people with different intents in mind. It's like trying to analyze Star Trek as an aggregate. I mean, I hate to use that parallel, but there it is, right? Star Trek contradicts itself constantly. So the writing team sat down, and after they had, tossed out a bunch of ideas, they're like, you know what? I really want to bring in a science fiction element to this. Now, originally it was supposed to be just straight time travel. Just straight up, you're going back, assassin, going forward. However, that was eventually kind of, maybe we shouldn't actually make it time travel. And one of the writers, and I wrote down his name here, hang on. Where is it? I don't know how to pronounce this name. Deselitz? I have no idea how to pronounce that name. He's one of the people who was working on it, writing it. He came up, he had actually been watching TV. He had this whole interview about this. He'd been watching TV, and he was like, you know what? There's apparently all this information that's stored in our DNA, like tons and tons of data that we still only know the very beginning elements of. Why don't we, say that we can literally, flash back to actual events thanks to our DNA? Now, this was a contrast to another idea which was actually being sponsored at the same time. That other idea was that this is all someone who's telling a story. That someone was just like, hey, and then I stabbed him. Dragon Age 2, basically, for those of you who've played that. Then I stabbed him, and then he fell. And thus the idea would be anytime you died or whatever, he was wrong. He was like, oh, and then I fell and died. And the guy's like, you didn't actually die. Oh, right. No, of course I didn't. Obviously, since I'm talking to you right now. So these were the two story ideas that they were both working with. They eventually got rid of the storytelling idea and just focused on the DNA idea. This led to the Animus. So all these ideas kind of congregated together, and then the writing team sat down, and then they did something that makes tons and tons of sense. See, what they did is they decided to write out the entire story of the Assassin's Creed series in advance. What I like to call front-loaded storytelling. Babylon 5, to use an example. Babylon 5 was written out before they ever recorded a single episode. And it was the same thing with the Assassin's Creed series. Now, that probably sounds strange, considering everything I just mentioned about how inconsistent it is. Well, that's because the next thing we have to talk about is somewhere along the line, for reasons we still don't 100% know why, they decided to completely change their minds, just utterly, just 180 on the story. Right about Revelations. And anybody who's followed the franchise is probably just kind of nodding to themselves and saying, "Hi, Syldear." I don't know why all these people are saying hello to Sylder. He's a cool guy, don't mistake me, and he's definitely Steiner, but, like, I don't get it. Thank you, Sylder, very, very much. Wouldn't you like to put that towards anything? So, the original story arc, and I have to talk about this because it helps to inform a lot of what's going on with the story in the future. Anthem, you got it. So noted. The original story arc was going to be wild. Because originally, each game, Desmond was going to interact with a different assassin in a different era. And each time he was going to gain more and more powers and more abilities until he became basically the uber assassin. And then he was going to, wait for it, gain the ability to time travel. And save the day. Now, you're probably thinking, wow, that's incredibly stupid. Well, funny thing is, obviously the time travel elements were sort of ejected from the franchise, but they also weren't. Because the time travel thing it comes up in the future in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It's mentioned in Origins, but it also is part of the backstory. Don't worry, I'll discuss that later. It's not a good time to talk about this right now. But all I need to say is that there is still time travel in the Assassin's Creed series, even if just in the games we're covering for the next couple of days or weeks, or however long this takes. So time travel is actually a thing, unfortunately, in the franchise, even if we ignore Odyssey and Origins. Yay. But that is important to note, because that information right there, that was the original story arc. They changed their minds, explains everything about the Assassin's Creed franchise. I'm dead serious about that. Because Assassin's Creed 1 leads neatly into 2, right? Both in the modern stuff and in the old stuff. 2 leads neatly into Brotherhood in the old stuff and kind of in the modern stuff. Brotherhood leads smoothly into Revelations in the old stuff and barely in the modern stuff. Revelations kind of just stumbles into 3. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And that led to 3. And then they just sort of soft rebooted the entire focus of the story arc in 4. And the modern story, to this very day, has not really moved forward from 4. And just in case you guys are not aware of the specific notes of how many games we've had since 4, not counting spin-offs, we've had Rogue, Syndicate, Unity, Origins, and Odyssey. In 5 games, the modern story has barely moved, but it's okay because they had a comic where Desmond's Superblood son killed Juno, so that's cool. Spoilers. Anyways, I hate Elijah, by the way. I'll be expressing my significant hate of Elijah many times. If you don't even know who Elijah is, well, you will, because I'm going to talk about him, but I'm happy for you. Yeah, Desmond had a son named Elijah. He is a super Mary Sue. Anybody who knows me knows I am very hesitant about using the term Mary Sue, because I think that the term Mary Sue is excessively used. I think people use it as a generic insult. No. Elijah is a Mary Sue. He is the son of the hero who has all of the... You remember how Desmond was super rare? That was actually a plot point. There's a reason he's subject 17 and not subject 3,000,008. It's because they'd only found 17 people who had the unique confluence of DNA in order to be someone with that much Isu genetics in them and who were part of this bloodline. Desmond was super rare. Well, his son is the exact the same. He has just as much rarity. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's actually wrong. So he has all of the rarity of Desmond, and he's a sage. But he has none of the detriments of being a sage. He's not under Ida's control. He is actually still completely in control. So he's Desmond, while also being a sage, while having none of the detriments of either. They also, just to keep going with this, they also give him a brand new artifact. I wrote down its name, I don't know how to pronounce this, because it's in a comic. The Kohinoor. They add a brand new artifact that is the super artifact. this super artifact is the most powerful Isu artifact in the series. I'm not kidding. It's a crystal that has the ability to, you know, project holograms and shoot energy. You know, you can Palpatine it up with people. But it also has the ability to locate every other Isu artifact in the world and control every other Isu artifact, you know, within proximity. Mary Sue. You know, this is a recurring trend, because when we did the Warcraft lore run, we had to talk about that. And when we did the StarCraft lore run, we had to talk about that. Anyways. Hang on, just real quick. Okay, anyway, sorry. It's a good song. So. His flagship is the scimitar. Oh, I should have put on the glasses. Hang on. There we go. I'm done. So I still like the Assassin's Creed series, not counting Odyssey, which I despised. But I have actually enjoyed the AC series all the way through, despite its many issues. But again, I have to keep mandating this point, because the fact that the writers literally changed their mind midstream explains everything about where the Assassin's Creed story has been going. Now, I'm not saying the original story would have been perfect. You know, I mean, time travel. Come on. But at the same time, I kind of wish they had stuck with it, if for no other reason than that it would have been a contiguous story, rather than, hey, and then they just shuffle around for 5 games. Anyways. We'll talk more about that later. So, without further ado, what we're going to do is we're going to stop the music. Nobody likes this song. Nobody likes that song. What we're going to do is we're going to start with Assassin's Creed 1. Kind of. Oh, that's part of the writing thing, Mr. Floyd. But we'll talk about that more when we get there, because, well, let's just say that that's a more complicated topic than it has any right to be. I mean, honestly, it really should not be a complicated topic, and yet here we are. Whoops, hang on a second. That's not what I want to show you. No. No, what I want to show you is this. Hey, it's Assassin's Creed 1. Everyone loves this game, right? Right? You do like this game, right? Because I don't. I'm sorry. Moving forward, so we've just finished Assassin's Creed 1. Bam! Whew, oh, that was rough. That was rough. Okay. Oh, really quick, I just want to give public gratitude to the YouTube channel Gamer's Little Playground for providing this footage. Thank you, Gamer's Little Playground.
I said get up, goddammit!
Ah! Hold up. Didn't, wasn't ready for that. Hang on a second. To address that really quick. It's from Maiko Biadig 47. Thank you, first of all, very, very much. I'm excited for this, too, honestly. By the way, quick, Edward Kenway's my personal favorite protagonist amongst the Assassin's Creed series. I know that's not exactly a super popular choice. Ezio is number 2, if it's worth noting, but still, I just wanted to toss that out there really quick. Microbiatic 47. And DLC. Okay, so noted. Thank you very, very much for your donation and for your assistance.
Listen!
Oh no.
Seems your assassin friends found us.
What?
How'd you do it, Desmond?
Hey, look, I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever's going on down there has got nothing to do with me.
They're here for you, and I sure as shit didn't invite them.
Oh yeah, PG-13 warning.
What's the situation down there?
We're taking heavy fire.
Can you contain it? Or do I need to evacuate the prisoner?
Only 5 or 6. We've got them outnumbered. Couple of wounded, but we'll pull through. We'll get it under control.
That was a good time to mention some of the things about AC1. So AC1 had two stories to it, okay? Story number one was the obvious one, the story of Altair. Now, Altair's interesting because, in my opinion, he got a lot better characterized in Revelations than in his own game. As much as I like Altair, he's still kind of towards the bottom of protagonists for me, mostly because his story arc is really, really quick. Like, he just kind of jumps forward, lurches forward, you might say, when it comes to his story arc. Like, I'm horrible and horrible. And then each assassination is just like, and now I'm back. I'm suddenly a good guy. I have grown wisdom. Like, it's just super quick. Yeah, he's a very bland character. That being said, of course, the second story was the modern one, right? Now, the modern story was the one that was... Oh, what's the word I want to use here? What is a good word for this? Let's call it disjointed. Because the weird thing about the modern story was that you are a prisoner who has been kidnapped against your will in order to be shoved into this situation and basically abused for the sake of the evil corporation, right? Like, that's the circumstance. And yet, everything's quiet, peaceful, polite. You know, Lucy's there. We'll talk about her later. Everyone's just kind of... Yes, the stream is black. It's because we're paused. See? Pause. There. See? That's why it's black. Anyways, yes to both questions, Vivax. So, it was just kind of disjointed. Now, I'm not saying that as a negative. It added to the atmosphere of the scenes. It's like, literally, the scene we just saw showcases what I'm talking about. There are people attacking right now the building, and people are shooting other people, and instead it's just, all right, I'm going to go back to my bed, and whatever. But the other thing that they did with the Assassin's Creed 1 modern story, and this is the thing I liked best, is they did an alternate history thing. I'll go ahead and pull this down now, because we actually got to talk for a minute. See, what they did was they decided to write an alternate history to explain life, I suppose. I know, right, Matt Overlord? They decided to write an alternate history. Now, I actually shared this alternate history with a friend of mine once, and their response was basically, what, so it's just a conspiracy, every conspiracy theory? And I was just like, well, I never thought of it like that, but I guess, yeah. But I liked it. I actually liked the alternate history, which is why we're actually going to start this with reading. Ding. So I have had the fortunate nature of actually finding the perfect summary of the modern history of Assassin's Creed, and I'm basically going to read it to you right now. So this is actually stuff from Brotherhood, specifically, but it perfectly encapsulates the lead-up of basically about the 1900 range to the modern era and everything leading up to exactly why the situation is the way it is now, okay? So, build up. Yes, correct, Hazardous. Yeah, Vidic... anyways. This is a quote from the Templar Order. They become increasingly aware of our existence. We can no longer rely on the divine right of the aristocracy to maintain control. We need a new system. We need something more subtle. So, moving forward. Scroll down. By far, the greatest part of those goods which are the objects of desire are procured by labor, and they may be multiplied, and not in one country alone, but in many, almost without an assignable limit, if we are disposed to bestow the labor necessary to obtain them. A great empire has been established for the sole purpose of raising up a nation of customers. It cannot be very difficult to determine who have been the contrivers of this whole mercantile system. It's not the consumers, we may believe, whose interests have been entirely neglected, but the producers whose interest has been so carefully attended to. A country that makes provision to increase in inhabitants, whose situation is good, and whose people have a genius adapted to trade, will never fail to be gainers in the balance, provided the labor and industry of their people well managed and carefully directed. Now, I got to pause for a moment in reading this. Please forgive me. Because I have heard many, many people say that the writers of the Assassin's Creed series are communists or socialists or anti-capitalist or whatever. And I don't know if I agree with that. It's possible. That is a possible truth. Hi, Nerdman. But the catch here is, if you think about it, this makes a lot of sense. Because I'm just going to summarize really quick everything I'm about to read to you. The idea here is that the very capitalist system was constructed in order to control the people. Right? That everything about this is that the capitalism was invented by the Templars to control people, therefore it's evil. And it's almost universally portrayed as evil. Whether that's true or not, I got to be honest, I don't care. Because it makes sense. I've said this many, many times. If you want to push an agenda in fiction, make it make sense for the fiction. Make it something that I don't have to think. Because the thing that bothers me when someone pushes an agenda in fiction is not that they're pushing an agenda. It's when it feels like someone just slams on the brakes and go over here, and it's like, okay, so I want to talk a bit about carrots. Okay, carrots are wrong. Everything that's wrong with the reality. Okay, now back to your game. Ugh. Okay, back to the game. That's the kind of agenda propagandizing that I don't like when it comes to fiction. This whole thing about capitalism and the capitalist market and the corporate market smoothly leads in to the nature of control and the method by which the Templars think, right? Because it is a very Templar way to think. It is their very nature. Remember, this is very important. Templars are not the bad guys per se. There are certainly bad guy Templars, but the Templar concept is not evil. The Templar concept is control. That is the nature of what the Templar Order really is about, and we'll actually be sharing that in a bit here. So it's not so that it just makes sense to me that they would try to establish a system like this, but I digress. Let's move forward. So, moving on. Now, this is funny because this caught me because I'm a geek. Really, I am a financial geek because they talk about Harry Dexter White and John Maynard Keynes. Now, does anybody know who those people are without looking it up? I really don't expect anyone to know that. And that's cool. That's cool. I'm with that. Because you shouldn't know who those people are. Nobody should know who those people are. So, let me get a date for you. Let's see, when was that? Here it is, because I didn't know the date off the top of my head. Back in July of 1944, 730 delegates in 44 countries all came together for the Bretton Woods Conference. You might have heard of that one. And the Bretton Woods Conference was actually everyone sitting down. Yeah, exactly, Palayan. Everyone's sitting down and saying, all right, this is a super summary, of course. We're going to establish the economic model for the global market post-World War II. That was its overall point. Now, you might be like, well, that sounds horrible. No, see, the problem is, forgive me for digressing for just a second. In real-life history, there was no global economic model, at least not a deliberate one, until this conference and everything. Because before this, it had just been, let's just make it up as we go. Okay, everyone just kind of interact with each other and we'll trade with you. And it was a mess. It's actually one of the reasons why the Great War wrecked the global economy and nearly destroyed, arguably, the global economy. There is a reason why so many countries, multiple, plural countries, went through significant and horrifying depressions in the wake of the Great War. World War II, people were a little more prepped for that because of World War I. And so they were like, okay. And yes, this was the foundation of the International Monetary Fund as well, that happened at the Bretton Woods Conference. So when I first saw this, I was like, dude. Anyways, so in the next text here, now that we're done, I'm sorry, I guess I could get some music going. We'll do like Doom music. Here we go. We'll just play this song. There we go. Doom music. There we go. So, the next bit is about Harry Dexter White and John Maynard Keynes getting together. And I quote from John Maynard Keynes, "I find myself more and more relying for a solution of our problems on the invisible hand which I tried to eject from economic thinking 20 years ago." That one makes me smile, I'll admit. So, a couple other quotes here. Debt-ridden countries are the new frontier. And the idea of the Jekyll Island Club and the Federal Reserve. It would all be done in secret. The assassins would never know until it was too late. Owing to pressure from below, the pressure of the masses, the bourgeois may sometimes concede certain partial reforms while remaining the basis of an existing social economic system, and one of them providing the necessary pressure. Fellow rulers, welcome. I deliver this speech to you as several floors below us a silent revolution begins. Ranny Olds and Henry Ford. As many of you know, these founders gave us the assembly line, the device we have used to control those indoctrinated into the worship of our money, capitalists and workers, slaves alike. But I dream of a future in which such ugly chains are no longer necessary. In 1910, our founders designed the plan. It fails to see us through. But what of the communists who intend to spread the bread so thin that everyone will starve? It is our duty to neutralize and save them and their followers. We must ensure they continue to eat, to reproduce, and to be productive members of our society. That is our burden, to shepherd those beneath us through life, and we must embrace it, even if force is required that they themselves do not. H and S brought on the turmoil and fear necessary. By the way, that's Hitler and Stalin he's referring to. Brought on the turmoil and fear necessary. Now we must strike fast to ensure that development continues in the proper direction. We will appear to concede ground to the workers. Remember the successful ruse of the Rockefellers' dimes. But soon there will be no ground we do not own. In 1937, we founded this company, this enterprise with a purpose. The time to nurture its fruition is upon us. Now we're going to go ahead and slide to the side and talk about Hitler and Stalin really quick here. Hitler was a Templar. Stalin was not. Stalin was someone, there were people in Stalin's upper echelons who were influenced by and manipulated and controlling him who were part of the Templar Order. But Stalin himself was not. He was just a power-hungry maniac who they were using. Hitler had basically engineered the Nazi regime as a specific way to push a situation so that people would embrace this new system that they were making. Point in fact, Hitler was always supposed to survive World War II, and in fact he killed one of his own body doubles as he was trying to escape the Führer bunker. It is only the fact that the assassins managed to find the real Hitler that the real Hitler did in fact die in this thing, of course. I don't remember if Mussolini was, but I digress. Now, just jotting forward in my notes here. I don't know if Mussolini was. I have no information on Mussolini. Now, while this was happening, there was a gentleman named Turing. I hope you know who he is. I'm sure you've at least heard of the Turing test. So. V, it's N. I need Turing done today. Aren't we jumping the gun? You've already had him arrested and sedated. He still refuses to follow the directive. He's actually trying to invent one of those infernal things instead of just faking it for the newspapers. If he succeeds, you know what the mass unemployment generated by his robots will mean? Idle hands. We need to do this for the good of the people. Well, what about Keynes? He trusted Turing. It's the greater good we're talking about here, Phoebe. Plus, a childless worker sends a bad message. We can't have them all stop reproducing. Fine. It's your call. Oh, I want it done like we did Harry Dexter White when he tried to warn the Soviets. Okay. Oh, and be poetic about it. Maybe something from the Bible. I don't know. Turing always was theatrical. Harry Dexter White was an individual who reached out to the Soviet Union to warn them of the fact that the Templars were trying to basically engineer a situation in which the Soviet Union would self-destruct, thus leading to a corporate, the fall of the wall and a corporate takeover of Russia. He was assassinated, obviously. Turing was actually trying to make a robot. He was a Templar, but he was trying to make a robot, and he was assassinated for that because, and I'm going to quote here. Whoops, hang on. Oh, shoot, I lost my place. I'm sorry, this is very... And I quote, I'm not interested in developing a powerful brain. All I'm after is a mediocre brain. Oh, I agree, Hazardous. Yes, Churchill was a Templar. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Hitler were all Templars. Because, you know, why not? There we go. Here's a section about Argentina and Chile. H&K masterminded it. In Chile, 1964, the people cheered his name until 1973. Salvador Allende, I'm probably butchering these pronunciations, please forgive me, wanted the people to own Chile's corporations. I said Roosevelt. Oh, Ford is actually the most evil Templar I know, personally. I'll talk about him, don't worry. Anyways, Salvador Allende wanted the people to own Chile's corporations. We would like your economic program to succeed, and we'll do the best we can to help you. And in Argentina in the 1970s, 30,000 people disappeared in the raids. Nature shows us basic order and hierarchy are necessary. There was a coup d'etat. The issues are much too important for the Chilean voters to be left to decide for themselves. Mosdega, definitely mispronouncing that one, wanted oil profits to go to the people. So instead they hired actors, faked some of the rioters. Then we cut to Iran, 1953. I'm not even going to try to pronounce these names. Take over to terrorize citizens and protect capitalist oil interests. But was that our only motive? If we are to ensure the company's success, company agents, this is all capitalized by the way, must be able to move freely from country to country and maintain power within all of them. A global international order must be implemented. Argentina. Tell the capitalists that if they help ensure the junta remains in power, we will pass all their corporate debt to the Argentina people. That will ensure they crush any popular revolt. I want the trade unions destroyed if we're going to move forward. Chile. The free market must be allowed to prevail. F's visit last year helped things along, but now all the public companies need to be sold into the private sector, ideally on the cheap. The price of bread and other staples must rise. I want to ensure the people remain marred in poverty and unable to resist. Any traces of this plan should appear to implicate the U.S. government, and the company's involvement must remain hidden. For successful examples of similar openings in the markets, look no further than the 1953 liberation of Iran, the 1954 liberation of Guatemala. Thank you very, very much, Blue Wolf Alex. Welcome to the Year Club, and I will jot that down for Resident Evil 2 in the wrong document. In this document here. If I could find chat. Oh, Jesus. I have a lot of windows open right now. Please forgive me. No, I did not, Starscream. Why would I? And that was for RE2. Hi, Andrew. Wages should be lowered to keep the middle class subservient to us. Should be left to the fair and free competition of the market, and should never be controlled by the interference of a popular elected government or the legislature. So, this one's fun. Gorbachev, 1990. Man of the decade. He brings democracy to Russia, establishes the Constitutional Court. August 1991. Declared the white knight of the people. Yeltsin stands up to the communist threat. Gorbachev loses popularity. December 1991. Secret meeting called in the... Oh, I'm not going to try that one. Belovetskaya? Forest. Yeltsin unseats Gorbachev. Becomes the leader of Russia. 1992. Russian economy open to elite oligarchs and private companies. 1993. Parliament disbanded by Yeltsin as he seizes control of Russia. Decree 1400. Constitutional Court disbanded. 1993, $2.5 billion in aid from the U.S. Congress to Yeltsin after he disbands Parliament. Perestroika, the dream of the democratic state led by the people. The most favorable condition for reform is a weary republic. Mr. Yeltsin, I am writing this letter to... I shouldn't use that accent. I can't do the right accent for this one. I am writing this letter to encourage you to act. One rarely finds oneself in such an opportune position. Gorbachev does not have our interests in heart. He is moving far too slowly to privatize, and my deep fear is that he has no intention of doing so at all. I understand that you have expressed similar concerns. With that in mind, here is a proposal to remedy the situation. Several of my top advisors at the company, capital C, maintain a monetary connection with the communist old guard. They tell me a riot might easily be incited while Gorbachev is away. If you were to repel an attempt to seize Parliament in front of the media, it could very well tip the scales of power in your hand. Telephone me at 10. We'll talk further. Sincerely, Margaret Thatcher. Alpha Bank. Yes, I'm phoning on behalf of British Petroleum. Yes, we were told you'd be calling. As you know, we're very interested in acquiring Sadanko Oil. As you know, that will require a merger of our bank. Oh, that won't be a problem. Were you surprised by the low price of the deal? Somewhat, yes. Do you know we have the peasants paying for it? The government gave us their tax money to buy all the companies. Yeah. We would like to fly out there as soon as possible to discuss terms. Thursday works. Done. Thank you for your time. Das Vidanya. Abstergo Industries. Hi, I'm phoning on behalf of BP. We're going to fly to Russia next week to secure the deal. Our new converts are behaving exactly as expected. Oh, I'll let them know. Thank you. $19.99. Yeltsin ensures his protege, Vladimir Putin, follows his lead. Apartment bombings start the Chechen War and elect Putin, as planned by Abstergo. Now I'm going to share a quick story here, real quick. The reason I found this page with all this information is because I was looking for a very specific quote that I wanted to share with you. And then I found all of this stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'm reading all of this on stream. Here's the quote. You ready for this? The capitalists think we run these companies for profit. The fools. You realize those fools work for you. Optional slavery in exchange for pieces of paper? Doesn't that strike you as foolish? Oh yeah, by the way, George W. Bush was also a Templar. But not Al Gore. No, I'm serious. Al Gore... So we're going to take a segue to talk about Gore, his deviance. By the way, spoilers are fine. It's a Lorerun. Micro Biadig. Hope the psychotherapy or physiotherapy goes well, deviance. So what happened in the big election is Al Gore was... So what happened was the assassins were basically making... The Sun, Pinkerton. The assassins were making a significant push to try and have actual political affluence on a level they'd never done before. Well, that's not true. That they hadn't done since the Renaissance. And so they actually started getting involved, and they backed several senators, several House people, and they were specifically backing Al Gore. This was kind of an unheard of thing. The Templars weren't really sure how to deal with this. So the Templars threw all their weight behind Bush. Bush Jr., by the way, is the one I'm referring to. W, if you prefer. Now... that kind of led to a mess, as you're probably aware. But in both, what I find most interesting about that is that in both cases, both presidential candidates were purely puppets. I only point that out because some of the better Assassin's Creed writing, in my opinion, is the writing where both sides aren't good, is the simplest way I could put that. I don't want to call both of them evil, but you get what I mean, right? And this is a pretty clear-cut example of that. It was just both sides being like, all right, look, we're going to take over... Okay. Yeah. Which one's this one? Ah, here we go. So right about this time, December 2000, they decided to... They decided to go ahead. That's true. They had some stuff in the France. the French Revolution. They were trying to adjust the nature of the Supreme Court. S. I have convinced Sandra to join the majority opinion. The enticement of retirement under a Republican president tipped the scales. Although the ruling will differ from our previous decisions on equal protection, I will not call attention to our actual goals. And with Sandra gone, we can pave the way for a key majority member of the Order to be seated. As discussed, W will provide the perfect distraction. I have no doubt he will restart animosities with Iraq. Let him. It'll give C's contractors more work. When the time comes, I'll make sure W is given Robert's name. Oh, with Roberts on the court, it'll only be a matter of time and waiting for the right case. After the destruction of the campaign finance laws, the company will be free to elect anyone they choose to the Senate, the House, and eventually the presidency. So soon our hopes will be realized. Government will no longer divine its authority from its people, but instead from us, their protectors. One more quote here. The capitalists will do whatever we tell them to. We print the dollars they worship, after all. So, here's where things get a little more interesting. Abstergo Research Division. Dear S, research has progressed far more rapidly than expected. We already have a working prototype capable of mimicking the Piece of Eden. Jesus Christ. POE means Pillar of Eternity in my mind, so I had to kind of stumble over that one. The Piece of Eden capabilities across a network, albeit at a much lower intensity. Testing will commence locally on Subject 4 between his Animus sessions, as per our plan. If all goes well, we'll deploy it worldwide. Your dreams are becoming a reality. Soon, capitalists and workers will be locked in a closed loop that is safe and prosperous for humanity. No more war! Only desks, cars, TV sets. We will protect them, and we will keep them safe forever. Signed, Warren Vidic. Hello, Comstatic customer support. Diana speaking. Yeah, I'm calling in reference to your HD cable services. There seems to be a picture between the channels. Well, then that's funny. You sure it isn't one of those premium movie channels? I didn't used to have a premium package at home either, and sometimes little snippets of the channels would come through when my son Jimmy pressed the clicker too much. Well, how old's your Jimmy? 10 and cute as a button, thanks for asking. Well, my Paul's 12, but no, this ain't a clicker problem. I go to change the channel from 172 and 173, and instead there's this other channel in between. I'm looking at it right now. It's some kind of menu. Sounds like our guide channel. Well, just the other day, Jimmy, it's not the guide channel. It has my name on it. My son's name. A list of things we like. My credit card purchases, loans, travel. And then there's some gibberish about biometric patterns and optimal screen refresh frequencies. And there's some kind of heart monitor thing that says EEG wireless next to it and ARAS. I don't know what the particulars of this are, but it looks like your cable is programmed to have some kind of effect on our bodies. Well, sir, I don't even know how to respond to that. One second, my supervisor's just come over. She says I should transfer your call. Have an ecstatic day with Comstatic. Hello, I have been briefed on your problem. A technician is on the way. Well, thank you, but, I mean, the more I think about it, I think something bad's going on here. Oh, our technician should be there any minute, Mr. Jameson. Don't bother, Bam, 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 bam. Daddy? There's someone strange at the door. He's hitting the door really hard. Have a good day, Mr. Jameson. Click. By the way, ARAS stands for Ascending Reticular Activating System. Affecting through eyes to brain. Simplest way I could put that. Here's a fun one that I'm sure several of you can really relate to. And I quote, although online gaming attracts many people from reality, we must make sure those virtual worlds do not become too utopic. We don't want people to question their own lack of success in the real world, now do we? I hope Irongrad's there for that one, because that explains so much about FF14. Pull over here. What's going on, Gary? I want to speak to you alone. You know that CIA stuff from my new book? About the corporations? It's much bigger than I thought. Bilderberg is just a red herring. I'm going to give you a name. Abstergo. I have no idea what that is. It's a shadow corporation. They aren't listed anywhere. There's no stock options. Nothing about them is above the boards, but their members have holdings in other companies. Coke, Kraft, Pharmaceuticals, Detroit, Wall Street. Every company above a certain size has ties to Abstergo. So, they're on the way to running the world. They have people in government too, for Christ's sakes. Listen, I needed to tell someone about this because I've been keeping all the research a secret. I can't hold it in anymore. Well, what will you do now? The book. It's going to be about this. Trust me, once it's on the shelves, everyone's going to know. Vehicle monitoring system terminated. Hello, D? Tell headquarters I'm monitoring a situation. It's nothing serious, but we'll need someone to take care of a security risk. Uh-huh. Perfect. Oh, congratulations on the promotion. Keep up the good work. If I might be so bold, the thing I find most terrifying about all this is it's so normal. It is so ordinary. The peasants are like the sea, raging, unpredictable. This is why we have built walls. I don't see any walls. No? Look around you. A shelf of soda here. Case of candy over there. Magazines, talk shows, pills. The walls of the 21st century surround us. This last one is actually the most interesting one to me. O brave new world, what a mortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry. Reports, specifically regarding recent attempts. It's about genetics. They were born into their place. We merely have to help them accept it. Chemistry will open it. And Abstergo owns it all, but not you. Leave them their worthless pieces of paper. Their control is slipping. The dictators can't crush it. The oligarchs can't kill it. The courts can't stop it. December 21st, 2012. Abnormal brain activity discovered in children aged 3 months to 18-year-old adults, aged 19 to 30. Aged 3 months to 18-year-olds and adults aged 19 to 30. Abstergo Quarterly Marketing Report. Several recent studies conducted by internal marketing teams revealed that entertainment sales are dropping, protests are mounting, the economy is in turmoil. All market research indicates the system should be stabilizing, but we're seeing the opposite. In response, our team has set out to discover the cause of the declining efficacy of Abstergo's control methods. Past studies of bilateral brain activation during television, film, and video games have shown the characteristic ARAS patterns induced by Abstergo's signal patterns. Our study was conducted on a range of test subjects. 30 subjects, ranging from 10 to 30, who viewed TV programs while an arrested fMRI scans were conducted. In contrast to previous studies, 80% of test subjects showed heightened cortical brain activity. Detailed scans using our prototype DMRI machine revealed an increased rate of neural development, over 30% of the previous age group. Such a marked increase does not fit our current models. Further studies are required to define the ultimate outcome of this abnormal evolution. If you are playing this tape, it means I have left this world. And I have left this grand enterprise at Abstergo Industries, our hope for humanity, to you. Do not trust the advisors around you. They are too enamored with the surface, with lifestyle. We created capitalism, but we are not capitalists. Our purpose is noble. This crude system of control we enact through money is a bandage on a wound we have devoted our lives to treating. The people of this world are confused, lost, frightened, incapable of independent productivity. Without us, they'd be animals, slaves to the others, aka the Isu, who did not deserve such responsibility. We saved them. Remember that. But enough about the past. I must warn you of the great crisis to come. Although those around you deny it, we will soon be unable to manufacture new markets. The people will become immune to our economists and entertainment. When the free market dies, they will turn on us. Therefore, do not delay. By now you've been shown what only the Grand Masters of our order have seen. Now you know why Abstergo, why all of it had to be. And you know what you must do. Stay the course. We will give them freedom. Freedom from fear. Freedom from pornography. Freedom from disgusting, base animal desire. Freedom from democracy. Humanity will thank us in the end. In hoc signo vinces. That is actually it, by the way. Obviously, that's wonderfully terrifying. All of that is brilliantly written and horrible. The TV one really gets to me, I gotta be honest. Although the MMO one is just... And of course, we get a bit of insight into the upper echelons of the Templar Order. But what I really find most interesting about all of this is the implication that control is being resisted at a biological level. That, and this is something that was a recurring trend until they completely abandoned this entire story thread, is the idea that the control wasn't working. Like, by all predictions and formula and math, this is not the only evidence of this, but by everything, it should have been working, and yet everyone was getting more and more resistant, and everything was just kind of completely breaking down. Again, even at a base biological level. I kind of like that idea, if I'm being honest, and the direction they could have gone with that is interesting. The catch, the problem, is that that story thread was 100% abandoned in favor of perfect prediction of the future, which I will talk about later because we have to talk about the Isu. And I hate the Isu. I'm sorry, I hate the Isu's inclusion into this franchise. I really do. And I will try to explain why as we go forward. So, that gives you a bit of an idea of 1900 to about 2012. All of the things that the Templar had done in order to try and establish control and lead humanity into the future. Which, of course, leads us to back to AC-1 and the end of AC-1.
God damn you, Desmond. You couldn't.
When you have been exposed, killing some of your
What happened here? Where is everyone?
Gone to see the Master.
Was it the Templars? Did they attack again?
They walk the path
What path? What are you talking about?
towards the light.
Speak sense.
There is only what the Master shows us. This is the truth.
You've lost your mind.
You too will walk the path, or you will perish. So the Master commands.
It was Al-Mualim, wasn't it? What's he done to you?
Praise be to the Master, for he has led us to the light.
As a quick aside, this was the most creepy section of this entire game, and is easily my favorite part of Assassin's Creed 1. This horrifying, slow drum beat, discordant music plays in the background as you slowly walk your way up to the temple, which is your frickin' headquarters, and everyone there is a freaking zombie enslaved by the power of the apple.
You picked a fine time to arrive.
So it seems.
Guard yourself well, friend. Al-Mualim has betrayed us.
Yes. Betrayed his Templar allies as well.
How do you know?
After we spoke, I returned to the ruins beneath Solomon's temple. Robert had kept a journal, filled its pages with revelations. What I read there broke my heart. But it also opened my eyes. You were right, Altair. All along our master has used us. We were not meant to save the Holy Land, but deliver it to him. He must be stopped.
Be careful, Malik. What he's done to the others, he'll do to us given the chance. You must stay far from him.
What would you propose? My blade arm is still strong and my men remain my own. It would be a mistake not to use us.
Distract these thralls, then. Assault the fortress from behind. If you can draw their attention away from me, I might reach Al-Mualim.
I will do as you ask, Dai.
The men we face, their minds are not their own. If you can avoid killing them.
Yes. Though he has betrayed the tenets of the Creed, it does not mean we must as well. I'll do what I can.
It's all I ask. Safety and peace, my friend.
Your presence here will deliver us both.
That's the plan. Oh, by the way, to answer Mad Overload really quick, there were snippets in Brotherhood, which is when they decided that, because that was a retcon. So now I gotta fight Al-Mualim.
What's happening?
So, the student returns.
I've never been one to run.
Never been one to listen either.
I still live because of it.
What will I do with you?
Let me go.
Oh, Altair. I hear the hatred in your voice. Feel its heat. Let you go? Well, that would be unwise.
Why are you doing this?
I found proof
Proof of what?
that nothing is true. And everything is permitted. Come. Destroy the betrayer. Send him from this world.
I hated this fight. I want to say that real quick. Of course, I didn't like combat in AC1 in general. Counter, 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 counter. Counter.
Face me! Or are you afraid?
I have stood before 1,000 men, all of them superior to you, and all of them dead, by my hand. I am not afraid.
Prove it.
What could I possibly fear? Look at the power I command.
Agreed, max time. Really. Like, it does make sense, except they force you to fight several times. Just because some people have asked, as a really quick thing, I want to make it clear, the apple's only ability is to affect the senses. It is literally an illusion device. I mean, I say only. Obviously, anybody who has a brain can tell you just how incredibly terrifying illusions can be.
Have you any final words?
You lied to me. Called Robert's goal foul when all along it was yours as well.
I've never been much good at sharing.
You won't succeed. Others will find the strength to stand against you.
And this is why, so long as men maintain free will, there can be no peace.
I killed the last man who spoke as such.
Bold words, boy. But just words.
Then let me go. I'll put words into action. Tell me, Master, why did you not make me like the other assassins? Why allow me to retain my mind?
Who you are and what you do are twined too tight together. To rob you of one would have deprived me of the other. And those Templars had to die. But the truth is, I did try. In my study, when I showed you the treasure. But you are not like the others. You saw through the illusion.
Illusion?
That's all it's ever done. This Templar treasure, this piece of Eden, this word of God. Do you understand now? Red Sea was never parted. Water never turned to wine. It was not the machinations of Iris that spawned the Trojan War, but this! Illusions! All of them!
What you plan is no less an illusion. To force men to follow you against their will.
Is it any less real than the phantoms the Saracens and Crusaders follow now? Those craven gods who retreat from this world that men might slaughter one another in their names? They live amongst an illusion already. I'm simply giving them another. One that demands less blood.
At least they choose these phantoms.
Or do they? Aside from the occasional convert or heretic?
It isn't right.
And now logic has left you. In its place, you embrace emotion. I'm disappointed.
What's to be done then?
You will not follow me, and I cannot compel you.
And you refuse to give up this evil scheme.
It seems then we are at an impasse.
No, we are at an end.
I will miss you, Altair. You were my very best student. Blind, Altair. Blind is all you've ever been. All you'll ever be.
Gotta get the flag. Very important. I have never 100%ed this game, and I never will. I just want to say that real quick. Screw those flags.
My blades inform me of light. It cuts through the darkness.
You'll notice I'm staying quiet. It's because this music is so good. This right here, I just want to say really quick, is basically the only thing I really miss about AC1 and the future AC games. I get why they kept it an Altair thing, but damn it, man, this was an awesome idea.
Impossible. The student does not defeat the teacher.
الشيء واقع مطلق بل كل ممكن.
So it seems. You have won then. Go and claim your prize.
You held fire in your hand, old man. It should have been destroyed.
Destroy the only thing capable of ending the Crusades and creating true peace? Never.
Then I will.
We'll see about that. I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind. For in much wisdom is much grief. And he that increaseth knowledge,
There they are.
sorrow.
I need to pause really quick. You notice how several are in the Americas? That's why the expeditions to the Americas were funded by Europe. I'm dead serious. Because they found out that several of these devices were over there and decided to go ahead and start flooding money into various expeditions and you know, colonial efforts in order to get out there and claim them.
Destroy it! Destroy it as you said you would.
I can't.
Yes, you can, Altair. But you won't.
In case you didn't hear that, what Al-Mualim just said is, destroy it as you said you would. And Altair says, I can't. And Al-Mualim says, yes, you can, but you won't. Now, that is brilliant for two reasons, because that actually fits both storylines. What I mean by that is both the original story arc, which was all about the Templars, the Assassins, and the catastrophe, and the new story arc, which is all about Juno. We'll talk a lot more about Juno in the future. All you need to know right now is Juno is an Isu who has been manipulating all of human history. Yeah, I know. So, In the original timeline, the sense-making is that Altair simply could not bring himself to get rid of such a device, that he himself was not immune to the allure of such knowledge and, consequently, such power. Thus, for all of his proclamations, he is still just as flawed as Al-Mualim, although he does make up for that in the future. In the new story arc, where Juno's been behind everything, well, this actually does fit neater than I'd like to admit, but there are several times where someone interacts with one of the pieces of Eden, and that piece clearly influences them in a way that benefits Juno. And this is another example of that, the fact that Juno is effectively forcing him, to not destroy the apple right now. So. Oh, shoot. I forgot his name. Hang on, I need to look up someone's name real quick.
We've got it.
What the hell was that?
Well,
We've got the map.
how many?
At least half a dozen.
We don't need them all.
We should assume some amount of decay. I can't imagine they'll all still be functioning. At least 2 appear to reside on land masses that no longer exist.
We'll dispatch teams to each site and determine viability. We only need 1, after all.
What about the rest?
Collect them. Let's not leave anything to chance. Last thing we need is some damn survivor making trouble for us in the new world.
So, I gotta interrupt here really quick. You hear that person talking? That's Alan Rickon. Now I know what you're thinking. Who cares? Alan Rickon is played by Jeremy Irons in the film. Now, again, I know what you're thinking. Wait, what? Yes, the Assassin's Creed film is actually contiguous with the games. It is actually part of the same continuity. The connections are vague and brief, but they are there. And this guy, Alan Rickon, is the current Guardian, who's also one of the Illuminati, or excuse me, the, what do they call them? The Inner Council. Inner Sanctum, that's it. He's part of the Inner Sanctum, he's a Guardian, and he also happens to be one of the High Council. For some frickin' reason. And, yeah, that's him, the one in the middle. You see the suits back there? Now, obviously, he doesn't look anything like Jeremy Irons, but that's because they didn't plan that out.
And the assassin?
We have what we need. Kill him.
Wait.
I love how casually they're talking about this. Like, Desmond's just sitting... Again, this is part of the atmosphere of AC-1 that I do like, it's worth noting. He's just sitting there like, yep. Yeah, they're gonna kill me. It's no day at the office. I should also point out that his left leg is kind of clipping through the Animus there, but, you know, older game. What do you want from me?
You know how these things work. I doubt we'll be able to walk right in.
What's your point?
We might need him. His memories. I'd recommend we hold him until we have confirmation that there aren't any surprises waiting for us at the sites.
This is a waste of time.
You said it yourself. We shouldn't leave anything to chance.
Very well. Ensure we have no further need of him, then kill him.
Fine. Stop undermining my authority.
I just saved your ass.
Let's go. We've got a lot of work to do.
I'm sorry, Nerdman. I feel like I've answered that question like 3 times now. Yes. Yes, I will.
Back for you soon enough.
Thanks, Lucy.
What the hell is that?
Well, that's strange. There's a lot of blood, like, everywhere. Why is there so much blood on the ground? Ugh. Ugh. I mean, it's like the Count is there, and he's bleeding all over the ground. The Count, stop bleeding on the ground! What's wrong with you? Thank you, the Count. What would you like to put that towards? Honestly, both, Micro. I don't like the Isu concept. I hate the Isu execution. I could have at least accepted the Isu if they were better presented. And to be blunt, the Isu were kind of okay until they became ridiculous.
Like, is that blood?
Yep.
The hell were they keeping here before me?
Yep.
And what happened to him?
He's fine. I've entered the abyss and never returned. He's cool! He's cool. Guys, it's cool. Everything's cool. The end. So that is the end of Assassin's Creed 1. Now, I point that out because, as I mentioned before, they had the whole story arc planned out when they started off AC1. This is one of the reasons why the AC games have generally tended, gotta use past tense here, to end on a cliffhanger. Because they already had the next episode planned, so they could do foreshadowing and they could do lead-up, all the advantages of front-loaded storytelling. So this leads immediately into Assassin's Creed 2. Now, you're gonna have to be patient with me for a second here, because getting these games to work is like Nadaz. Like, Nadaz there is just, you can't get the man to work no matter what you do. He's like, no, I refuse! Screw you! Thank you very much, Nadaz. I've already jotted it down. Thank you. However, well, let's talk about Lucy Stillman real quick. We don't know the truth about Lucy Stillman. Okay, moving on. So let's hope this works properly. Fingers crossed. Please. I know it's got to open Uplay. You think I'm kidding, by the way. I spent significant time trying to figure out what the hell was up with Lucy Stillman, and basically I came up with nothing. There we go. There is actually a lore explanation. It's because Desmond is effectively inferring his own voice onto Altair's because they weren't speaking English back then. That's the rough explanation. Alright, so if... Yep, there we go. Okay, looks like we are good. So give me a moment. I gotta rearrange my windows just a little bit here. Even that's not actually confirmed, Pinkerton. Could you believe that? PS4, Xbox One. Neither, I guess is the answer. Sure, we'll be Desmond. Yeah, after all this time, it's still not confirmed.
I'm a prisoner of war. A war I never knew existed. Waged by two groups I never thought were real. Templars and Assassins. The Animus showed me the truth. The things I've seen, the things I've been. 1,000 years of history flowing through my veins, brought to life by this machine. They're using it. Using me to search for something. Call it the Apple. It's an artifact. One of many so-called pieces of Eden. Templars collect them. It's how they stay in power. And if the Templars get their hands on another one, everything will change. They want to make us all their slaves. When they first brought me here, I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to fight back. Now? Now I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't. But I can't do it alone.
Sorry.
And maybe I don't have to. I met someone. Her name is Lucy. I think she's on my side.
Nope.
She's gone now. She's taken away by that bastard Warren Vidic and his Templar masters. I don't know what will happen to her, or what'll happen to me. All I know is I need to get out of here. And I need to do it soon. My name is Desmond Miles. And this is my story.
Oh my god, we're playing Final Fantasy X? Sorry. So, thank you, Tessie, very, very much. What would you like to put that towards? Oh, jeez.
We have to go.
Lucy, where have you been? Why did they...
Now.
So, like I said, first time ever playing this on a controller, so, like, be patient with me, guys.
Get in.
What's with the blood? Are you okay?
Look, we have maybe 10 minutes, maybe, before they figure out what I've done. If we're not out of here and on the road before then...
Wait, we're leaving?
Desmond, I promise I'll answer all of your questions later. But right now, I need you to just shut up and do what I say. So please, get in the Animus.
All right.
Okay, I'll get in the Animus, but first I have to write down that Tessie is putting money towards Warcraft. Okay. Oh, yeah. I should mention something. This is actually kind of a unique game as far as lore runs for me. I don't think I've ever actually lore runned a game like this, or the next one, or the next one. What I mean by that is there is an incredible amount of voice acting in these games. In other words, there is so much voice acting in these games that actually I'm going to have to basically pause to talk. Now, that's cool, and I'm with it, but if you're wondering why I'm slightly more quiet this run than usual, that's why. The Assassin's Creed series is also unusual in that a lot of its lore is actually on camera and not behind the scenes, so I'm just going to show you it rather than talk about it. Not kind of the stuff I've already told you about. Anyways.
Spingi! Spingi!
Which means push. Again. Yes, yes, good, good, yes. Oh, sorry. I was getting a bit peckish.
It is a boy.
Oh, my love. Mi dispiace. I was at the bank when they told me. Did I miss it? Am I too late? Give him here.
Giovanni.
Shh, my love. It will be all right.
It's okay, you didn't die in childbirth.
Sei un auditore. Sei un combattente. Perciò.
You are an auditore. You are a fighter. So fight. So, here's the first problem with Assassin's Creed 2 on the PC. You have to press that button to move your legs. Can anyone tell me what that button is? And I just noticed we have a bit of an issue with our window. So let's do that. Did I get rid of it? It's the leg button. Well, yeah, obviously. This is the biggest problem with... I believe this is in Brotherhood as well. It's either Brotherhood or Revelations that fixed this. But in Assassin's Creed 2, specifically, they don't say heavy action. They don't say shift. Like, they don't actually say, you know, it's the B button or whatever. Instead, it's just the leg icon. And you have to just know what the leg icon means. I hate that. If I was rating this game, I would give this a negative, because that's not good design as far as I'm concerned. Okay, apparently Revelations is the one to fix. I knew it was one of them. I knew it was one of them. So, apparently that's B. Hand, there we go. Hand is Y. Nope, okay. There we go, there's the other hand. There we go, there we go. Armed hand? There we go. Nope, that's not armed hand. Uh-oh. Okay, so that's armed hand, that's unarmed hand, that's leg, I think this is then head.
Listen to him. A fine set of lungs.
I have to remember that.
What shall we call him, my love?
Ezio. Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
The most famous assassin in history, by the way. Seriously. Ezio changed not only the Assassin Order, but changed the very dynamic of the Assassins and the Templars for centuries because of what he did.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need a second.
There isn't time, Desmond. We have to leave.
Okay, so there we go. So that's sprint. R2. I gotta remember that. R2 is
Really
heavy
get out
action.
here, huh? Sturgo's got some fucked up interior decorators.
Oh yeah, PG-13 warning. I think I already said that, but...
Hey! You're not supposed to be up here!
Yeah, I know.
Open this door! I'm calling it in. We have a breach in the research wing. I repeat, there's been a breach in the research
Over
wing.
here, Desmond.
Requesting backup.
Hey, could someone do me a favor and look up when Assassin's Creed 2 came out, just real quick, please?
Let them get away.
Ow. God, that would hurt.
Holy shit!
Watch your language. God, dude. 2009. You guys remember how much of a complaint I made of two recent games, Red Dead Redemption 2 and I think it was Spider-Man, although Spider-Man fixed this, about the fact that they didn't have proper camera controls? This game that came out in 2009 has proper camera controls. I just wanted to point that out. Just making my point.
Look at this place.
By proper, I mean, you know, you can change the inversion of both the X and the Y. That's what I meant. To be clear.
What about the cameras?
I rigged them to loop old footage. How do you think I managed to hide all your nighttime snooping from Abstergo?
You're good.
So I've been told. But they're on to us now. We need to hurry.
And yes, this is a 10-year-old game that we're playing. Probably more like 9 and some change. Let me sprint. Or don't. That's cool. What about the cameras modern games? Damage Ludo.
We need to get to that elevator on the other side of the room. Follow my lead, but keep an eye out for security. I'd rather avoid a fight.
Yeah, me too, Tessie. I do double inverted. That's my personal preference. Like this.
Is that an Animus?
Yeah, this is actually funny foreshadowing. This is the Brotherhood office, where all of the multiplayer people show up. And I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, there was multiplayer in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Yes, but the multiplayer was in lore. They were actually trying to train Templar agents with the Animus in order to specifically make it so that they could then, you know, go after the assassins and be better about it. This is awesome, the fact that they foreshadowed this. Again, one of the things I love about this section of games that we're playing is they had all this planned out in advance, so they could map it out and give foreshadowing. The only thing they didn't have planned was Lucy's thing, which we'll talk about more when we get to Brotherhood.
Stay close.
Okay, so that's lock on. Do I have eagle vision?
How many of them are there?
Stay with me.
Totally, Tez. That's definitely happening. Someone stab Tesla really quick.
Anna, what do you think, Lucy? Lucy, what do they need with all of them?
Desmond.
Desmond's even asking, and she's like, stop asking questions, dude. God. Why are you so stupid? We're escaping for our lives here. Come on.
Fuck. I thought this card would work. It must be on a separate system, and I don't have the code.
Wait. Shit. Come on.
Now, I just want to point out that Assassin's Creed 2 is more logical than a lot of modern fiction. How many times have you seen someone be like, okay, I know the fingerprints, so I know which button to press in which order? That's not how that works. You should see which buttons are pressed, but not the ones that are pressed in which order. And yet, I just wanted to point out that I like that AC2 actually knew that he just knew the numbers and not the order. It's just a very minor point that I wanted to praise there really quick.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, so he has eagle vision. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually got to pause for a second to talk about something. So I have a headcanon for this series that I presume to be true. What I mean by that is that it is something that it's not just like, oh, it'd be cool if, or oh, it's a wild fan theory. Instead, it's something that I see so much evidence of that I take it to be true. However, in the interest of total honesty, I should admit that it is just a fan theory, or a headcanon theory, or whatever you want to call that. And that is the fact that those who are of the bloodline, who have Isu blood in them, are quite literally superhuman. Now, there's actually a lot of evidence for this, but it's still something that's never really been 100% codified or stated within the lore of the games. But eagle vision, a lot of the physical feats that they do, I mean, parkour is a real thing in real life, and that's true. But the number of... there are quite a few things that these people do in these games that is just straight up superhuman. Especially Ezio when we get to Revelations, which is really the biggest piece of evidence for my theory on that matter, by the way. This is also ignoring the fact that both... Bayek and Cassandra had a literal mental link to an eagle. just ignoring that for a moment. By the way, if you type Lorerunner Nerdman, I don't get a message for that, because unfortunately my username is the Lorerunner, and Twitch is stupid. I just wanted to let you know about that. Anyways, so.
It's always something.
What was that in the Animus? Subject 16? Ezio, Audi something?
I think we've been wrong all along. That's why we need to get out of here. Vidic and the Templars, they're only part of the problem.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when we get there.
Get where?
To hell. Yeah, we've always known they were resistant to Pieces of Eden. That was established early on. Okay, so that's grab. What's counter, I wonder? By the way, the one and only piece of evidence prior to Brotherhood... I don't know what any of my buttons do. How about this? Let's try something here real quick. Come on, hit me. Okay, that didn't work. No? Okay. I'm sorry, Josh, bro. Damn it. I'm trying to counter, if you're wondering what I'm doing. Because, I mean, duh. Anyways, the one and only piece of evidence that this is a staged evacuation is the fact that they only send you, like 5 Rent-A-Cops to stop you. Without guns, by the way.
For your own protection.
Oh, man.
We're almost there.
But that is it as far as evidence prior to Brotherhood. And as I mentioned, Lucy Stillman leaving the franchise was not planned. We do know that. So, shrug. Yeah, we kill Lucy. We kill Lucy in the end of Brotherhood. Well, I guess that's debatable. It'd be more accurate to say that Juno killed Lucy in
Thanks for that.
Brotherhood.
It's great. Shoved in the trunk, bouncing around. Loved
This way.
So, gonna tell me what's going on now?
There was a reason for the escape, Desmond.
Figures.
We need your help.
For what? Another treasure hunt through time?
Abstergo's gonna replace their Apple of Eden. The map your ancestor found guarantees it. The other assassins, they'll do what they can, where they can, but...
What? What is it?
We're losing this war, Desmond. The Templars are too powerful. And every day, more of us die.
I still don't see how I fit into things.
We're going to train you. Turn you into one of us.
What? No. No, you've seen me in action. I'm no good at this, and even if I was, it would take months. Years even.
No. Not with the Animus. Not with the bleeding effect.
But I'm just one guy.
Sometimes, that's all you need.
As a reminder, the original story arc was going to be turning Desmond into a super assassin who was like completely mega human. Not superhuman, mega human, and could bounce through time. So you can kind of see how that story arc was being developed even here in the beginning of 2.
So that's why you found him. My ancestor. What was his name? Ezio?
If you can follow in his footsteps, you'll learn everything he did, just like he did. Years of training, absorbed in a matter of days.
You broke me out of Abstergo and brought me here just to make me an assassin?
By the way, the fact that she shows up as a friendly in Eagle Vision is probably the single biggest explanation I could come up with for how... wrong word. Is the single biggest bit of evidence I could point out that that her betrayal was not actually planned. There are other pieces of evidence. It's worth noting, as with so many things around Lucy Stillman, we don't actually know, because for some reason they've remained tight-lipped about that for years. People have asked these developers and these writers and these actors in interviews, what the hell happened? And the answer's always just been, nah, you know. Why?
There's more to it than that, but it'll have to wait. Trust me, okay?
All right, I'm in. Tell me what you need.
Really? You're sure?
I thought you'd be happy about this.
Sorry, I'm just a little surprised. I spent the whole ride over here figuring out how I was gonna convince you to do this.
Save it. After what those Templar bastards put me through, I'm ready, willing, and able.
Well, I don't know about that.
Thank you.
So Tesla, I think, asked a question there. And Tesla was like, hey, so, yeah, listen, would you like to have an Animus in real life? That's actually a totally separate and unconnected topic, which I'm just going to say no to. That's the super summarized answer. No. That would be awful.
Lucy, you made it. God, it's been so long. 7 years, can you believe it?
Indeed. Welcome back. Ah, so this must be the infamous Subject 17. Desmond Miles, was it?
Who are you?
I'm sorry, where are my manners? I'm Sean Hastings. This is Rebecca Crane.
2 characters that I really wish we would see in modern stories, but, you know, they just kind of phased out after 4.
Nice to meet you, Desmond.
Right, well, it's been lovely chatting, but if you don't mind, Desmond, it's best we get straight to work. Time is precious. Doubly so these days.
We've got everything set up and ready, Lucy. Just say the word and we'll get going.
Here, I brought you something. A parting gift from Abstergo.
Whoa! The memory core! This is amazing. With their data, things are gonna go a lot faster. I'll get to work on merging the code.
No, Tesla, it's because it's a holodeck. Oh yeah, I should probably go ahead and mention this real quick, just while I'm on the subject. Yes, I know they were Nerdmen. I am well aware of the fact that they were in Syndicate. They were also briefly in Unity. But they stopped mattering about 4. Anyways, that's also because the modern story died after 4, but let's not get into that again. So, let's just acknowledge something really quick. The Animus is magic. Can we all just accept that? I've actually commented on this several times, but I'm just going to quote myself here. This is, I can't believe it's not science! We all just need to kind of accept and embrace that and move on. So, accepting, embracing, moving on.
Hey, listen. I just wanted to say thank you. And that I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Yeah, you know, before. Everything at Abstergo. It was just... I wasn't ready.
It's okay.
No. Going through all that. Knowing that the Templars still exist, what they're planning.
What's done is done, Desmond. You're here now, and that's what matters.
Besides, I'm secretly a Templar, just so you know. Oh yeah, sorry, to make this clear, there's a difference between magic and magic. I don't have any confetti on me, just picture, confetti. And I've discussed the difference between these two things many, many times. It's very simple. Magic is a form of metaphysical interaction, usually with its own rules and limitations and whatnot. Magic is when the writers just say, it happens. And they don't think about why or how. It just works. Don't think about it too much. You're not supposed to. It's magic. That's what the Animus is. I'm not complaining. I want to make that clear. It's just... Well, I guess I kind of am complaining, because I want to talk about this really quickly here. Please forgive me. Because... Well, that's not my choice, Nerdman. And no, I have not played Syndicate yet. So, exactly, McAngramstein. That's why I defined the difference between magic and magic. Anyways, getting back to my point here. While I accept the nature of the two storylines, it's been one of the most God, the music's really quiet, isn't it? It's been one of the most common points of contention amongst all of the fans of the AC series. And I notice a lot of people disagree on this, and that's totally cool. I imagine plenty of you guys up there in chat all disagree on this point as well. The idea being, should the modern stuff exist at all? Because there's some people who think the modern story should just have been ejected. There's some people who think the modern story should have started off in one game, establishing the modern story and the past story, and then they should have branched off, right? And done their own story arcs. And some people think that they should have just stayed with the modern story instead of the old story. That's true, Pico. And so I've seen plenty of different perspectives on this, and again, each perspective is fine. That's your own opinion. Go for it. But... this is just my opinion. I'm just going to give this up front. I know I've actually said this before during my streams of both Origins and Odyssey. I do actually like the modern stuff. I guess I should say liked the modern stuff. Up until 3, basically. And then 4 started something new. And then nothing happened for 5 games. Or 4 games, sorry. Because that's my problem. I think that so logically speaking, zooming the camera out for a second here, I think what should have happened is they start the modern story and the old story in one game, Assassin's Creed 1. They continue it into 2, but then they should have started working and devising them into 2 separate directions. Because the whole point of putting them both into one game is, we don't know if this is going to sell. We don't know if this is going to become a franchise. Remember, nobody knew that the Assassin's Creed series would have like 12 games or whatever up to back when they were making this back in 2007. So, I'm with the idea of experimenting and trying both in the same game, establishing it, getting viewers invested, and then branching out with the side game, which is, okay, this side game is now the modern story, and we're just going to have the Creed stuff be the old stuff. And that's one of the reasons why I had the extremely controversial opinion of being extremely excited about Watch Dogs. Like, I was like, yeah, Watch Dogs, sweet! We're finally going to have a modern story game. And then that happened. What's funny if I might digress one more second here really quick, I've had several people ask me multiple times, is Watch Dogs canon in the Assassin's Creed universe? Depends on when you ask. And I'm not actually kidding about that, because originally they were like, no, it's just a cameo. It's just a cameo. Now, I think that's a lie. I don't have evidence of that. But from what I have read and the interviews I've seen and the construction of the narrative, it seems like the original intent was for Watch Dogs to be contiguous with the story. Then they came out and said, no, it's a cameo. And then they kind of tried to shift away from Watch Dogs. And then they suddenly just shifted right back and were like, no, it's totally canon. And they changed their minds and said, yeah, no, it's definitely the same story. And they actually included additional evidence in both games in order to connect them together. I don't know what their current stance is, if I'm being completely honest. As far as I'm concerned, Watch Dogs is in the AC universe. There is simply too much that actually connects them. Abstergo is over in Watch Dogs. There's actually a literal mission, which I believe is between 4, I could be wrong about that, and Watch Dogs, which is effectively the same mission, just from different perspectives of it. Like, you see this happen in AC4, and then over in Watch Dogs, you see the conclusion of it, you know? I mean, come on. But anyways, I digress. Moving on. Oh, that's right, Origins pushed back, that's true. Although, I don't... I don't know what they're doing at this point, and to be perfectly blunt, I don't think they do either. What is this? Hang on, I'm sorry. Well, that's awesome. Hope my shirts are getting here soon. Okay, that looks awesome. Period. I especially like the placement of Atma and the Mana Beast. Period. Thank you, Tazara. I am trying to do the best I can. Despite... I've been suffering headaches the last few days. I don't know what's up with that, so I hope that doesn't interfere here.
What's all this stuff for?
This stuff, Desmond. Oh, this stuff is nothing special, really, this stuff. It's just the stuff that keeps our entire operation from falling apart, really. It requires a great deal of concentration to keep it all moving, so you'll forgive me if I don't have time to play meet and greet.
Sean's in charge of maintaining our knowledge archives. It's like a digital library. He'll be riding shotgun with me while you're in the Animus. So if you come across anything of note, people, places, events, etc., he'll create database entries you can consult for additional information.
Yeah, it's not just databases, though. I also provide tactical support for the other assassins. You know, Desmond, the ones who are out there, actually doing stuff, risking their lives, little things like that.
Oh, I know, Nerdman. There's a reason I'm so pissed about the comic, which has to do with Juno and Elijah. Nah, spit, saliva, spit. I have to admit, Sean grew on me. It took a bit, but Sean did grow on me. I liked Rebecca from day one. I've known people like Rebecca. I also have to admit that over the course of these games, I tended to like Sean and Rebecca in general. And it's one of the reasons why I hated the fact that they basically got sidelined after 4 and then stopped being around after, I guess, Syndicate would have been the last one.
Hey, Desmond. What's up?
Just wondering what your role is in all this.
I take care of Baby. It's my job to keep her up and running.
Baby? You mean the Animus?
Actually, I prefer Animus 2.0, since Baby's twice as awesome as anything you'll find at Abstergo. The Templars might have deeper pockets than us, but they've got no ambition, no passion, no competitive edge. That's why, even with all their resources, anything they can do, I can do better. Faster, too. Anyway, take a seat when you're ready, and we can get started. I just need to make a few more adjustments.
Ideologically, Dutch is definitely an assassin. I'm sorry. He is super assassin-y. He is all into that. In fact, he would be an assassin zealot. He is too much. He's probably an assassin who is crazy, which we've seen several of those over the years. Now, yeah, I'm with you on that, Ingrid. If you remember, both Origins and Odyssey got a negative to story for the modern story stuff, because it's just like, what? What are you doing? You remember, guys, do you remember the premiere run of Assassin's Creed Origins, where I popped out of the Animus and I'm like, finally, modern story stuff. And it was like 3 minutes long total. And then the Animus, as soon as we finished the cutscene, there was a bunch of side lore I could go read, but in the background there was a beeping from the Animus reminding me to go back into the Animus. Like, what kind of game design is that? Beep. Hey. Hey, the real game is over here. Hey. Hey, stop reading the lore. Come here. Why aren't you in the past yet? Jesus. God. Anyways. Oh, sorry. Hi, Colgrim.
Deep breath.
Ah! Oh, what are you, a tiny child?
Sean!
Well...
Here we go.
Anyways, Nerdman, I'll answer you in a minute. Basically, I just rolled my eyes at the whole thing. Also, someone asked if we know that Juno is 100% dead. I mean, her body was killed, but who knows if that means she's actually dead or not. I mean, she was in the internet, for God's sakes. And in all of the devices, the Pieces of Eden. Oh, hey, the real game! Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. The Republic of Florence, 1476. Yeah, no kidding, Volcanto. Anyone remember how they use these kind of things as a stylistic choice? How many of you like that? That is implied, yes, Nerdman. Follow-up question. How many of you hate that they started overusing it in future games? Like, you think this is bad. Imagine this, but every about second and a half or so.
Insieme per la vittoria!
We stand together!
Silenzio, my friends! Silenzio! Grazie. Do you know what brings us here tonight? Honor. Viere de Pazzi slanders my family's name and forces his own miseries upon us. If we...
Enough of your nonsense, Grullo!
Buonasera, Viera. We were just talking about you. I'm surprised to see you here. I thought the Pazzi hired others to do their dirty work.
It's your family that cries for guards when there's trouble, Cotardo. Afraid to handle things yourself?
Your sister seemed quite satisfied with the handling I gave her earlier.
Uccidetelo!
Boys will be boys. Alright, so confession time. First time I ever played this game, I died in this fight. Can anyone guess why?
Hey, let go of me.
That's not... The controls. Very good. As soon as I figured out which button was which took some work, but I did it. As soon as I figured out which button was which, I was like, oh, okay. This brings me to the second thing I want to say about Assassin's Creed 2. I love the combat.
Hey, behind you.
It's not the best combat in the series, in my opinion.
What are you doing here?
But it's definitely good combat.
See if baby brother had finally learned how to fight.
And?
You have style. But endurance is what counts. Let's see how many of them you can ruin before they get the best of you.
Hit or miss, hazardous. I'm actually trying to do a couple of things that I'm literally failing at. Like, the counter is just not working at all. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so that's that. That's new. Maybe this button? Just gonna keep kicking this guy. Or not. Jesus. But yeah, as I think I mentioned earlier, I went straight from Assassin's Creed 1 to this game. So the combat was like a breath of fresh air for me. Alright, someone who's played this on a PlayStation, how do I counter or block?
Fall back! Fall back!
It's not happening.
What? We've almost won this.
Your lip.
Just a scratch.
Let the doctor decide.
It's not necessary. Besides, I've no money for this doctor of yours.
Wasted it on women and wine, huh?
I'd hardly call it wasted. Lend me some florins then. Or have you done the same?
It's not R1.
Search them. There's bound to be something in their pockets.
Like, this is R1. Oh, now it's not letting me do it. R1 pulled up the menu. That's what was happening earlier. How do I loot? Nope, that's not loot. Is this? There we go, that's loot. Speaking of things that I actually don't like about the Assassin's Creed series. Hang on, let me loot. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. There we go.
That should be enough. Let's get out of here before the guards arrive.
Yeah, hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
Oh, that's disgusting. You beast.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you! Oh, sorry. Wrong. I will not kill you. So, hang on. Yeah, this... Okay, here. So this is R1. This is what R1 does. And that's L2. L1 does nothing. R2 is heavy. I gotta hold this down for eagle vision. There we go. This is L1 in punch. This is R2 in punch. That's R3, and that's L3. No, Nerdman. Probably not.
Hurry, Ezio. The sooner we're done with the doctor, the sooner we can sleep.
Okay, so, you see this? This is so stupid. Okay, so, this has been a colossal pain to rebind. In fact, to the point where I actually was failing at getting it to keep rebinding earlier. Especially since it was giving me issues with regards to the windowed mode thing. Which, by the way, I have to have a mod to windowed mode this at all. Whoops, that's the wrong button. See you around, Magister. Okay, hang on. I can do this. I can do this.
Going the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. Wait. There we go. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I think I figured out free running. Thank you very, very much, Coopster. 13 months, wow. Let me jot that down really quick towards Dying Light. 5 to Dying Light. Thank you very, very much. Hello?
Ben trovato, Doctor.
Fratelli Auditori, why am I not surprised? You've made quite a mess of yourself, young man.
It's nothing, really.
You must help him. That pretty face is his only asset.
Fottiti.
There we are. Now get out of here.
Grazie.
So let me mention something else that I know this is going to sound strange, but I actually like about Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood and Revelations. Healing is basically video game. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. You can just chug, and it's in lore. You're basically getting. They call it medicine, but as they mentioned, it's basically opium. You're just chugging opium. Now, I want to talk about that very quickly here, because as much as I enjoy the lore concept of the sync meter as a health meter in Assassin's Creed 1, and how that makes sense, and how it shows just how good Altair is, from a video game perspective, I kind of prefer a health bar that I can heal from, just as a preference thing. Ideally, you know, a toggle between the two would be nice, but I just wanted to give my opinion on that, because that's what it is. There's no lore explanation for it. It's not really a sync bar anymore. It is just straight up a health bar. That's what it is. And that's going to be how it's going to be health henceforward. And yeah, it's just a generic health potion. It is a health potion and a health bar. I do think, yeah, I take opium every day. That's what the carrots are. No, I would prefer the video gamey thing. I still would prefer if there was a toggle, like I said, but I just wanted to weigh in on that really quick.
This way.
It's you. I'm ready.
Quite a night.
Indeed. I only wish they were all as much fun. Oh, wait. They are.
We should head home, Ezio. Father's sure to be wondering where we've gone.
Yes. And I'd rather avoid a lecture.
Up for a little race, then?
To where?
Roof of that church.
Sure.
On the count of 3.
Leeches.
1, 2, 3. Baby brother still has much to learn.
Break something to eat. I almost feel bad about this. Oh, no shame in failure, brother.
Come on, then. This way.
Yes, I do, Pinkerton.
You'll see.
Here's how to climb. Yeah, I just did that game, but thanks. This is my personal favorite song in the entire AC series, by the way.
It is a good life we lead, brother.
The best. May it never change.
And may it never change us.
Ooh, ouch. I mean, Ezio does have a measure of peace and happiness in his life, at least.
We really should head home. Let's go.
Wait.
What? Ezio, let Christina sleep.
There will be time enough for that. Later.
Ah.
Oh, right, there we go. There we go.
So it's Vieri. I better hide.
Keep looking! He couldn't have gotten far!
I do like how this whole section functions as a tutorial for the gameplay. Because it's all woven fairly nicely into the, you know, into the story and the narrative. Oh god, I don't remember what any of those buttons mean anymore.
Just last month we
What do we got here? What do we got? So what's that? That's where I'm going. That's a viewpoint. That's a healer. What's that? Blacksmith, totally unnecessary in this game. Doctor, what's that? That's the art merchant. Right.
He bought 300 of my finest sabers for his castle.
Yeah, sure. It did not mean to do that. There we go.
But my goods are worth the extra quattrini. I've never smoked shoddy merchandise.
Hello. There we go. Still getting used to the controls. That'll probably be true for, like, all of today and possibly later. As I am demonstrating. Now, one of the interesting things is the earlier Assassin's Creed games, this was really true in 1. They basically had, let's call it a path. And you had to go up any given climbing puzzle via a very specific path. That was the only path that was allowed to you, period, right? I don't know if I like that or dislike that, because in later games, it's just you can climb up stuff, you know?
The price of perfection is not measured in coin. Well, actually, yes it is. Many coins.
I will say that I do like a lot of people have made fun of Revelations for the introduction of the hook. As weird as this is going to sound, I really liked the introduction of the hook into the franchise. I felt like it actually, you know, was a significant change to how you got around. But that was mostly an aspect of level design more than anything else, so... I've got to hide! Oh, thank God, no one will see me here. No, we're good, okay. Gotta remember where her room is. It's like here? No, maybe it's here? No, it's gotta be over here. There it is. I see it. Down. Down. Down? Down. There we go. Yeah, the climbing used to be very slow. Even this is much faster than it was in Assassin's Creed 1. In Assassin's Creed 1, climbing was just... You know, very, very... Get off! Very methodical.
Christina!
I don't remember Tesla. I've played them all, but I don't remember if I have them here.
Oh, Ezio. I should have known.
May I come in?
Fine, but only for a minute.
A minute is all I need.
Indeed.
If a minute is all I need, you're doing it wrong. I'm just saying. Gosh darn it. Ugh.
Come here.
Oh, Ezio.
I interact with you. Meanwhile, Desmond's like, ooh. I'm just going to picture this as Lucy for a second.
Oh, Ezio.
I mean... Time passes, the seasons change. Oh, yep.
Christina! Svelia! Your tutor will be here soon. Come, my daughter. Is it really so terrible that... Figlio d'un cane! What is this?
Perdonate, messere! Chiedo venia!
I'll kill you!
No, that's not necessary.
Guards! Guards! Voglio la sua testa! Go, go!
There's really no need for violence.
Look, it's fine, it's cool. Ugh.
You have me confused with someone else. She needed some help with some things. I'm mostly innocent.
God, it's weird seeing Ezio like this. This is not what I think of when I think of Ezio Auditore. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, I was just with your daughter. We're practically family now. That would be Rogue bio. Now, funnily enough, I would say Ezio was a womanizer, absolutely. What's funny is he stops doing that at a certain point in his story. You can make of that whatever you want, it's just interesting to think about.
Where do you think he's from? Napoli?
Well, I'll be.
I've seen him before.
Nope, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. I would agree. He certainly does grow up a lot during the course of his story. How about Ezio fair and wow? I mean, he'd be like level, I don't know, 10, maybe 5. No, okay, fine, whatever. No! No, listen, I've got a quest. Ah, God damn it. Fine. Yeah, I don't have any opium on me. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna make a trip to Britain soon. Fix that. Or India. I am invisible. I might go ahead and just turn on invincibility. And you know why? Not because of the fights. Because one of my favorite tactics in this game is to just go down in order to go, rather than jumping into a barrel of hay, just to jump down and take the damage and live with it. Now, my usual policy is jump, but I don't know, I'll think about it. Anyways, I have to get down without doing that now because I only have 1 health, so let's do that really quick here. Giovanni's like, what?
Good morning, Father.
Come with me.
Something wrong?
Do you think me blind and deaf, son?
Yeah.
I know all about your fight with Vieri di Pazzi last night. And then this little visit to Christina. Your behavior is unacceptable. It reminds me of myself when I was your age. I assume these misadventures won't interfere with your work today.
No, Padre. Avete la mia parola.
You have my word.
I've prepared some documents here for Lorenzo di Medici to review. I need them delivered to him.
With haste, Father.
Return to me when it's done.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, it healed me. Woo! No. Come on, you can make that jump, Ezio. Come on. There you go. Yeah, the Medici. And... oh, wow. It worked. So that's a deliberate trick I just did there. If you fall into someone, it basically interrupts your momentum. So you still take some fall damage, but not the full fall damage. I don't know if that's true in any other game, but I used to do that in this one. I probably need to be down, don't I? Yeah, I do. There we go. Hey, dude.
Ah, Ezio. Ben trovato. How are you?
Come sempre. I have a letter for Messer Lorenzo.
I'll see that he receives it when he returns.
Returns?
They've gone to Villa Careggi, I'm afraid, and not expected back for at least another day.
I'll let my father know.
Sadly, no, Tesla. Let's unlock a little bit more of the map. Okay, so honest question. As I've mentioned before, I have 100% of this game. I can even prove it, because I still have that save. How many of you ran around getting everything you could, basically at about this point in history, right here? And by this point in history, I mean this point in the game. Like, it's like, alright, I have unlocked Florence. And then you would just run around getting all these spots and doing all the races. And I think there was like 5 feathers you could get here. And that was basically it. I obviously did that. Oh my gosh. It's Volcanto. It's true. That's a very true thing. You're supposed to do everything you can first. Thank you very, very much, Volcanto. Would you like to put that towards anything in particular? Yeah, I'm still getting used to the controls, Max. I'm doing the best I can here. Ah, damn it. Down we go. Oh, gosh darn it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, God, you're right, Harriet. Cassandra's alive at this point in history. And every point in history until the modern era.
Keep up the good work. Bischiero.
You worry too much, Giovanni. Francesco Di Pazzi is in prison. The threat is ended.
There we go. Hang on. Yeah, gotta write that down. Two. No, V with a V. Ghosts of Tsushima. So noted. I tried not to use the courtesans, but I would give them money all the time. Not for that. I liked the mercs in whichever game they were in.
Ah, hello, son. You remember my friend Hubert?
Good morning, Gonfaloniere Alberti.
To you as well, young man.
I trust you delivered the message.
Si, padre. But it seems Lorenzo is out of town.
I did not anticipate this.
What does it matter? So you wait another day or two.
Listen, your mother and sister have been looking for you. I'll need you again in a little while, but for now, see if you can't help them.
Are you sure?
Yes, now if you'll excuse us.
Good to see you, Ezio.
So, Pax and I were talking about the Assassin's Creed story. He and I are both big fans of the lore and the story, obviously. And one of the things that we both made the comment on is that because of the killing of Bayek's son, all of history was changed. Like, seriously, think about that for a moment. If they hadn't gone after Bayek, he wouldn't have had the motive to bring down the Order, which wouldn't have led to the foundation of what would eventually become the Assassins, and wouldn't have led to the death of Caesar, and blah, 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 blah. None of that would have happened if they hadn't gone after Bayek's son. In a similar way, all of history is going to be significantly altered by the fact of what's going to happen in, like, 3 missions or whatever here. It's just always funny how much is changed by little things. You want to talk about butterfly effect.
Hey, Claudia. How are you?
Bene.
You shouldn't keep things from me.
It's Duccio.
What of him?
I think he's been unfaithful.
Who told you this?
The other girls.
Well, I'll go kill him
They
then.
were my friends.
Harpies. You're better off without them.
I loved him.
No, Claudia. You only thought you did.
He should suffer for what he's done.
Wait here. I'll go have a word with him.
Well, not yet, Zeiss. He's going to. Come on. There we go. So, speaking as a big brother, I liked this mission. In fact, I actually kind of liked Claudia in most of her interactions, but mostly when she actually started, you know... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. She started being useful. In fact, one of my favorite things, I want to say this was in Brotherhood, was when she's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take over the local courtesans guild or whatever. And his response is, what? No! No! What? Why? Why would you do that? And she's like, shut up, bro. And she ends up being a fairly significant part of his overall organization henceforward. Or henceforth, excuse me. No, you don't know me. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away.
Duccio. It's beautiful.
Nothing but the best for you, amore mio.
But what of Claudia? I thought you'd been promised to her.
The father said I could do much better than an auditore.
Ah! Birbante! Come, let us walk a bit.
What? I had something else in mind.
Oh, Duccio.
He should be very lucky I don't have my hidden blade right now. Dirty pig.
Ezio, my friend.
You insult my sister, parading around with this puttana.
What are you talking about?
I saw the gift you gave her. Heard the things you said.
Maybe your sister shouldn't be so stingy with her virtù.
You broke her heart.
Ha! And now I'm going to break your face.
Okay. Whoops!
I could have taught your sister. She's lucky to have had someone like me. Bastardo!
There we go. Trying to get the timing down.
Basta! Mi arrendo!
Stay away from my sister!
I think it was Brotherhood. I actually spent a lot of time in Brotherhood, even though I'm pretty sure it's the shortest of the games. But But I spent some time in Brotherhood just screwing around a bunch. Probably because it was effectively, you know, my first Assassin's Creed game since I played it right after these two. And one of the first things I did was I killed a guy and up on the rooftops and carried him over to where a bunch of people were and just kind of let his corpse fall over the edge. And it was hysterical because my view was like this. Well, hang on, let me give you a direct representation here.
Has he been drinking?
Hang on. So, like, I have a corpse, right? And I tip him over the edge, and this is my view right here. And all of a sudden, I just hear, "Oh my God! Oh, no! God, it's a corpse!" And just dozens of people freaking out and screaming. And then I tilt the camera down, and they're just running, screaming, flailing about. Anyways, I'm not evil. I just wanted to share that story real quick for no reason. I also love how in basically all of these games, they always freak out when you do parkour. Like, oh my God, how could he? That's so insane. It's so scandalous.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
Buongiorno a voi, madre. Come state?
Real quick, no, I'm not getting all the feathers in this run. Don't worry, I did in my actual run, so she's okay.
Sto bene. And you? Still recovering from last night?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Of course not. Anyway, I have an errand to run. I'd like you to join me.
Con piacere.
Come, it's not far from here.
Okay. You'll notice that all of these are basically tutorial missions, by the way. Hey, upon a time.
Per piacere. Let's not play this game.
He spoke ill of us. I could not allow him to continue.
I'm sure he's having a hard time dealing with the accusations against his father. Francesco di Pazzi is many things, and none of them good. But even I never suspected he'd be capable of murder.
I'd say yes, Angrad.
What will happen to him?
I imagine there will be a trial.
Will father speak at it?
He'll have to. He's the one with the evidence.
Still, I wish there was another way.
You've nothing to fear. Everyone wants justice done. It is an unfortunate state of affairs, but it will pass.
I mean, let's be honest. He probably deserves it anyway, Souther. You know, I don't actually know, Arian. I do know that that became a big thing for the team, to make sure that they got authentic voice actors for roles.
Hello, Leonardo.
Leonardo.
This is my son, Ezio.
Real quick. I'm just going to go and say something really, really controversial. I like Leonardo in this game. And in Brotherhood, actually. Now, I say that, I want to make this very clear, because this, I thought, was a good inclusion. I mean, Leonardo was around at this point in history, he was active at this point in history, and we are part of a well-placed family, so it's not actually all that out of bounds that we would interact with him. In addition to that, his voice actor's great, and he's just this wonderful, lovable dork. So I'm with all of that. The thing I have to add to this is this led to a trend. Because for whatever reason, this became a bullet point in future Assassin's Creed games, where they had to have some famous person in basically every Assassin's Creed game. It couldn't just be an Assassin's Creed set in an era. There always has to be some famous person. And in some cases, it gets a little egregious. Assassin's Creed 3 is probably the worst for that in my personal opinion, where it's just like, hey, and here's Benjamin Franklin for absolutely no reason. Just it doesn't tie in smoothly. It doesn't even really make sense. And I'm sorry, but you're playing a Native American set in that era. You're not going to be hobnobbing with these people, right? Yeah, Suleiman. Of course, there's all the stuff in Origins. It set a trend. Whether this is good or bad, that's up to you. I just wanted to comment on both sides of that really quick. I do like Leonardo, though. He's cool.
Molto onorato.
L'onore è mio.
Not as cool as Donatello, though.
Let me go and fetch the paintings. I'll be right back.
He's very talented.
Immagino.
Self-expression is vital to understanding and enjoying life. You should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
I meant besides vaginas.
Mother.
Back to your house, then.
Si, si. Ezio, help Leonardo, will you?
Sure. How do I grab this? Grab.
So, Ezio,
There we go.
what do you do?
He's been working for his father.
Ah, you're to be a banker.
For now. And you, art was it?
Truth be told, it's been difficult for me to settle. Painting is nice, but I often feel like my work lacks, I don't know, a purpose. Does that make sense? I'd rather contribute more practically, more directly. Architecture, perhaps, or anatomy. I'm not content merely to capture the world. I want to change it.
Okay, hear me out. Helicopters. Just go with it.
Oh, Leonardo. I have no doubt you'll go on to do great things.
Vi ringrazio, Madonna. That's kind of you.
But yeah, ultimately, I'm kind of with you, Volcanto. For me, it's a case-by-case thing. Sometimes it's just, really? And then sometimes it's like, yeah, okay, sure. It depends on the specific instance. I guess my biggest aggravation is the fact that it does feel like it's a bullet point in some of the future games. Like, okay, we have to have a famous person here, so here's a famous person.
Thank you for your help, son. Don't let me keep you from your other duties.
It was nice to meet you, Ezio. I hope our paths cross again.
Me too. Because you're kind of awesome. Kind of. Okay, no, he's super awesome, I'll admit it. Yeah, Machiavelli, I never know how to pronounce that, is actually a good insert in my opinion. Especially because if you're paying attention, there's a lot of very quiet references to Machiavelli's books that it's implied in these games. I shouldn't even say, it's basically flat out stated in these games that he learned all the stuff for those books from studying Ezio. Which makes sense to me, because, honestly, Ezio was such an insanely influential figure in this point in history that right? Ezio grows into being one of the two, I'd say three, actually, key figures in all of human history as a consequence of the events of these games. So, anywho, moving on.
What are you doing out here, Petruccio? You should be in bed.
I want those feathers.
What for?
It's a secret.
If I get them for you, will you go back inside?
Yes, I promise.
Oh, right. I remember how this works. Exactly, Tesla. Quick praise for the interface, by the way. I know that sounds like a weird thing to praise, but there's a lot of information that's all very, it's not completely in the way, but at the same time it is still informative. And I like that. What is it, in Revelations, you have to chase something down? Or no, maybe that was 4? One of the games had that. Those missions kind of drove me nuts, I'll be honest. Still did them. To Brutus. Or Brute, if you prefer. That was a mistake. Whatever. I think it is 4 I was thinking of, because there's only 2 Assassin's Creeds I've ever 100%ed. 2 and 4. I have enters.
Here.
Shouldn't be, Volcanto.
Grazie, brother.
You still haven't told me why you want these.
I will. In time.
It's to make Mother stop being mute.
Ezio, come in, son. I need these packages delivered to associates of mine in the city. I also need you to retrieve a message for me from a pigeon coop not too far from here.
Va bene. I'll get it done.
Come back here when you're finished. There are some things we need to discuss.
You'll see.
And please, my son, stay out of trouble. Hmm?
You see, I am secretly a member of the Assassin Order. And together we will conquer this world. You think I'm kidding? The Assassins have never had, nor will have again, an era of prominence and power the same way they did under Ezio. It is a unique point in the Assassin's Creed history because the Assassins were actually dominant. Truly dominant. Anyways, I do want to talk about Ezio really quick here. Obviously, we do have a significant character arc for him across the next 3 games, which is awesome. But I also want to comment on how that happened. I also want to comment on how losing my words here because that really distracted me. Ezio had the seeds of being a good person even this early on. You can kind of notice that. You can kind of get that across the way he acts. Eingrad earlier asked, is he a spoiled, good-hearted person? And I agree, he is a spoiled brat, but there is still a decent nugget of a person in there. And it's noticeable even here. Yeah, he goes around, he does whatever he wants, he gets into fights, he womanizes. But he still, without hesitation, helps his family out, and, he's nice, kind, polite, and goes out of his way to get involved. He is still hot-headed. He doesn't have the kind of wisdom that he will later have, but he is still someone who is definitely wanting to be more on the positive side of things than the negative side of things, you know what I mean? And yeah, as Tesla pointed out, ironically, he probably would have had a very... How do I phrase this? He would have had... Honestly, I think he would have had kind of an awful life, if not for the fact that his life was destroyed here. I know that sounds horrible, but first of all, picture what the Borgias are going to be doing over the next several years within this entire region. Second of all, the fact that he probably would have never had one of 2 things would have happened, relatively speaking. He either would have had a chance to become a better person, in which case he would have been struck down just like his father is in this game, or he would have become part of the problem. One of the 2. And, yeah, I don't know what else to add to that.
You Giovanni's kid?
No, idiota. He just happens to look exactly like the man.
Give it here. Don't worry, boy. We're not contagious. At least I'm not.
Get it? Because it's a sex joke. So, come on. There we go. The other thing I wanted to comment on is someone earlier brought up Altair. So, Altair is an interesting parallel to Ezio. We'll really talk about that a little bit more when we get to Revelations, because... well, Revelations is the story of Altair and Ezio. But for me, I've always thought of Ezio as the leader and Altair as, for lack of a better way to put it, as the wise man. Altair had wisdom and knowledge and learning, and he had forethought and foresight. He was very careful and precise and measured. Ezio is charismatic. He is the person who gets many, many people to follow him naturally just because of the nature of his drive, his charisma, and his intent to do. And as someone in chat said earlier, Ezio is exceptionally competent. And so he's really big on getting stuff actually done and actually making sure it actually gets done.
I have a delivery from...
Giovanni Auditore?
Yes.
Were you followed?
No. Why would I be followed?
Give me the package. Tell your father that they're moving tonight. He should as well.
Who's moving? What's going on here? Wait! Come back! Explain yourself!
Nah. I also think that the 2 of them combined really do form basically the core of an amazing duo. It is a historical tragedy that both were not living in the same era. But it is also interesting to note that Altair does significantly influence Ezio's life. And a lot of what Altair does was to set up for Ezio's time as well. So the 2 kind of crossed over, just not literally. Come on. Okay, that's nice. Can I stop being in camera mode? There we go. Jesus. Oh, and it's also probably worth noting that both obviously knew about Desmond at different points in their lives. Probably one of my favorite little scenes is when Ezio directly addresses Desmond. Talks to him. I suppose it would be more accurate to say talks at him, but he knows he's listening. He knows he's going to hear it. There it is. I think? No, that is the one, isn't it? It's up there. Yeah. Hang on. Gotta find the path. I know it's here somewhere. Is it this one? Ah, it's gotta be one of these. Must find way up. Here. Sorry. Yeah, so I've noticed that people start saying that... Oh, Jesus. Recently. The whole, don't at me, bro. What does that mean? I've only started encountering that, like, recently, so... What the heck is that all about? Come on. No? Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Whatever. Yeah, I don't get what that means. I mean, like, I can infer the context by saying that it's, you know, I'm saying this, screw you, but I don't get what it means. Exactly, or where that comes from. Like, why does Twitter have anything to do with that? Aha! I don't want to hear your argument because I'm right. Okay, that makes sense. I'm about to die, aren't I? No, we're okay. We're okay.
Father? Federico!
Serezio! Thank God.
Hi.
What happened? Where is everyone?
They took your father and brothers to the Palazzo della Signoria, to prison.
And my mother? My sister?
Ezio.
Claudia? Are you all right?
Yes, but Mother... She's in shock. When she resisted...
It's not safe here. Is there some place you can take them?
Yes, yes, to my sisters.
Good, do that. In the meantime, I'll go see my father.
Be careful, Messer Ezio. The guards were looking for you as well.
It's okay, see, we got healed by the cutscene. It's all part of the plan. You ever want to know how I got this scar? Well, a kid threw a rock at me and I didn't dodge it for some reason, even though I'm literally superhuman. He was a drinker. Oh, wait, sorry. Mixing up my stories here. Little short there. Hang on. Nope. We'll try over here. The kid. I was told once, this is not a joke, I was told once that I did such a good joke, specifically Heath Ledger Joker impression, that it actually creeped the person I was doing it to out. Like, she asked me to stop. I don't know if that's a good thing or what. Either way, we now, of course, have the introduction to the red zone concept. Oh god, we don't have the jump yet, do we? Hang on, do we have the jump? Nope, no, we don't have it yet. Okay.
The Signoria has a call a contest to build a new municipal hall beside your Santa Maria Novella.
Sure. That's what I wanted to happen, really. I was going for that. Don't pay attention to me. There's nothing to see here. Everything's cool. Yeah, I do too, Sakage. Like I said, the older games had a thing where basically there was one or two or three, but there was basically set paths that you could go up. And in later games, I look at that like I should be able to reach that. But I'm more used to playing more modern games, so I've got to actually find the path! Hang on. Oh my god. Hang on. I got this, guys. Or maybe I don't. Okay, let's try going this way. There's nothing to see here. Just a regular guy climbing a regular thing. Nope. Okay, back over here then. No, that... There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Just kind of, hanging out. Doing her thing like you do. There we go.
Don't let them get away.
Oh crap, they saw me. I don't know how, but they found me. I've been so studious in my stealth. Okay, maybe here. Maybe here. No! God damn it, I'm gonna kill all of these people, except I can't. God damn it. Alright. Hang on. There's only one way to properly respond to a situation like this. There really is only one proper response. I think we can all agree with that. Everyone, we're all in agreement? I want this one, I believe. Yes. Okay, let's see here. Whoops, wrong button. Why is this not working? Oh, hey, I can say... Why is this not working? That's actually not... I got this working in a test, although granted that was using my existing load, which might have different stuff here. Yes, cheat engine is amazing. Okay, this is literally not working. Hang on. I'm going to try this instead. No. Yes. Okay, yes. What is this crap? No, I don't want to teleport, although that would be funny. Just do this and see what happens. I made it! Look, guys! Oh, God! Oh, God, what have I done? I've created a monster. Okay, I don't think I should have done that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. There we go. Hang on, we gotta just reset reality here. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, hang on, I see what's happening. That makes more sense. There we go. Okay.
There! On him! I don't see him.
There we go. Hang on, we're... Bow before me, mortals, and despair! For I have... Let's undo that. Hang on. There we go. Okay. We're okay. We're, perfect. We had to use our Isu powers to escape the rent-a-cops. They were too good for us, guys. Take it. Speaking of really chilling scenes, while I'm on the topic, how many of you remember the guy, I forget his name, he's the bald dude. You remember that bald dude? He's some idiot who just will not shut up. He was in the first game, Assassin's Creed 1. And he was the one who was desperately killing people, and because he was terrified. You remember him? I only bring him up because he was probably one of the more interesting of the Templars when it came to the first game for me. Because he was so horrified by the knowledge that there was no afterlife. That you just died and that was it. You remember that? Now, I know that sounds like such a stupid thing to comment on, but I loved how they played that. Like, this person was legitimately terrified of the idea that death was it. And it just broke his brain. Something about that really appealed to me, the way they played that for him. There we go.
You! Don't let him escape!
Die! Still figuring out the combat. There we go. Yeah, I need your money. I used to habitually steal from quite a few... loot quite a few bodies back when I used to play this. Not this one specifically, it was actually another one. I think it was 4? No. Which one is the one we got the gun in? Because it's Brotherhood or Revelations. And either way, I used to loot people to get ammo. Because gun ammo was very, very precious to me in that game. That's not what I was going for that, but, you know, whatever. Well, I know you get the gun in AC2, but in one of them you can loot ammo off of mobs. I want to say that's Brotherhood. Or Revelations. I know you can in 4, but I never really wanted for ammo in 4. Throw, you idiot. There we go. What? There's a ledge? Oh, come on! No, there's not a ledge. He's just glitchy.
Any last word?
Yeah,
Get the bastardo!
your mama's so fat? I don't know. Listen, I like killing people, like, a lot, so, you know. Yeah, they're really weird. A lot of these games really are video gamey. Like, how are all of the random rent-a-cop guards just as good as you are at parkour? Like, you normally don't see that, but if they're chasing you and they go up, they will chase you in ways that are ridiculous.
Ezio. Father. What's happened?
Took a bit of a beating, but I'm all right. What of your mother and sister?
Safe now.
Aneta took them.
Yes. Wait. You knew this would happen?
Not the way it did, and not this soon. Doesn't matter now.
What do you mean? Explain!
There's no time. Listen closely. Return to the house. In my office is a hidden door. Use your talent to find it. Beyond lies a chest. Take everything you find inside. Much of it may seem strange to you, but all of it is important. Do you understand?
No.
Yes.
Good. Among the contents is a letter, and with it some documents. I need you to take these documents to Mr. Roberto. He was with me in the office this morning.
The Gonfalonieri, I remember. Now please, tell me what's happening. Are the Pazzi behind this? There was a note for you at the pigeon. It said, "Go, Ezio. Go now."
Yes, upon a time. Unless you're talking about something else, in which case, never mind. Oh god, this is totally a comic book superhero story. This is our origin story. I mean, it's even like a typical origin story. My family was killed / ruined, and now I'm out for revenge. Which is funny if you think about it. Most of his overall initial motivation is just straight up revenge. Nothing big or fancy or noble or anything. Just interesting to think about. Down. There you go. Well, I mean, while we're here, you know. And Ezio in the darkness. This is my city. And dead. Like I said, superhuman. So someone earlier asked favorite armor. I have to admit, I've always had a fondness for Brutus's armor, if that's the one I'm thinking of. It's got, like, heavy furs going on. That's specifically of Ezio's armors, I should clarify. Because Kenway has the best armors, in my opinion. Kenway looks awesome. I love that style of dress. Yeah, me too, Blue Wolf Alex. It's fine, guys. It's fine. I'm just on the verge of death. Yeah, I tended to like the parkour dungeons as a way to unlock optional content in these games as well. Oh, Jesus, I'm maybe about to actually die here. Okay, I'll accept that. I don't remember which Kenway armor I used as my final cosmetic one. I know it was one of them. I suppose I should buy some opium. Hey! I need to buy some opium, guys. Is there a Walgreens around here or something?
Come, amici. A weekly bleeding is part of a balanced, healthy...
Yeah,
As you wish, perhaps another day.
That's... no. God dang it, okay. Yes. Yeah, I liked the Isu armor a lot in Origins. Okay, so... yes. There we go. I now have... medicine.
Come, don't be shy. I am at your entire disposal. Stimati clienti.
Ah, the festival. Yeah, by the way, of the 3 games we're playing for this Lorerun, this is by far the longest one. So for anybody who, you know, is curious, it's probably going to take us a while to get to Brotherhood, and then we'll basically just race through Brotherhood and Rev, because they're not long games.
Father said there was a door here.
He lied to me. I'm sorry, I just want you to picture that Batman's outfit is in there. Like that's the bat suit.
To bring this to Messer Roberto.
Traditore!
Hey, what's with the swords? Aren't you supposed to arrest me?
No.
What do you want then?
For you to die!
Well, that's not going to happen. So why don't we explore other options?
There are no... I've fresh sheep's urine and rosemary poultices for your blood.
The Signoria has called a contest to build
Hi, Wraith. Sorry. Apparently there were people that exist. I don't know if you're aware of that, guys, but people exist. Oh no, they have found me. I must flee to the Batcave. I'm not letting that go. He's Batman from now on. That's just how it is. Extremely unlikely, Nerdman. Unless I can cheat it in. Or New Game Plus it in. I always love the edge of the world thing. You're not supposed to go here. Ezio didn't go that way.
What the devil is he doing?
I ain't doing nothing. Shush. We're cool here. Okay? I don't know, Harriet. I mean, Ezio was a beast in combat.
What are you doing here at this hour?
Well, you see, I am a bad judge of character, and I don't realize that you have actually betrayed my father. So I am here to give you all the keys to being able to betray him even more, as well as me.
I don't...
Wait, child. Take a breath. Collect your thoughts.
My father and brothers have been imprisoned. I was told to bring you this.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
I'm sorry, the timing of that. I was told to bring you this. Your dedication shall be rewarded. Who was that? It was Wraith! Thank you very, very much, Wraith. Your dedication is... What would you like to put that towards, Wraith?
It's a misunderstanding, Ezio. I'll clear everything.
Hey, look!
How?
The documents you've given me contain evidence of a conspiracy against your family and against the city. I'll present these papers at their hearing in the morning, and they'll be released.
Thank you, Signore.
Of course, my child. Do you need a place to stay? You're more than welcome here.
No, grazie. I'll meet you at the piazza.
Don't worry, Ezio. Everything is going to be fine.
Infinite death. I heard you, Hazardous. Which is funny, because I made fun of that, too. I mean, it's so obvious that he's a bad guy. Ignoring the fact that that was Rodrigo in the background there. By the way, that was the first time we have seen the Rodrigo de Borgia. I'm going to go ahead and say something that, I don't know if this is controversial or not. I have no idea others' opinions on it. But in my opinion, Rodrigo is probably the best, second best villain we've had in the Assassin's Creed series. Because, like Ezio, he actually has a character arc. And he develops and changes over the course of the games. He is always a villain, but he starts off being a greedy, slovenly pig, and then just kind of slowly shifts over time, which I find fascinating that they actually bothered with that. The first would be Hatham, by the way. That probably shouldn't surprise anyone. Anyways, let me jot that down from Wraith real quick here before I forget. How many numbers is it? X64. There we go. The guy we just saw, to be clear. Not Cesare. In fact, Cesare is interesting because normally I would be irritated by a character like Cesare, but he's actually a great contrast to Rodrigo. He is someone who is a stupid, brutish thug who has no decency, morals, honor, or anything good about him whatsoever. Like, I mean, in fact, if not for Lucrezia, or however they pronounce it in this one, there's a pretty good chance Cesare would not have survived Rodrigo. Well, Charles is definitely another villain. And actually, I do like Charles as a character. I know that sounds strange, but I do find him to be an interesting character. Just Not as interesting as the two I just mentioned. And let's not talk about how screwed up the Borgia family is. Let's leave that for later. We are going to be seeing a lot of them throughout the course of these games. No, I am not, Blue Elf Alex. That's true, Hazardous. That's actually very true.
Giovanni Auditore, you and your accomplices stand accused of the crime of treason. Have you any evidence to counter this charge?
Yes, the documents that were delivered to you last night.
By the way, they're about to hang a boy. A sick boy. Just thought I'd point that out.
I'm afraid I know nothing of these documents.
He's lying!
Need to get closer.
In the absence of any compelling evidence to the contrary, I am bound to pronounce you guilty. You and your collaborators are hereby sentenced to death.
You are the traitor, Roberto, and one of them. You may take our lives this day, but we will have yours in return, I swear! We will!
Father!
There! Grab the boy! He's one of them!
I'll kill you for what you've done!
Guards! Arrest him!
Oh god, armored dudes. I hate armored dudes in all of these games.
Better run, boy. And fast.
Okay.
Oh, you don't.
For all of the things about AC2 that I don't think have aged well, noticeably the controls, the music's not on that list. Oh, come on, I was right there! No, come on! Okay, fine. Excuse me. Whoop. Went too far. Our first death. And when I say first death, I mean we went too far, which is just hysterical. Hey, yeah, we're here again. Slightly different tactic here. For Christ's sakes, really? I can't go that high. That's like an extra inch above what I can do. I haven't thought of any yet, Harriet. I suppose we should have a death counter, or a desync counter, excuse me. I'm not here. There's no one here. Go away. No, absurdity. Because all the invincibility does is lock your health in place. This hay pile is super important. Zooming in on the hay pile. I can't believe that worked. Meanwhile...
I've got a little request for you. I've identified several strange markings that I've discovered right across Renaissance Italy. Now, I don't know what they're doing there, but I want you to help me find out. Rebecca has marked their general location in the database with an eye icon, and she's made them glow as well. Keep an eye out.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with Subject 16. It's cool.
Serezio, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I couldn't stop them, Annetta. I tried, I swear. But there were so many guards.
Please, come with me. We need to get you off the streets.
What of my mother and sister?
They're safe. I'll bring you to them.
No. It's too dangerous for us to travel together. Tell me where to go and I'll meet you there.
My sister's house. Just north of the Duomo.
I'm on my way.
Come and see what my little gallery has got. I'm sure I have a surprise or two for any...
I'm sorry, I really like this song. I know it's quiet, so I'm going to shut up for a second.
He's here!
Damn it.
Look at him. You'll break his neck.
I'm fine, dude. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's cool. Gosh, I don't know how to explain that, Saldir. Everything about him screamed, I'm also secretly a villain. The camera angles that were used on him, the direction of the voice actor, the nature of the fact that he was the only person that he trusted, that Giovanni trusted with the truth. Just everything about the narrative poised him to be a villain. Now, what's interesting about him, and this is also a thing that the Assassin's Creed series does as a common thing, is they usually introduce basically like layered villains. There's the scope villain, which is Rodrigo for basically this entire game, and then like Cesare for the next one, and then after that, well, it's debatable, but anyways. Point being, there's usually like one large-scale villain, and you usually see them pretty early on, and then you see a very, close villain, someone who's very small-scale. And you usually deal with them relatively quickly, and there's someone else behind them, and then you deal with them, and so forth and so on. That kind of working your way up the hierarchy thing is very normal, because Duccio, or whatever the hell his name is, the guy we're talking about, is very low tier when it comes to the Templar Order. He is barely even the local Florence guy. And we're going to deal with him, God, probably inside of an hour. Yes, Rodrigo also basically just looks like a villain. I'm in the background, and I have, this horrible black and red outfit going on, and I don't say anything, but I'm just kind of there. They're definitely a villain. Yeah, the GTA approach, that's actually a good way to put that. Effectively, yes, Elder. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, that's more a matter of opinion, but it is definitely an obvious thing. Very few of the villains are not obvious in the AC series. Except for the really good ones. Hatham, excuse me. Look, all I'm saying, someday we're going to do a lore run of Assassin's Creed 4, 3, and Rogue, and I'm looking forward to replaying 3 there, and I know that's heretical to say that, but it's true. And if for nothing else, it's because I like several of the characters in 3 quite a lot. Nothing to see here. Oh, I couldn't blend in. Alright, whatever. Don't mind me. I would say 3 is probably among my least favorites, not counting 1 in Odyssey. But I still like 3, It's just a game that I do feel it is significantly a flawed game. It's just, I still enjoyed it. Net positive, you know what I mean? So here's a place Ezio knows very well. I don't actually know if that's true or not.
I think we have the wrong building.
No.
No, this is it.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Messer Ezio. Annetta speaks quite highly of you. I can see why.
I appreciate the kind words, Madonna.
Ti prego. Call me Paola.
Thank you for offering your home to my family, Paola.
It was the least I could do. You must be tired. Perhaps you'd...
No, grazie. I can't stay.
Why? Where are you going?
To kill Uberto Alberti.
That's
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
Spare me the lecture.
But I can make you one.
And why are you going to teach me how to kill?
I'm not. I'm going to teach you how to survive. Come.
I mean...
Discretion is paramount in my profession. We must walk the streets freely, seen but unseen. You too must learn to blend like us, and become one with the city's crowds. My girls will show you how. We'll take good care of you.
I mean, I got nothing, Nerdman. I think I made my point very, very clear across the premiere run. It was just such a constant issue. But, you know, just my opinion. Now, this bothered me when I first saw this. I'm just going to go and be honest about that. But, of course, we're trying for at least a degree of historical accuracy here. And let's be honest with ourselves. Courtesans in this era are kind of like droids. No, seriously, think about that for a second. How many times do you notice the furniture? Now, the correct answer to that is plenty of people should notice the furniture, but most people don't. The courtesan effect? No. Although I suppose there should be. The Invisibles. Because it's the same general idea. First of all, I want to say I like how they do this. You can actually see the blob, and that's the zone you have to be invisible. So you can actually see where you need to be in order to not be seen. It's just a nice... Again, this game has a surprisingly good UI, given the control issues it has. Now, I went the wrong way, so this is going to suck in a moment here.
He certainly has this swagger.
No, we're okay, we're okay. Nope. And of course, we can all make fun of the fact that he should be really obvious to spot, since, I mean, look at him. This gets even funnier with some of the costumes you can get in these games. But let's all be honest with ourselves, this is some video gaminess going on. And as I've often said, if it comes down to lore accuracy or being a good video game, I will take good video game over lore accuracy. Sorry. I know that's just my opinion, and it's not the correct one, but there it is. Like, I want you to picture for a moment how awful this would be if you had to manually go change your outfit every time, and you could only blend with certain types of people that matched your outfit, and only under certain conditions, and blah, 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 blah. Just think about that for a moment. Picture how much of a pain that would be. Now, I know that some people like that kind of, what's it called? I guess, simulator. That kind of simulation thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but you get my point.
Bene. Now that you've learned to blend, I'll show you how to use it for more than just moving around. Let's teach you how to steal.
No. Okay. Right. I gotta do this.
Thief! Once you've stolen from someone, Ezio, you mustn't linger.
Right. No. How many people used to just steal from, like, everyone? Just steal. Steal. No, please. Don't hurt me. I've seen that one, Micro. I feel like that's in a different game it's easier to steal, because here I have to hold down A and B at the same time in order to steal. I feel like another one there's an easier way to do that, but whatever.
You can go now, girls.
Oh, do we have to? So innocent. He's cute.
Now that you have learned how to approach the enemy, we need to find you a
Oh
suitable
god, those
weapon.
damn beggars. I hated those beggars.
Ah, but you already have the answer.
Hey, my father's blade and bracer. How did you get them?
By using the same skills I've just taught you.
It's not exactly in working condition.
I assume you're familiar with Leonardo da Vinci.
See, but how does a painter factor into this?
He's far more than that. Bring him the pieces. You'll see.
Before I go, one last question, if I may.
Of course.
Why have you given your aid so readily to me, a stranger?
I too know betrayal.
Yeah. So, I've spoken negatively of AC1 before, and I will continue to do so. Although I will also speak positively about it, because it does some things very right as well. But the one biggest thing I hated absolutely the most about AC1 is those damn beggars. I'm honestly curious if anyone else is with me on that. I despised them so much. Especially since the aggressive beggars, you know? Which you'd start to see more and more of by the end of the game. What? What? Huh? But I need to go over there. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sure. These beautiful guys. Pong! Oh, the beggars. The beggars are so much worse. The musicians are bad in 2, but the beggars were aggressively annoying story-wise and gameplay-wise. They would get in the way, and in addition to that, they would irritate you. Like, I swear to God, someone sat down and workshopped how to make the beggars as perfectly irritating as possible. Gosh darn it. Ugh.
Oh, Ezio Auditore! I didn't expect to see you again. What with all that's happened. Ah, where are my manners? Welcome back. Now, how can I be of service?
I was hoping you could repair something of mine.
Of course! Come, this way. Que pasticcio.
Oh, what a mess. I've spent the whole day looking for her.
Alright, let's see it. Fascinating. I don't know, Ezio. Despite its age, the construction is rather advanced. I've never seen anything quite like it. I'm afraid there's not much I can do without the original plans. Mi dispiace. Wait.
Hey, it's the original plans.
What are you doing?
The contents of this page are encrypted, but if my theory is correct, based on these sketches, it may very well...
It may very well what?
Please, sit.
Leonardo, eh?
Shh. Remarkable. If we transpose the letters and then select every third... There! It's finished!
Huh? What's finished?
The blade. I managed to decode that parchment of yours. It showed me exactly what to do. Now all that's left is to remove your ring finger.
Really?
I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Funnily enough, I believe Ezio himself, although I could be wrong about this, but later on they would design a version of the blade that didn't require this. I only find that funny considering what we find out about in Assassin's Creed Origins, where that was basically just a fluke as a consequence of him activating the blade, which sent his ring finger flying off. I was just, okay, yeah, sure, whatever.
Bene. Do it quickly.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified. You can keep your finger.
Now, the funny thing about this... Sorry. I was playing with you guys, I apologize. The funny thing about this is that how many of you didn't even realize you had to remove the finger back in 1? Honest question. Because they kind of understated it quite a bit. Like, if you paid attention, you know, they were missing the hand, and Lucy used this as a way to say that she was on your side, but otherwise it only came up like 3 times in the entire first game. So I was looking at this like, oh, okay, oh, right, I remember that. Right, okay, yeah, sure. And keep in mind, I played 1 immediately before this game. So, yeah.
Incredible.
Yes, it is. Tell me, do you have other pages like this?
I will, as I progress through the game.
If you ever do happen across another one of these, please, bring it to me.
You have my word. And thank you for fixing this.
By order of the Florentine Guard, open this door!
Just a moment. Wait here.
Sure.
Are you Leonardo da Vinci?
Si. How may I be of service?
I need you to answer some questions.
Certainly.
It was Tesla, you're right. I mean, logically speaking.
A witness claims to have seen you consorting with an enemy of the city.
What? Me? Consorting? Preposterous.
When was the last time you saw or spoke with Ezio Auditore?
Who?
Non fare il finto tonto!
Don't play dumb with me.
No, you were close with the family. Perhaps this will help to clear your head.
You know what I find fascinating, historically speaking? This is going to be a segue. I'm just going to warn you guys, because I'm going to go off for a second here. Real life has had several examples of a time where someone who is brilliant or creative or amazing in some way or another is basically destroyed, or what they make is destroyed, for petty, immediate reasons. How many works of art, paintings or books or architecture, has been 100% permanently lost to us, or we only have like bits and pieces of that work left because some thug was being hired by some other thug to go ahead and just deal with this, right? Archimedes was actually the specific example I was going to go to there. Every time I see this, I think if we hadn't been here, there's a pretty good chance that Leonardo da Vinci would have been killed as a result of what is effectively a local squabble. A temporary power play by one politician who is very small scale. Think about that for a second. It's weird. Like, I know that sounds so strange, but it just kind of, it bothers me. Because this is a very recurring thing, historically speaking. Like, just, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this is such a common thing.
Ready to talk? What about now? Tell me what I want to know and we can end this.
What's wrong, dude? Oh, I think you needed a nap. Yeah, the Bonfire of the Vanities, that's a good example in this game.
I've grown accustomed to their abuses.
What of the body?
Bring it inside and put it with the others.
Others?
The city gives them to me for research.
Others? No, yeah. Come on, there we go. Oh, I know, Nerdman. And yeah, that's the weird part. It's usually petty when stuff like this happens. Not always. Sometimes it's larger scale, like a whole nation. Or whatever, but still. He's actually secretly a cannibal, guys. Well, I guess that's not really cannibalism. It's more like Leonardo da Vinci is actually a vampire. Like, I've been meaning to tell you this whole time. See, Leonardo is actually in my chat right now. He's still alive. He's named Tazara. And that's why he keeps giving me money, so I don't give away his... Okay, Tazara, don't kill me, just because I gave away that you're secretly Leonardo da Vinci and hundreds of years old. Thank you, Tazara. I just got Bits badge tier notification. Did you get a different badge, Tazara? So that would be a lot of money. Thank you, Tazara, as ever. You suck, and you're awesome. What would you like to put all of that towards? I don't even know what to say except thank you, especially since I just realized I never actually had breakfast today. So you are basically going to be paying for my food today, for which I am greatly appreciative. I'm not joking. I didn't eat today. I've been so busy. It's okay. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. $60, Tesla. $60. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. He's not actually here. He's not actually an alien. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give away that you're actually an alien, too. It's okay. I'm going to get something that's going to provide food for the next couple of days. Or I could try to get something nice. What do you guys think I should do? Should I get something cheaper or something nicer? You got it, Tazara. Let me jot that down really quick here. So that's come on. There we go. So we'll put that towards The World Ends With You. And what was the other one? You just said it. You just said it. There it is. Hitman 2. That's a game. Is that game out yet? I'm really looking forward to it. A $60 breakfast. I think that's above me. The most expensive places I've ever been to has been $50 a plate. And that's way too much for me. I'm sorry. That is stupid expensive. Even if I won the lottery, I would not go to those places. Oh, gee, I don't know, Nerdman. The ability to cheat and time and money. Those three things, Nerdman, are the answer to your question. Tazara, you donated. What do you decide? You decide. While I do this.
See? Like it never happened.
Thank you, Leonardo.
I didn't kill anyone. What are you talking about?
For everything.
Anytime. And remember, if you find more of those strange pages, bring them to me. Should they contain new designs, I will upgrade your blade as well.
Of course. Now, I really should be getting back to Paola.
Porgile I miei omaggi.
Send her my regards. Oh, I will, Leonardo. So Tazara says he doesn't care if I eat, so I'm actually going to not eat, guys, because I have to follow Tazara's will. I mean, I did just oust that he's a vampire, so, you know, this is, it's for my own safety, guys. I'm sorry. Probably because they're all incompetent, Tesla. I don't know. Really, Pickle? That's actually amusing. Y'all are awesome for watching me. Seriously, y'all are awesome. Now you say to eat. Make up your mind, Tazara. Look, I can't just drink blood like you. It's souls, okay? I'm a lich, not a vampire. Get it right. It's actually kind of frustrating, if I'm honest, because you can drink blood and, like, there's lots of ways to get blood, but drinking life? God, that's just aggravating. Do you know how hard it is to get a hold of souls? Especially fresh souls. Jesus. Remember, I don't even like killing people. Well, I like killing some people. Like a lot of people. But the point being... Oh, jeez, I'm sorry, Hazardous. You eat the... I knew it, Cord. I always knew you were secretly Nihilus. I just want to do this really quick. Yeah! There we go. It's one of my favorite things to do in this game. I don't like killing people, though. Like I just said.
He's running straight to the
You know what? Fine. Yeah, this is the only weapon I need in these games. Like, ever. Like, Harriet there, I don't need him as a weapon. I've got the Hidden Blade. Thanks, Harriet. I appreciate your support in being a Hidden Blade. But I don't need it. I'm gonna name this Hidden Blade, Harriet. So, anywho... actually, I did, Harriet. I talked about that during my pre-setup stuff. I wasn't aiming for the civilian. He was in my way. What do you want from me? I didn't want to kill him. Look. His body got in the way of my blade. Leave the dead be. Why? They've got money I could use.
Why would anyone carry on like that?
Well, I am eventually going to have two... I wasn't aiming for the woman. That's true. I really wasn't. It was just flonk. Anyways, thank you, Harriet. Let me jot that down for Sexy Brutal really quick before I forget. That's another game I'm kind of looking forward to trying out. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to all my premiere runs, so whatever. But first we got to AC it up. And then, well, Kingdom Hearts 3. And then Neverwinter Nights. It's going to be an interesting month, isn't it? That's the upcoming month, guys. Assassin's Creed, Kingdom Hearts 3, Neverwinter Nights.
You were gone for quite a while.
Leonardo likes to talk.
I had to kill a lot of people.
But I trust he did more than talk.
He did. Whoops.
I've given you the skills. Leonardo's given you the blade. All that remains is the deed.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Watch over my mother and sister while I'm away.
Of course, Ezio. As if they were my own.
There we go. Thank you. Legit. I like Claudia. I like Maria. Take care of them, please and thank you. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Oh, Jesus Christ. Take two. Oh no, there's no skip cutscene?
You were gone
There's no skip cutscene, oh my god.
for quite a while.
Negative.
Leonardo likes to talk.
Negative.
He does.
Seriously.
But I trust he did. Then talk. Impressive.
I'm rather fond of it myself.
I've given you the skills. Leonardo's given you the blade. All that remains is the deed.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Watch over my mother and sister while I'm away.
Of course, Ezio. As if they were my own.
I now have a firm reason to not screw up missions. Because I can't skip cutscenes. So you'll notice we're already going to kill Uberto. Like, now. That's what I mean by the, you know, the intro villain. Again, like someone earlier said the GTA thing. It's a very valid comparison. Believe it or not, Nerdman, our method overall hasn't changed a lot. We open up the floodgates. We have kind of been refining the floodgates procedure every year. But we still do the floodgates every year. About October. Hang on. We'll probably actually open up the floodgates in September. Give us a little bit of leeway time there. And then once the floodgates are open, you're a patron. And you say, hey, so yeah, I'd really like it if you could do this. And I'd be like, sure. And that's what I do to you. Wait, no, that's not what happens. That's not what happens. We're cool. I don't know, Tesla. Well, both factors are taken into account basically equally, Tesla. How many people and how much money. So, and obviously, a lot of people and a lot of money, highest priority. A lot of money or a lot of people, middle priority. Low of both, low priority. Make sense?
Again with this?
You have overstepped your bounds, Uberto.
Who are you to speak of bounds? You who have crowned yourself Lorenzo di Medici, Principe of Firenze.
I've done no such thing.
Of course not. Ever innocent. How convenient. At least now we see how far your reach extends, which is to say, nowhere at all. It has proved a valuable lesson for me and my allies.
Yes. Your allies, the Pazzi. Is that what this is about?
Be careful with your words, Lorenzo. You might attract the wrong sort of attention.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Well, I guess we're gonna have to go kill that guy. Why do we gotta kill so many people in this game? You ever wonder about that? I know, Nerdman. I'm not sure what I think of that. So there is one thing I like about AC2 over more recent AC games. I mean, there's several things I like about AC2 over more recent games, but there's one thing in particular I want to bring your attention to. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me get out of your way. That's not it. The thing is that I enjoy the fact that in several specific missions, not all of them, but in several missions, there's your target, and that's it. It's not like AC1 where you basically did an entire town's worth of side missions in order to prep for an assassination, but in several of the assassinations, there's the target and you just figure it out on your own. There's not a singular, you have to do this in this specific kind of a way, as far as gameplay goes. It's something that I feel that the more recent AC games have failed at on particular instances. Hi, Papa Neeks. You know, it's funny. In at least one version of the story, I'm not sure which one, but there's one of them, the intention was that the name Assassin was actually going to be... basically that it didn't mean anything bad until the Assassin Brotherhood came along and the Templars basically turned the word assassin into, you know, having negative connotations. Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. In order to, you know, propagandize against the assassins. Make of that what you will. I don't know if that's true or not. I just thought I'd share it. Like I said, it depends on which version of the story you're listening to. Yeah, so this also reminds me of something that I don't like about Assassin's Creed 2. And Assassin's Creed 2 specifically does this a lot. You've been detected. Failure instantaneously. Utter failure. Assassin's Creed 2 has a lot of you must not be detected at all missions. And, I remember distinctly, I'll never forget this. It was during one of the Bonfire of the Vanities missions. And I had successfully snuck all the way through this whole compound to get to the guy. And what I did was I jumped down to stab him. And I want to stress this. I basically, here, I'll try to show you what actually happened. Let's see if I can do like a... Can I target anyone to assassinate here? Hang on, let's get that out. No, it's not going to let me. Basically, I jumped down from like this. And then stabbed into him. But he looked up and saw me as I came down. So for like a millisecond, he saw me. And I failed the mission. And so the slow fade out, desync thing was happening as the guy's dead. And no one else saw me. Anyways. I mean, they're not all that bad, but I will never forget that mission because that was just bull. Hello, Negodai. Whoops. The game literally pulled it technically on me. That's correct. He saw you. You failed. He failed. Ezio didn't get seen. Get good, scrub. As an aside, I hate that phrase. Even said jokingly, I just don't like that phrase at all. I have proven this. I don't even need to prove this anymore. I actually really like stealth gameplay. In fact, I like never being seen gameplay. I've done this at least twice on camera, with Dishonored 2 and with Deus Ex Mankind Divided. I love that kind of gameplay. If it's, you know, well designed and good and all that fun stuff. Where is the point? Oh, there it is. Lineage was okay, I guess. I didn't think it was really significant enough to show off on camera, and I don't know. It was alright. The only video that we're really going to be showing off is Embers, and I probably don't have to explain why. You know, that's true. 4 is very anti-stealth, now that you say that, Eingrad. Which I obviously didn't mind, but it is. It's very anti-stealth. You are a beast. You have multiple guns and multiple weapons, and you are supposed to fight your way through situations.
To you as well. I trust you're enjoying yourself.
I hope not, Tesla.
Indeed, a nice distraction from that nasty business with the Auditore family.
And to think I once thought of Giovanni as a brother.
Don't blame yourself. How could you have known what evils to plan?
I say we strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
Yes, I should. If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Of course! Oh, it's not letting me.
Uberto, a moment of your time?
Anything for you, Beatrice.
Snort.
So, tell us, how does it feel to be a hero?
Please, I am no such thing. As Gonfaloniere, it is my duty to ensure that the city of Firenze remains a shining beacon of justice. Corruption and its ilk shall find no purchase here so long as I am in control.
You are...
You!
You what?
Guards! Arrest him!
Arrest who?
Abatetelo.
How did you see me? What? What? Okay, okay. We apparently should be counting desyncs. Yeah, you're right, I don't have air assassination. I got nothing. You want to hear something funny? I think it's funny. So I had an extremely brief period of time. We're talking about an hour to prep for this. Now, normally I prefer to actually, play a game a little bit before a lore run, just to get myself into the swing of it. Obviously, I don't have anything close to the time to play a game all the way through before a lore run. I know some streamers do that. I just don't have the time for that. But I bring that up because I got like an hour to play, and I'm like, okay, I want to get back into the swing of this because I want to be able to do a good job of playing the game for these guys. But I only had like an hour, so I played Rev. Now, if you don't understand why that's significant, Revelations probably has the biggest toolkit of like any of the Assassin's Creeds with the amount of stuff you can do. It's a fairly large list of stuff you can do. I currently have approximately 2 of the things that I can do that I could do over in Rev. So, that's on me. I'll admit that.
Strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
Yes, I should. If you'll excuse me for a moment. You!
Okay. Yeah, the toolkit's huge in Revelations. It's one of the things I like about that game. You can do a lot of stuff in Revelations.
You would have done the same. To save the ones you love.
Yes, I would. And I have.
The Auditori are not dead! I'm still here! Me! Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
Ezio, I know you're kind of upset right now. Oh Jesus! All right, hang on. Excuse me. Oh Jesus! Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. I mean, I don't. I mean, that's not bad writing. That's extremely good writing. Of course, Ezio is such an idiot right now. Now that's bad. Oh, Jesus Christ! Come on, game. All the way to the ground. Sure. Whatever. Excuse me. Pardon me. What? Why did it prioritize the civilian? Whoops. Of course I can't go up there. Oh, Jesus. Alright, fine. Still don't know how to block. Should look that up. I don't know how to kick either, do I? At this point in time. How do I use an item? That's another interesting question. I need to figure that out at some point. Are you kidding? Batman kills all the time. As he should. Yeah, I don't really want part of this either, but a lot of people are going to die because they wouldn't leave me alone. Okay. Do something. There we go. There we go. Hello, Jessica Kasumi. I'm doing okay. Trying to do a little bit of a run here. See, I was thinking like AC1, like an idiot. I should have just killed them all. I'm Ezio. I mean, seriously, Ezio is a brawler. He always is. He's just a super brawler. That's his approach. Anyways, we're going through the Assassin's Creed Ezio stuff here at the moment. But as I like to say to everyone who decides to poke their heads in here, don't be a stranger. If you have any thoughts, comments, questions, hatred, unbridled rage, please feel free to share. Yeah, the climbing controls are not great in this game. Like I said, the controls in general do have an issue in AC2. It's probably the biggest hassle to going back to this game, in my opinion. Because I've actually gone back to this game more than once. You know, this is not my second time playing the game. But I do like how most of the rest of the game has aged pretty darn well. I mean, there's some issues with the faces and, you know, especially with the animations. But overall, you know, still good voice acting, still good writing. I mean, this is still gorgeous, you know what I mean? This is still some gorgeous terrain, and I really love the overall story arc of this game.
May you find peace. What's this?
Yeah, I know, right? Kasumi. Sorry.
So sorry, I must have forgotten.
Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Pardon me, just killed a lot of people, pardon me, excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry, I love doing that every now and again. I apologize, guys. Hey, Sonoshi. How do I use... There it is, left. Okay, I figured out how to use items, guys. We're cool. I figured out how to use items. Whoops, I don't mean to... Yeah, let's get off that. There we go. Yeah. We here at the Lorerun hate everything and everyone. Join us. Share in our hatred. That's so wrong, though. I literally don't hate anything. But that's, of course, by my own definition of hate, so what the hell do I know? No! Do I have to kill a lot more people? Okay, you guys have one chance. If you don't knock me off this roof, I will not kill you. Okay, that's the deal. You don't irritate me, I don't kill you. Okay, we cool? Hang on, guys. Okay. I love this song. I'm so sorry, Myron. If it makes you feel any better, we're going to do a Kingdom Hearts stream in 2 Sundays. So just a little over a week at this point. Wait a minute. Are you guards? Oh my god, you are guards! I love guards! Guards are the best! Oh, I'm sorry, I should be killing you. There we go. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cause you pain. I'm not a big fan of pain. Now, killing! Oh, you deserve this. You really, really, really deserve this. Come here. Hey. Die. In a fire or a knife. That's okay, too. It's so cathartic, you know? Just, hey, it's a guard. Stab. 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 Oh, okay, we're cool. Tessie, really? Even the dog didn't like that one. Come on. Like I said, that's my approach. Medicine. Jump. Medicine. Set knives to murder. No, set knives to stun. That would be funnier. It's right up there, setting flamethrowers to stun.
I think it's best I leave Firenze.
Where will you go?
My uncle Mario owns a villa near Monteregione.
Mario!
Still a wanted man, Edson.
What would you have me do then?
I've seen posters all across the district. Tearing them down will help the city forget your face. No doubt the heralds also incite the public. Bribe them, and they'll speak of other things. Or you could hunt those who bear false witness against you. They traded dignity for coin. Their loss would not be mourned. Do any of these things, and you should be free to leave.
Am I doing that badly, Pico? Jesus. Didn't think I was doing that bad. Which should we do?
I added a program for tracking notoriety. This little meter will help you know how far you are between notorious and incognito.
Which should we do, guys? Should we bribe? Should we rip?
Know if you should watch your actions.
Or should we kill?
It'll also tell you if the notoriety level is part of Ezio's memory or not.
Kingsfold obviously wants us to kill. So's the dog, apparently. Thank you very, very much, Kingsfold. As ever, I much appreciate those subs. Especially since I'm officially back to streaming now. What would you like to put that towards of any of our upcoming runs? So those are posters, right? Yep. Is this kill or is this bribe? That's bribe. So where's kill? I don't see a kill. Yeah, someone asked earlier, why does the dog bark? He is a very stupid dog. He's actually not my dog. He's my brother-in-law's dog. But he will bark at anything that walks by, at anyone. Like if someone walks by on the street, he will just start going nuts. Oh my god, there's a person! Heaven forbid if like a post office person shows up. He will go nuts at them. I don't see anyone to kill. That's not true. So some of you may remember a codex page. I should go get that. I'm gonna go get that codex page. Because that's the stuff for Leonardo, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Please feel free to correct me here. What was I about to say? Oh. Any of you guys remember Thirsty Dog?
I will not die for this cause.
Oh god, that's him. That's the guy I have to kill.
That one is very familiar.
Anyways, Thirsty Dog was my step-parent's dog. She had made a semi-recurring frequency on my show, especially my streams, and she was in the intro of the Magica Matica Rumination, if you want a specific instance of where she showed up. She's dead. She died of cancer just a few weeks ago. We saw it coming. This is a long time in coming. In fact, she probably should have died closer to a year ago. But yeah.
There! On him!
sorry, now that I've completely ruined the mood.
Don't be shy. I only aim to...
I do want to share something. And that's the fact that I'm already feeling myself getting a little bit more into the groove of the combat. So you notice how the guys who have some armor will block more regularly. Now, there's a couple ways to deal with that, but one of the interesting kinks of this game is when you get into a combo with someone. Here, I'll demonstrate it really quick here. If it lets me. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna murder all those guys. If you get into a combo with someone where it's like where you're doing that thing, and it's actually doing damage to them even as they're blocking, you can then use that to chain that to someone else. So in other words, as the guys who do the you know, and try to move your sword away, if you start on one of the weaker guys, start a combo on them, and then shift your focus onto the sword guy, it'll immediately continue the combo on him, and you don't have to bother breaking his sword defense.
This is good. I should find help. No, I should go
So,
home.
you know, that's a trick I remember using a lot to deal with the sword guys. Yeah, I know, right, Tesla? Leonardo's got to make room. All right, fine. I'm having trouble finding a guy now that I've gotten the codex. Where's the poster? Oh, there it is. Why is the poster up here? You got it, Kingsfall. I will put it towards 1, Doom 5. Cold Dark of Moria. Or maybe you mean something else. Jessica Kasumi. Do you prefer Jessica, Kasumi, or both? I gotta get it in my head now, because I'm terrible with names. I haven't decided yet, Pico. And that's the truth. I'm still debating. Hey, what's up? Oh yeah, smoke. When you get smoke, that's another very valid strategy. Oh no, they're blocking. Smoke, stab, 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 stab. I mean, I just want to make sure I get the names right, because I'm terrible with names. You know, you can ask anybody. I am awful with names. And once a name's stuck in my head, it's stuck in there. It's just going to stay there. What are we looking at here? Icon-wise. That's a courier thing. Hang on. Is there another? No, it doesn't look like there's another thing. Where's Leonardo? Leonardo. I have a thing for you. I don't know where you are, though. Where's Leonardo's thing? Seriously, where's Leonardo? I don't actually remember. Is that him? No, it's a beat-up event. That's that. We're not doing all the viewpoints. Jess. Okay, I will try to remember Jess. No promises. I'm horrible. Oh, yeah, fast travel stations. I used to play this alongside a friend of mine too, Jonathan Sakari. It was kind of fun. It was Gary specifically. I couldn't tell you that one. I guess we'll do Leonardo later. Fine. Let's go do the plot. I guess. You guys always insist I do main story stuff in these runs. It's so strange. Ow.
Who requires bleeding?
I don't need bleeding, thanks. I have plenty of that.
Son of, what do you think you're doing?
Nothing. It's cool. We're cool! Okay, so. Oh, Jesus Christ, fight me! There we go. So this is the combo thing I'm talking about. Now, of course, I only have one guy left. But that's the combo that you can start doing and then chain off to someone else. I wanted to show that off, damn it. Let's find out. I can buy paintings and treasure maps, so no. As I say, I don't think I can do cosmetic stuff yet, and I appear to be right. Down you go. Irvine? Oh, God. I don't know, man. No promises. Come back in 2 years. Yeah, so... I have spoken many times about how I feel that Dragon Age 2 failed at the 3 years later thing. I feel like I've already kind of made that point, and I don't need to remake that point. Assassin's Creed 2, I feel, kind of does it right and wrong at the same time. Excuse me, you're in my way. Because in Assassin's Creed 2, sometimes the time skips are like, and then it's tomorrow. And then every now and again there's a time skip which actually makes perfect sense and actually feels like a significant amount of time has passed. So,
Bentornato.
hit or miss.
Were you successful?
Yes. Madre?
Ezio! Where have you been? They wouldn't let us leave. And Mother, oh, she hasn't spoken a single word since we left the house.
And for some reason, why is there so much blood all over your outfit? That's so strange.
Of course you follow me. They all do.
Hang on. Wasn't ready. To interrupt the big, touching scene here from Geludo, who has decided to give me $5.68. It's very important that it's that exact amount, because that is the amount, that's a code word. What Geludo's telling me is he's trying to warn me about the fact that Tazara's onto me. And Tazara's going to come kill me soon. And I'm doomed, okay? But the good news is that exact number also tells me exactly how Tazara is going to come at me. So I have a plan in mind. It's okay. I just need a little money.
Nico and Petruccio. Hmm?
Thank you, Geludo.
Something's happened.
What do you mean? No, it's impossible.
Claudia.
No.
I did everything I could, Piccina.
Debatable.
Listen, right now what matters is getting us all someplace safe. But to do that, I need you to stay focused. Do you understand? Good. Will you watch over Mother for me? Then we are ready. Thank you again for everything.
Stay safe, Ezio. Stay vigilant. I suspect the road ahead is yet long.
I have hazardous. Even though Tazara didn't want me to eat. So yes, we must go see Mario.
Let's do it.
Now I could make a joke about, Mario, right? But I'm not going to, because Mario's actually a pretty awesome character.
There is nothing here for you.
So, Oh my god, the bards. I forgot about the bards. There's a way to deal with the bards, though. You just do that, and they immediately leave you alone. See, this is why the bards are not as bad as the beggars, because it's really easy to deal with the bards.
This mighty man, he keeps the poor from...
See? You can also throw money. That's a fun one. I suppose I should get that. Oh, there we go. You just nudge him. Like for a millisecond. Boop. Here, watch. And you see how he immediately drops his mandolin or whatever? As soon as they drop their mandolin, they leave you alone. So that's why it's really easy to deal with them. This button. Still getting used to the controls. Sorry. Don't mind me. I suppose that's true, Blow Felix. Again, though, Mario really is an awesome character in this game. He's not my favorite secondary character, but he's definitely up there. God, that's an interesting question. Favorite secondary characters in these 4 games? I like Machiavelli. I like Leonardo. I like Claudia. I like Mario. I know he's a villain, but I still like Rodrigo, as I said earlier. I've heard a lot of differing opinions on... oh god, I suddenly can't think of her name. The woman, the Duchess. Ah, yes, and of course there's both Sean and Rebecca. I've never actually been a big fan of Lucy, honestly.
I'll sing a different song, I promise.
Yeah, go deal with those, please. Biggest disappointment in 2018? Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm not even kidding. That should have been such an awesome game. And in my opinion, it was not. Apparently, Shadow Machine. I don't know. Yeah, Cesare shows up in Brotherhood.
How could this have happened to us?
I don't know.
I mean...
Will we ever be back?
I don't know.
Yes, is the answer to that question. Hi, Sigma. So, this is pretty much the end of Chapter 1.
I don't know.
Katarina, that's what I was thinking of.
Were they given a proper burial?
No.
Yes, they were.
Also, hi, Keynote. So yeah, that's basically the end of the tutorial / intro right there. Now it's time to kill a lot of people. Just all of them, really. Just so many deaths are happening. Biggest, best surprise of 2018? Either Celeste, Subnautica, or Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. All three of those were really good games, and I didn't expect any of them to be really good games. So here's our villa, our estate. How many of you like the build-up the town mechanics of several of the AC games? Yeah, I admit it, I do.
We should be close.
Grazie Dio.
Stay close.
I have Trafen. I'm only level 30 right now, though. Yeah, Brotherhood I liked until it never changed. That actually bothered me.
Ezio. How could you leave Firenze without saying a proper goodbye?
Ezio!
What do you want, Vieri?
So many things. A larger palazzo, 2 new steeds, a prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life. My condolences for the loss of your father and brothers. What will happen now that there's no one left to help you? I have such wonderful things in store for your mother and sister. I grow tired of this game. Finish him, and do not spare the women.
Yeah, I liked the ship upgrading in 4 much better.
Not sorcery, boy. Skill.
Show yourself.
As you wish. Here, use this.
Kill them! Kill them all!
Oh, good, an actual weapon. I can't wait to unequip it and go back to the hidden blade. Like that. Oh, absolutely, Pico. Although it was more at Cesare in particular, rather than just the Borgia in general. Come on, get up there. Go! There you go. Hey, what's up? I need to hurry this up, my food's almost here. There we go. Hey, Mario.
You have my thanks.
Keep the sword, Ezio.
I don't need it.
Don't you recognize me? It's a me, Mario.
Ugh. Oh my god. They really went there? Really? Wow. Well, I can't abide that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm out. I'm out. No, that's too much. That's too much.
Uncle Mario.
It's been too long, Nipote. Far too long. I heard what happened in Firenze. Terrible. Come, let's get you all away from here. So, tell me everything.
They executed Father for treason. Federico and Petruccio, too. And they came for me.
Do you know why?
I have no answers, Uncle. Only a list of names taken from a man who wished me dead. I still can't believe they are gone.
Don't worry. We will make sense of this.
I wish I shared your optimism.
Come on, keep pace. We're almost there. I think you will find much to like in Monteriggioni.
I thought Monteriggioni was an enemy of Firenze.
For now. Next year it will be its friend, the year after its enemy again, and on and on. I cannot keep track, so I have stopped trying. These are honest, hard-working people. Our shops may only carry simple goods, but they're well-made and dependable. There is a chapel here, too. The prete seems a nice enough fellow, but I've never been much of a believer.
Did you know the Villa Auditore is almost 200 years old? It was built by my great-grandfather, a strange man who carried all kinds of secrets. Keep your eyes open, and you might discover a few of them yourself.
With all the fighting that's been going on, this place has started to get a bit rough around the edges. I wish I could do something about it, but I just don't have the time or money to fix things up. Guess that's life, huh? Here we are. Casa Dolce Casa. So, what do you think?
It's most impressive, Uncle.
She's seen better days, I suppose. Believe me, I'd have her shining again if only I had the time. Now that you have had the tour, Nipote, you should go and outfit yourself. My men in the market are expecting you. Return here when you're finished, and we'll begin.
Begin? Begin what?
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, Uncle. I came here to escape Firenze. And I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father? He'd want you to finish his work.
What work? My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ma che me combini, Giovanni? Where to even begin? Go and fetch the gear in the market. It will give me time to think. But that's that. We'll talk more later.
Some spending money should you need it. And if you find yourself in need of rest, I've prepared a room for you on the top floor of the villa.
I mean, screw the robe. Do you think bankers have these kind of hidden blades? Don't answer that question. Thank you, Liberated Phoenix, if you're still there. If you're not still there, that sucks. If you are still there, what would you like to put that towards? And thank you again. Hope you enjoy Phoenix. You're Phoenix. Hope you enjoy Punisher. Because that's a game. I mean, and by a game, I mean a show. Jesus, I can't do anything right today, can I? Hi, I'm the Fail Runner. Nice to meet you guys. So, I mentioned how, do you like the build minigames or not? And I do like the one in this game in specific. And it's mostly because we get to see this place actually get improved. It doesn't have a lot of gameplay benefit, not really. So you don't get a lot of game out of it. But this place does look much nicer. Point in fact, they even changed the skybox when you improve this place. So it looks brighter and have, nicer colors and etc. As opposed to this sort of washed out thing we got going on here. I do still enjoy upgrading the... I can't think of the name of the ship. The ship in 4 more, but still, This is how shops work. You can buy armor. Armor gives you health. This is, again, a very video gamey kind of a thing. But I also don't mind. The Jackdaw, thank you. Because armor is quite literally health. And the better armor you have, the more health you have. Bam! 1-to-1. It's also why the super awesome armors are super awesome. Brutus's armor, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, let's never use the dagger again. Honestly, why would you use anything other than the hidden blade? What's actually funny to me, and I feel like I've already said this today, but the first Assassin's Creed game where I really felt like using weapons that weren't the hidden blade, or the gun, was Origins. Anyways, Tesla has asked if I have a money cheat. Well, earlier I didn't even have a health cheat. Like, it wasn't working. So at the moment, I don't have cheats. So, that's a thing.
Don't worry. We're only staying here for a little while.
I don't like it here. I want to go home.
I know.
Yeah, no kidding, Keynote. By the way, one other quick thing, while I'm thinking about it. You know another reason that I actually like building up this place? Because it makes a nicer home for my mother and sister. We have a built-in reason to care. If you, the player, cares about them, then you want them to have a nice place to live. And if, well, obviously Ezio has a built-in reason to care about doing so, because he wants his mother and sister to have a nice place to live. That's, yeah. You know? So then there's this thing. We're not going to be finishing this on camera.
Salute, uncle. I did as you asked.
And quickly too, ben fatto. Now, let's teach you how to fight.
No. As I said, we are leaving.
Ezio, you barely held your own against Vieri. You won't survive a week on the road. If you want to leave, so be it. But at least do so armed with the skills and knowledge necessary to defend yourself. If not for me, for your mother and sister.
Fine.
Ottimo. You can swing a sword, to be sure, but offense alone will not carry a battle. You must survive long enough to strike. I will teach you how to dodge.
I'm just going to disagree with that statement. I think offense in this game works pretty well. Anyways.
You said my father was more than just a banker.
No use dancing around it, I suppose. Your father was an assassin, Ezio.
I told you before. My father was a paper pusher.
No. He was born and bred to kill.
I find this difficult to believe.
Bene, I've taught you how to avoid your enemy's attacks. Now you'll learn how to turn them to your advantage.
All this talk of assassins and Templars, it reeks of fantasy.
Like something from an old parchment covered in arcane writing, perhaps?
How did you know?
You have your father's blade. I figured you had a codex page he was holding as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order. Origin, purpose, and...
I don't know what button that is. I don't know what button it wants me to hold. Oh, God, these icons. Okay. Maybe it's that button?
Our creed, if you will.
Okay, yep, there it is, there it is. That's the counter, right there. I found it. I found the button.
Perhaps.
Assassins, Templars, Codex pages. This is a lot to take in.
It's R2, by the way.
You need to open your mind, Ezio. Always remember, nothing is true, everything is permitted.
Don't be shy. Shall we... Hurry up. I have to meet the lady friend.
You're making fine progress, Ezio. Today I'm going to teach you how to position yourself in battle. Where you stand and how you move can make all the difference. Don't think I haven't seen you picking apart my library. I trust you believe me now?
Yes. My father was an assassin. But why the need for such secrecy?
Are you familiar with the Templars? One of several knightly orders formed during the Crusades. History teaches they were disbanded nearly 200 years ago in France. Only they weren't. Merely pushed underground, where they continued their nefarious work.
What work?
The Templars seek dominion over man, and we, the assassins, are sworn to stand against them.
Was Uberto one of them?
Yes.
And the other names on my father's list?
Templars as well.
That means Vieri.
Just like his father, Francesco. Likely the entire Pazzi family.
It would explain many things.
Well done, Nipote. You've really come into your own.
Thank you, Uncle, for all you have given me.
Your family. Such is my duty and my desire.
I'm glad you had me stay.
Good. You've reconsidered leaving.
We sail for Spain in 3 days.
But Nipote, I have given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
And if they find me, I will.
You want to leave Ezio? To throw away everything your father fought and died for? To deny your heritage? Fine. Come vuoi. Arrivederci e buona fortuna.
Uncle, wait! Why is he so upset?
How can he not be? Vieri's been harassing us ever since you first arrived. To be expected, I suppose, given his heritage.
Uncle! Where is everyone?
They ride for San Gimignano to slay that snake, Vieri.
I wish to join them.
You'll find what you need at the stables.
Yeah, by the way, Jeremy Irons is one of the only people that I know of who has actually played 2 separate Templars. He played Rickon in the film, and he played Rodrigo Borgia in... oh, God, what's the name of that show? That show! You know, that one. Crap, what's it called? I actually can't remember. Is it just the Borgias? I thought it was something else. Whatever. Sadly, to my knowledge, there's been no information about hiring Irons back to continue his role as Rickon in future Assassin's Creed games, but, you know, whatever. Screw the modern story, am I right?
I still can't get her to talk. She spends all day and night in front of those feathers Petruchio used to collect. She can't let them go. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry. She'll come back to us. I know it.
Oh yeah, sorry. I meant to say this here. So this is the feather side quest. We're not doing that. Shoo. I mentioned how some of the time skips work for me and some of them don't. That time skip we just did, or rather those like 5 time skips we just did, do not work for me. Like, at all. I'm sorry. Like I said, some of them are fine later on, but that's just like, alright, I'll train you, and then, oh, it's the next day. It's the next day. No, months have passed. That's not, She'll be fine, Sakage. Besides, nobody pays attention to the books. In all seriousness, I'm going to be kind of ignoring the books on purpose when it comes to discussing the lore. There's a specific reason for that. It's because the books were written without the future series in mind, so in many cases they literally contradict the games, because then the next game comes out, and it's like, yeah, so then this happened. And it's like, well, but the book said, okay. You know. So that's my thoughts on that. I just wanted to explain why it is that I have made a deliberate choice to avoid the books when doing this lore run. Let's see, where are we at? I need like a really long cutscene so I can eat my friggin' lunch. Hate eating. It takes so much time and effort that I could be spending streaming instead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one of like 3 times I'll be using a horse in all of 2. If you ignore the movie, it doesn't change anything. Harriant. But the movie is canon with the games. It's just, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't work that way, Saldir. So this is actually probably my favorite area in Assassin's Creed 2. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm always a sucker for big, open, green fields. Make of that what you will. I know it's boring, it's just, I love this terrain. And I remember there being some very fun missions inside that city up there, too. Not that I dislike any of the areas in AC2, it's worth noting. That's true, Sakage, that is true. So I'm not telling you guys to stop telling me. By all means, keep telling me what's in the books. I was just trying to explain why I'm not covering them. I mean, that is one of the things I like about the aesthetic of Oblivion as well. Except Oblivion looks better. Anyways. What was I doing? I was doing this. Hey, what's up? How are you?
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Hoping for a cutscene.
Responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
Stop this, amico. I've no quarrel with you.
All right, Ezio. Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. Al attacco!
Cat demonio, why did you do that? Ah, I suppose it's not that bad. But have I care in the future? short, so love the one you've got.
Jesus, why do they even need Ezio? My God. Like, honestly. Just like, yeah, we got this. Storm the castle. What's Ezio doing? I think he's having, like, a panic attack, maybe? I don't know. He's just kind of hanging out. Admiring the scenery. Someone earlier asked if I like just green in general, if I like feeling about riding around a bit. It's green in general. I love that aesthetic. I always have. Seriously, why am I even... Look at that poor woman! Oh no, they've killed someone! I've got to get away, but the door's closed, so I'm just gonna... I mean, we could put her out of her misery. Oh. Oh, there's Lore Mum. She is on the way to the emergency room. It's for her knee. Okay. I tried to eat as fast as humanly possible so that I wouldn't waste any more of your guys' time. Okay. Okay. She's still running. Oh my God. Okay. Ma'am. By the way, thrown knives is one of the greatest things in these games. I forget which one of these games it is, but one of them you can get like 15 or 20 of these things on you at once, and you could just go nuts. And multiple times, I have encountered like the big guys or people who are otherwise irritating to fight, and I'll just knife them down. Just... And yeah, throwing knives are super OP. Right, there's not even anything about that. They're just ridiculously OP. Hey guys. Where'd that woman go that was right here? Whatever.
Well done, Ezio. We're in. This way, men. I want you to distract those guards and keep them from raising the alarm. Hopefully it will buy me enough time to find and silence Vieri.
Translation. You've been paying attention to all those tutorials, right?
Two of my men with you, just to be safe.
Yeah, the heavily armored dudes can go to hell. Just, ugh, hate those guys. In any AC game, I hate the armored guys.
When you should follow.
Yeah, that's nice. Let's go ahead and do this, since I'm done eating. And this. And then this. Okay. Death to people.
What's Vieri up to now?
No one knows, but something has him on edge. How else to explain all the patrols?
We're meant to be soldiers. Instead, he's turned us into nursemaids.
How do I...
Shooting his mouth.
Give them something to think about.
Angering the wrong sorts of people.
Hello, Arl Maxion? What's up? Hey, how's it going? Listen, I need to have a chat with you and with your buddy over here. Excuse me. There we go. Shh, it's okay. It's okay. Shh, there we go. All the pain's gone now. All the pain's gone. There we go. This is another favorite strategy of mine. Send someone in to distract him. Guards work. And then just do this. Excuse me. Hey. Poor guys. I might as well rob them. That's right, there's no more tears. What? I just wanted to rob his corpse after I murdered him. What's the issue? God, people have no sense of morality these days. You know what? Alright, I gotta ask, how many of you habitually do what I am doing right now? I'm not even gonna explain it. You'll get it if you do it. Well, welcome to my Lorerun. Welcome to my return to streaming, no less. First of 2 Loreruns we're doing in the first quarter here. And first of, like, 5 Loreruns this year. As I like to say, to everyone who pops their head in, don't be a stranger. Thoughts, comments, questions, hatreds, etc. Blinding rage. Stabbing people. It's true, hazardous. You know what? I don't like your box.
Really? Do you think you could try this?
Ezio! Your uncle's under attack and needs help. Go to him.
Oh, well, okay, I guess. Hi! Why, Tesla? I mean, that guy was calling for it. He dared to... Okay, he didn't deserve that death. I'll give you that. Sorry, Tesla. That's my B. I guess I was a little Vegeta Loco there. I apologize. This is why I don't need cheats for AC2, by the way. Hey! That's not cool! He hit me! Did you see that? What the crap, man? I like how my mercs are just like, what should we do?
There you are.
Should we?
My plan is hit something of a snag.
Huh.
Vieri's men ambushed us, and now we've got our hands full.
Oh no.
My brothers and I will deal with these guards. I want you to go on ahead and root out that snake.
Yeah, sure thing.
The justice is served.
Oh my god.
All right, you know what to do.
Okay, you guys deal with that one dude. I trust you. I trust you to deal with that one guy, okay? I'm gonna go kill the other 50 guys, okay? Okay, see ya. There's a ladder right there. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure Mario won't go missing. I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke. I apologize. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Do I look like a toad, Father Marseille? Probably not, honestly, Tara. Too much of that information is available in other sources. That's a lot quicker and easier to disseminate onto stream. I'll debate it. I'm still debating some of the content of whether I want to show it off on camera or not. I haven't had as much prep time for this Lorerun as I normally like to do because, well, because YouTube has been destroying me. There's a reason I haven't streamed for like a month. But, really, just perfectly missed everything on the way down. Get rid of. That's not even my good side. Go away. Where are my mercs? Why are they not here? I mean, I beat that game, Blue Wolf Alex. Make of that what you will.
It's settled. Vieri, you will remain here to coordinate the mercenary. Francesco will organize our forces in the city and send word when it's time to strike. Jacopo, your job is to calm the citizens once the deed is done.
What of that ubriacone Mario? He continues to harass my forces, and I fear he'll discover what we intend.
He's always been trouble. Just like that bastardo brother of his.
Then let me reunite them, Father.
There will be plenty of time to clean up the refuge when we're finished. Now, is there anything else?
I think that guy's a bad guy.
Muy bien. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide you.
Comandante! Comandante!
What?
Mario Auditori has invaded the city. He comes for you.
Then let's not keep him waiting.
It's just a hunch, Tara. They still let me do it. I love this game sometimes. I really do. Oh, there we go. Now we gotta fight. What? Did you see that corpse? Jesus. Oh yeah, the jumpers. That's what those guys are called.
Long time.
I've been looking forward to this for a long... Oh, that hurts. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, not cool. Not cool. Okay, why is it not letting me do that? There we go. Gotta kill this guy really quick.
What are you and your allies planning? Is this what my father discovered? Is this why he was killed?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
Pezzo di merda! Vorrei solo che avessi sofferto di più! Hai avuto la fine che meritavi! Spero che
Enough, Ezio! Show some respect.
Respect? After all that's happened, do you think he would have shown either of us such kindness?
You are not Fieri. Do not become him. Che la morte ti dia le pace che cercavi. Requiesca in pace. Take this. Read it when you have the time. Our work here is finished. Let us return to the villa.
I don't think I needed to translate that. That's why I didn't bother. I think you guys got the gist of what he was saying. I can't move. I can't move! Help! Ah! Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Man, what a dump town. Jeez. Look at this place.
And here he is, our campione Ezio.
Oh, hey, Ezio! I see you wasted no time starting the celebration.
And why not? You've done us a great service, Nipote. With Vieri dead, La Toscana will grow quiet once more. Do you know what that means?
Basta lavorare. Si passa tutto il giorno a bere. E a puttane.
What? It's true. Come, Ezio, walk with me.
Yes, uncle.
Italian, I do believe, Blue Wolf.
The Pazzi answer to another. A Spaniard.
He is Rodrigo Borgia.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm sorry, actually, I do need to pause here, because I actually had something to say. One of the interesting things about the nature of this story is that it's well constructed. If you don't understand why that's interesting, then just listen to any of the 9,000 billion trillion people who complain about the more modern Assassin's Creed games and how they are not as well written. Including me, it's worth noting. Even I liked Origins. I still feel like the story was just kind of Anywho, my point being, this is another reason why I say Ezio was such a game changer for the Assassins and for the era. Because up until this point, the Assassins were very reactive. And they were... Oh, God, what's a good word to use here? I'm going to go with disorganized. The Assassins knew each other, they coordinated, and they paid attention to the Templars. But all the Assassins did was, okay, things have gotten out of hand, let's go kill that guy. Okay, things have gotten out of hand, let's go kill that guy. Ezio did something that they had never done before. He organized. He made the Assassin's Order, I shouldn't say never done before, it's the second time in history. He made the Assassin's Order a unified, cohesive force that planned, that did strategy, that did tactics, that thought long-term, that thought in terms of nations and global politics rather than just, well, okay, we're pretty sure that guy over there is a Templar, so we're going to deal with him. Ezio pushed them into doing things they'd never done before. You'll notice even Mario, who's cool, right? Like, I think you can all agree, Mario's cool. Even Mario is still very reactive about all of this. He is just doing what any old assassin would do at this point in time.
One of the most powerful men in all of Europe, and leader of the Templar Order.
Oh yeah, I should probably mention this really quick just to get across the, let's call it the hierarchy of the Templars. So we've got the Grandmaster, and then we got everyone else. In the modern era, a Grandmaster is basically a regional person. Someone who is in charge of a specific area. You know, you've got like the South American Grandmaster, and even as of, say, the Assassin's Creed 4 era, we have multiple Grandmasters. Like, there's the Grandmaster here of the colonial region, and then there's the Grandmaster of Spain, and so forth and so on. Now, all of that's a good way to put that, Sakage. All of that is it's understandable given the nature of how they work. But the problem is, the movie added like 3 additional ranks to the Templars out of nowhere. In the games, there's the Inner Sanctum, and then there's the Grandmasters, and then that's basically it. Well, there's also the Black Cross, sorry. So there's the Inner Sanctum, the Black Cross, and the Grandmasters. Then the movie decided to add 3 new ranks: the Guardian, the General of the Cross, and the High Council. Now, the General of the Cross is ostensibly the leader of the Templars. We have no idea who he or she or it is. Then you've got the Guardians, who are the people who are supposed to be reported to by the Inner Sanctum, and they then pass on those to the General of the Cross, who then passes it down to the High Council, who, again, whatever. Then you've got the High Council. I have no idea what the hell they do. They were invented just for the film. I just thought I'd mention all that. Because at this point in history, there's the Grandmaster, and they're at the top of the pile, and that's it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Someone asked me yesterday, I think it was, I was looking up some information about Lucrezia de Borgia, and one of the points of this game is that she has been, what's the most kindest way I could put this? She has been playing hide the Koopa with Cesare. Now, the funny thing is, in real life, there is zero evidence of that. I actually looked this up because I was curious. There are definitely allegations. There are quite a few allegations, but it is worth noting that the only groups who have ever leveled allegations at the Borgias in general are their political enemies. Which... right? I mean, it's easy to see why that's not necessarily what I would call conclusive evidence. So, anyways...
Which makes him responsible for the murder of my father and brothers.
Yes, and he will kill you too, given the chance.
Then I must stand against him if I wish to be free. But not until every other Templar has fallen to my blade. Father's list will guide me.
Where will you go next?
Firenze. Francesco de Pazzi will share the fate of his son.
A sensible next step. No doubt he intends evil for the city. All right, that's enough grim talk for one night. I'll be in my study if you need me.
It's also worth noting it could have been true.
My uncle gave me.
I mean, who knows? It could have been true. So I want to address out loud what Sakage said, because what Sakage said is a good way to put it. The assassins were squads before Ezio showed up. Ezio unified the assassin order into an army. Now, most of that actually happens in the next game, but he does begin the steps of that here, because by his very nature, he is more proactive than most of the assassins ever have been. Now, we could argue whether that's because he's got super blood and he's superhuman or whatever, but personally, I just like to think it's just his mentality. Remember, Ezio is spoiled, but overall has a good heart, and he's always struck me as someone who is very competent. And one of the big hallmarks of a competent person is they don't just think about today, they also think about tomorrow. And that is definitely Ezio. He is someone who is thinking about now and then. Just my opinion on the matter. Now again, I keep kind of talking up Ezio. It is worth noting that Altair also unified the Assassin Order, arguably for the first time, although what Bayek did could also qualify. But what Altair did was of a different nature, since Altair was effectively establishing, how do I phrase this? More of a philosophy than an organization. There's a reason that I keep referring to him as a teacher or an advisor or someone who has developed wisdom, whereas Ezio developed something more concrete, something that is actually tangible. Not, again, to say that what Altair did was not unsubstantial, because what Altair did was actually necessary. Without Altair, A, Ezio wouldn't have accomplished anything, but B, and more to the point, the Order probably wouldn't have survived at all. And yes, Ezio is definitely the kind of person who wants to be in the front lines. Yes, I was trying not to do the mentor thing. Okay, so how do I read this? Where's the letter? The truth! I don't know the truth, except the truth is that Adam and Eve are here. And Eve is nude. But she doesn't look like we do, because they didn't look like we do. Don't worry, I have lots of Isu lore to share with you guys. I'm just not sure when I'm going to do it. Or rather, I actually have a good idea when I'm doing it, but it's not here.
My love, I put these thoughts to paper in the hope that I might one day have the courage to share them with you. In time, you'll no doubt learn that I betrayed Giovanni, labeled him a traitor, and sentenced him to die. History will likely judge this to have been a matter of politics and greed. Know that it was not hate that forced my hand, but fear. When the Medici robbed us of all we owned, I found myself afraid. For you, for our son, for the future. What hope in this world for a man without proper means? They offered me money, land, and title in exchange for my collaboration. And so this is how I came to betray my closest friend. However unspeakable the act, it seemed necessary at the time. And even now, looking back, I see no other way.
Alright, so we gotta go kill his wife and son. What?
Messer Francesco, I have done as requested and spoken with your son. I agree with your assessment, though only in part. Yes, Vieri is brash and prone to act without forethought. And he has a habit of treating the mercenari like playthings. I have received reports of at least 3 men being disfigured as a result. But I do not think him, as you put it, beyond repair. Rather, I believe the solution to be a simple matter. He seeks your approval, your attention. These outbursts of his are a result of insecurities born out of a sense of inadequacy. He speaks of you often and fondly, and expresses a desire to be closer to you. So, if he is loud and foul and angry, I believe it is simply because he wants to be noticed. He wants to be loved. Act as you see fit on the information I've given you here. But I must ask that we end this correspondence. Were he to discover the nature of our conversations, I fear what might become of me. Yours in confidence, Fra Giocondo.
Here we go. I'm not sure when they started calling them Isu, honestly, but they usually call them the first civilization. That's the most common term. Sometimes they call them those who came before. Abstergo likes to use that one. Sometimes they refer to them as the precursors. Don't worry, there is a bunch of lore there, which I will be sharing with you guys. I shouldn't say a bunch. There is some lore there. Damn, I can't kill Mario. Let me kill Mario. There we go.
Look familiar?
On the codex pages.
Yes. Your father managed to find and translate a few before he...
Here.
This is not your father's work. Someone else has translated it.
Leonardo da Vinci, a friend.
Do you see the way the words cross from one page to the next?
There is something underneath it all. Some kind of map. Where is it supposed to lead?
Your father and I managed to make out bits of a prophecy scrawled across these pages. It was written by an assassin like us, who long ago held a piece of Eden. His name was Altair. He spoke of something powerful and ancient hidden beneath the land.
What is it?
What indeed? Solving that little mystery is exactly why we collected these pages.
Then let me help. Each time I take on my father's work. All of it. I start with the page I took from Vieri. Leonardo will decode it for us.
Ben, return here when time permits, and we'll add it to the wall.
Can someone do me a favor and look up who voices Mario? No, the other Mario. So, Micro asks, what exactly are the precursors, or the Isu? They might be from another planet. That's never actually addressed. They were, however, before us. They actually invented humanity. Well, obviously they're the same person, no. I mean, there actually is a reason for that. It's just a stupid reason. So, you know, make of that what you will. That's true. They didn't copyright humanity. That was their flaw. Well, they invented humanity and Neanderthals. It is Fred Tedeschiuri. I thought so. Sorry. I was just... It's like, God, that voice is so familiar. It's Zeratul, for those of you who don't recognize the name. They invented humanity and Neanderthals out of apes, is basically the idea. They took beasts and turned them into us, and also them. Now what you're thinking, well, hang on, if they invented Neanderthals too, where are the Neanderthals? Oh, they're super dead. We'll talk about it, don't worry, don't worry. Who made the Isu? Oh, that'd be me. I'm going to go and drop one more bit about the Isu while we're talking around here. How long ago, for those of you who know the answer to this, please don't. But for those of you who don't know the answer to this, how long ago do you think it was that the Isu were, whoops, I'm going the wrong way, dominant on the planet? Because obviously it was before, you know, like the 5000 BC era, right? I mean, because we have history around there, right? $10,000 years ago? That's a good guess. Lord knows I like to bang on about that point all the time. No, consequently. Million years? Ah, that's getting crazy there. You know what's funny is the whole 10,000 years thing really isn't a meme for me. It really does bug the crap out of me. 3,000 years? That's what I was thinking. Like, that would make a degree of sense. That they were around basically during the prehistoric... I shouldn't say prehistoric, that's the wrong word, but, you know, the early civilization era of humanity. And it's worth noting, I'm going to go ahead and drop a little piece on you here. One of the things we do know is that the surviving Isu, of which there was like 100 or so on the entire planet, specifically went around and cultivated humanity, society, civilization, etc. So, based on that, you would kind of assume they were doing that right about when the ancient kingdoms were really getting started, right? You know, the old Assyrians, the Egyptians, etc., right? 75,000 years ago is when that happened. In fact, I actually have an exact number if you give me a moment to pull up my notes. Because I wrote it down. Yeah, so the War of Unification, for example. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm actually wrong. It's 77,000 years ago. I apologize. Because the War of Unification, for example, was the year 75,383 BC. The catastrophe happened in the year 75,000 BC. Sure. There are multiple flaws with that I'm just not going to get into right now. Toba, that's what they call it, the Toba. I have it written down, I just... My notes are currently covered by the chat. What's funny is the Toba catastrophe is what wiped out the Neanderthals, too. And the Isu, most of the Isu. Oh yeah, Juno's been around for the last 75 millennia. Just hanging out, you know, chilling. You know. Trust me, there are many inconsistencies with the Isu. This is why I say I don't like the Isu in concept, but I hate the Isu in execution. Because it's obvious people were more or less deliberately not comparing notes on that one. Anyway, someone asked if I could cheat in money. I don't have cheats right now. I'll see if I have cheats after I finish the stream today. See you around, Gord. Well, no, if you remember, Juno can see the future perfectly. And by see, I actually don't mean that. She can predict the future. She can't actually see the future. That's a key distinction because it's actually stupider than being able to see through time. Like, legitimately stupid. But whatever, we'll cover that in a minute. Back to the story.
Salute, Claudia.
Our uncle is un mostro. This is outrageous.
What's happened?
He's making me work. If Father was here, I'd never be stuck behind a desk like this.
Claudia.
And what are the terms of this supposed enslavement?
Since someone decided we're going to stay here, Zio Mario suggested we try and find the money to repair the villa. Problem is, there isn't any.
I bet I can bring in some money.
Oh, great. More work for me. Well, benissimo. If you start paying for improvements to the town, I'll keep track of them in this book. And since I have nothing better to do, I'll also make note of any objects you bring in from the outside. If you actually get this place up and running, travelers might visit and spend money. Although I doubt anyone will want to come this far out of the city. But if they do, I'll keep the money we make in this chest. You're going to have to show up to take it to the bank yourself. Because when it gets full, I'm just going to take the extra cash for myself. Capito?
Deal.
Translation. This is the house renovation thing. Also, that's actually not true, Tesla. All three of them can only predict the future with stupid accuracy. Even down to conversations, which is just...
Buongiorno. Is there something wrong?
Messer Mario hired me to deal with this mess, but I'm an architetto, not a miracle worker. Without money, I can't fix any of these buildings.
And if someone brought you money?
Then we'd be in business. You must be Serezio. Am I right?
Uncle, I like this architetto.
He gets very observant when he can smell money.
If you want to fix up this town, I'm going to need it. I have a price list here for new shops and renovations. Just bring me gold, make a choice, and I'll begin at once. If I build you a shop, you, as the landlord, can purchase goods there at lower rates. If you invest more money in the shop, you get an even greater discount. As for renovations, well, you'll be bringing the town and villa back to life. As Sir Mario tells me, that was very important to your great-great-grandfather. Plus, when you buy shops and renovations, you'll be increasing the number of people who visit, causing your income to increase. So, let's take a look, shall we?
So, the one and only downside of this renovation thing, in my opinion, is the fact that it really has no purpose. Like, the only benefit from this is that you get a slightly bit cheaper discount on some things, and that, you know, gameplay benefit, I should say, and that you get more money. The more money put into it, the more money you get out of it, but there's nothing else to put the money into it other than putting it back into it. Now, there is a store and lorry benefit, you know, restoring the home and taking care of the family and blah, blah, blah. But there's not a lot of gameplay benefit to doing this. So, you know.
Buon viaggio!
So someone in chat asked, are they Magitek users or are they magic users? If I'm being honest, it is neither. There is, I guess that's true, Tesla, but I barely call that a thing. There's a concept in science fiction called Super Medago Advanced people. Now, the Super Medago Advanced are so ludicrously technologically advanced that they're deliberately invoking the tech is magic concept, trying to make it so that they have absolute mastery and total capacity to control everything around them. If it's not obvious by my tone, I hate this trope because I think it's kind of dismissive and it tends to take away from actually bothering to, you know, design any aspect of the setting. So, super mega mondo no really insano people are the people, yes, the sense of knowledge, Tesla. They have a third coil. I get it. They still can't see the future. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm dismissive because I really don't like what they did with the Isu. Anyways, point being, they just have ridiculously advanced technology. Just to give you right off the top of my head, some of the things that the Isu could do. They could design 2 servitor species. They could design technology that could absorb the power of the sun and redirect that into more useful purposes. And I don't mean the power of the sun like a couple of solar panels. I mean, that was one of their intended solutions to the catastrophe. They were actually just going to take all that energy that was going to burn the entire planet to death and use it, because they could do that. There was just a couple issues in the way. They can time travel. They also have the ability to predict the future with unerring accuracy. Gosh, what else? They also have the ability to alter math. And by doing so, change reality. That one's the one that bothers me the most, if I'm being honest. There's one more. One more. Although this is just ridiculous. Did you know that humanity has the ability to alter reality too? I'm serious. We'll cover it. So that's my point. That's why I'm so dismissive of the Isu, because they are just ridiculously advanced to a point that is actually insane. Like a pack of 12 ninjas over there, he has no idea how insane it is, the level of technology that the Isu have. And yet they were losing a war against their own creations, humanity, and all died because of the solar flare thing. Thank you, a pack of 12 ninjas. I will definitely do a rumination on Sil Hitler. I mean, Hit Vanus. Now, Disco Inferno asks, why do you like this series? See, here's the thing. Oh my god. First, there's Kevin there. He's just causing me all kinds of issues. Thank you very, very much, Kevin. What would you like to put that towards? Let me go and explain why I like this series. There are 3 story arcs in this series. Story arc is probably the wrong way to put that. There's 3 story threads in this series. There's the old story, the modern story, and the Isu story. I like 2 of those. Now, the Isu story weaves in between the other 2, but if you were to completely eject the Isu story, it wouldn't really do much to the other 2 story arcs. Not really. It would take away from certain scenes. It would remove some of the connecting points of the story, but with a little bit of work, you could completely eject the Isu story and it wouldn't really affect the other 2 stories. You get my point, right? I could just sort of mentally eject those and I'm good. Because the old story, the story of Ezio, is awesome. The story of Altair is about half awesome. You know, the story of Bayek is awesome. The story of the Kenway family is awesome. And then in the modern era, well, that was interesting up until a certain point. But, you know, the alternate history, the conspiracy theory, the mind control through televisions, the fact that people are pushing against it, all that stuff, again, interesting. At the very least, I can't call it awesome, but at least it's interesting. Then there's the Isu stuff. And the Isu stuff really serves 3 functions, funnily enough, in the whole story. Function number 1, it provides the overarching threat. The Isu are there to let us know about the upcoming event in 2012, you know, because that's when the world was going to end, right? The Mayans, they all predicted that. So that was the first point. They provide context and relevance for the big threat. The second point, they provide the artifacts. They provide the super high sci-fi, the magical equipment, you know, and there's artifacts in all the AC games, so whatever. And the third impact is they serve to be the connecting point between the old story and the new story, which is probably, in my opinion, the only function they have that really mattered. Because if it wasn't for them, the old story and the new story wouldn't have a lot of reason to exist. Now, we could invent a reason. Assassin's Creed 4 invented a reason for the old and the new stories to coexist with each other while ejecting the Isu. Yes, I know they had the thing with Aita and Juno, but the point is, if Aita and Juno didn't exist, there would still be a reason to try and use the Animus to rewrite history, to produce new content, and to get new money in order to fund their service. In other words, there's plenty of other reasons in Lorerun out for the connection point to exist. I'm sorry, what do you mean, Harriet? I don't understand your question. No, you're right, Sakage. You're absolutely right. It's actually something that I don't like personally about Halo, is the Forerunners. And the other ones. I forget the other group. You know, the other mega super group. Are we here? We're here. Awesome, Kevin. Well, you haven't told me where you want me to put your sub-torts. I'm afraid we're going to have to all stab you with sticks until you do.
Ezio, my boy. I think it's time I showed you something.
Conflicting answers to that one, Blue Wolf Alex. We're in hell, Shadow. Everything ended 7 years ago. It's all over. I would do that in a heartbeat, Kevin. If I could just, like, take a knife and do this and spill all the fat out and not die from it, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Probably hurt like hell, but, you know, I got hydrocodone. It's cool.
This is the sanctuary. It was built by my great-grandfather to honor the memory of the Assassin Order and protect its secrets. Look around. These are the assassins who guarded the freedom of humanity when it was most threatened. And this is the armor of Altair. Little is known about Altair's life, but his armor is light and very strong. I'd give it to you, but I don't know how to retrieve it. My great-grandfather told me it would remain locked away until all its protectors were made whole. I heard rumors of crypts located throughout Italia, hidden tombs filled with treasure, where these six were moved centuries ago. Maybe they have something to do with it. In my younger days, I sought the six myself, with no success. Perhaps you will have better luck.
Basically, yes,
In
Cashel.
order to achieve perfect synchronization with Ezio, you have to get that armor.
Okay. It is pretty armor. So let's see who we got here. Wei Yu, Darius. I don't know that one. Qualangal. Amunet. Iltani. And Leonite. Oh my god, Leonite. Oh, Jesus. Leonius. There we go. Leonius. Ah, thank you, boss baby. I remember looking it up when this came out. I just couldn't remember him right now. So, Shadow Link, I'm going to continuously insist on not answering your question because I'm evil. But I do want you to know that I would totally, totally answer you if not for my evil nature. I apologize for that. So anyways, what do I think of the artifacts that remain? What do you mean, Hari? I still don't quite, like, I don't understand. Yeah, we should. Now, I do want to mention one other thing about the artifacts. So the original idea was that the Isu had specifically crafted each of the artifacts that currently exist in this setting, and that they had done them with artificial limitations on exactly what they could do to make sure that, you know, they didn't go out of hand. In fact, there is a significant amount of evidence that most of the Capitoline Triad had specifically decided to say, look, we're not allowing these artifacts to get into the hands of humans. Not as a screw you, but more of a, you know, we want to make sure that these people earn their rights, and we don't want to destabilize their culture and their people, blah, blah, blah. Whereas the Proto-Templars, who of course weren't called that yet, were specifically trying to take hold of the artifacts and use them in order to, you know, lead to a better humanity and a better future, because that's what the Templar ideal is, as Hatham so accurately put. Look, I'm just saying, Kevin, if I could rip all this fat out... You asked what you could put it towards. Anything on the website in the left-hand column. So now it's 1978, by the way. You keeping track? It's been a few years. Oh, so you're saying, like, the artifacts still exist and have all their superpowered stuff? Gosh, I don't know. Because the artifacts are, you know... Whoops, wrong button. You know, they're artifacts. They do have magic powers. They can do super stuff. They can be like... Bruah. And occasionally they'll go... Bruah, bruah. Each of them has their own shtick, and each one kind of doesn't really stray from that particular shtick. Most of them have at least some data storage capacity, to some extent or another. The staff could, you know, maintain someone's life. The shroud could heal someone, and also take over the mind of the person who's being healed, but that's kind of a bonus thing, really. What else? There's the fake shrouds, which can't really heal someone nearly as well.
Might have to deal with this one.
Then you've got, what else? The staff. The other staff, not the staff I was just talking about, but there's a separate staff. We'll see that staff in this game.
I would eat. So, not my problem.
Oh yes, the skulls, crystal skulls, of which there are multiple. Those are part of the thing... Okay, so that's a separate, unrelated topic. I don't want to get too much into that. All I'm going to say right now is they invented a device that could accurately scan any given location as long as it had something to home in on, and basically get perfect intel on that location. It's one of the most insanely powerful tools in the Isu arsenal. It is, however, powered by these skulls, and you do require someone's blood. That's what it homes in on. Homes in on their blood. If it's on the website, I have not played it yet, Kevin. However, since you're probably not actually looking, I'll just go ahead and tell you, no, we have not gone through Vampire yet. Sure, Myron? I mean, you can always talk to me on my Discord. I check it every day. Yeah, the crystal skulls are just, you know, whatever. What can you do about it? No. Sure. Guess I'll loot this while I'm here. That's not... Okay. Yeah, the observatory is definitely an artifact. It's just a little larger than most of the rest of them. Arguably, the skulls are also an artifact, although it's more like they're part of the observatory, so it's kind of debatable at that point. I can never remember how to go up from here. I want this one. You don't understand. It's screaming at me. You got it, Kevin. Let me finish stabbing myself here. Yeah, so this is a good time to mention something. So Eve and Adam were two of the older hybrids. Not the original hybrids, it's funnily enough to mention, but just some of the hybrids. Now, you're thinking, what's a hybrid? Well, a hybrid is obvious. A hybrid is half Isu, half human, okay? Here's the funny part. Isu have a genetic disposition to not have children, which means that Isu in general don't have children for a really long time. I mean, like in the centuries range. Now, Isu live in the millennia range, but they don't have children for the century range, okay? How often do you think humans are fertile? Can anyone give me the correct answer to that question? DM. And that is towards Vampire. Yeah, humans are fertile all the freaking time. There's several ways to answer that, but it really boils down to often. Now this is the funny part, okay? So this is funny because it's actually horrible when you think about it. Because the humanity were slaves. Isu is the correct pronunciation. I'm not making that one up. The humanity were slaves, right? But when I say slaves, they were mind-controlled slaves. See, the humans were specifically crafted in order to have basically a genetic predisposition towards accepting a certain type of programming, okay? So that programming makes it so that they have to follow those instruction or orders once they are given. This is why humans are so susceptible to things like the apple, for example. So they weren't just slaves as in the I'm going to whip you if you don't do this. They were slaves in the you will do anything I demand of you. So how do you think the hybrids came to be? The reason I find this funny is because the humans were deliberately designed to be extremely fertile. They were designed to be very fertile, very durable. And they were designed to be able to survive in virtually any circumstance, because they were the working class, whereas the Neanderthals were the military class. So, yeah, anyways, that's how hybrids came to be. Now, this is doubly funny. And by funny, I of course mean horrible. Because it's not just the fact that they were mind slaves, it's the fact that the Isu weren't thinking about having children. Because that's just not a thing that they do. The Isu are almost incredibly infertile, as I just mentioned. So to them it was just natural to start engaging in the enjoyable side of things, of their slaves, without thought to consequence. I mean, what possible wrong could come of that, right? That's how the hybrids came to be. Now, the hybrids are unique for two very important reasons. Number one, they obviously contain Isu DNA, which means they have access to Isu tech. Isu tech is designed to only be usable under certain circumstances, and someone who has Isu DNA is someone who has greater access, to put it simply. Reason number two, that genetic predisposition towards programming doesn't actually apply to a hybrid. Hybrids are either completely or partially or to varying gradients immune to the mind control and programming of the Isu. So the hybrids became more and more of a problem, and all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of people who are slaves who can't be mind controlled. So if you ever wondered how the rebellion started, there you go. Basically, yes, hazardous.
Ezio, you are still alive.
Look at this place. The past 2 years have been kind to you.
But you are not the same at all, are you?
Correct, Cashel.
I was hoping you might be able to help me with something.
Anything for you, my friend. Ha-ha! You found another one.
Ah, see, Tesla asks the relevant question. Now, I don't actually know if this is true or not. This is the realm of speculation. But one of the problems when it comes to humanity is modern humanity is mostly not old humanity. All humans have some... Actually, Miles, that is to say, John Delancey Miles, actually has a line about this, I believe, in Assassin's Creed 3. All humans of the modern era have Isu DNA in them, to some extent or another. It's just most people have, like, in the 0 point number % of DNA. Therefore, there are plenty of people who have more DNA in them and thus can actually use, the Isu tech. And just like one of the big points about Desmond and his direct family line... Oh my god, Kevin. One of the big points about Desmond and his line is that they have tons of Isu DNA, like 5 to 6%. Or no, that's the wrong number. It's actually closer to 2. Sorry, the sages are the 5 to 6%. But it's tons and tons of DNA, which is why they have so much control over it, and why they are so immune to its effects. Now, all of that's actually fact. None of that's speculation. My speculation is that interbreeding and that problem is one of the reasons why humanity and the modern era has been biologically resisting the mind control effects of what the Abstergo has been doing to them over time. That's pure theory. I don't know if they were directly going that way with it or not, because as I've mentioned, that story arc has basically been thrown out the window.
How exciting! This one is tricky to break. Clever in its use of ancient languages. Maybe if I just... Oh, it seems to be a manual of sorts for different assassination techniques.
May I see it?
Wait, what's that? It's not so much a design this time, just a series of sketches. What to make of all this? Of course, and why not? What an inspired idea.
Can you make it for me while I try what's in that manual fragment?
Take it. I'll have my assistant set up some dummies for you to practice with. Hey, Vincenzo!
Speaking of theory, there's been a theory for a while that most of the brilliant men throughout history have had a lot of Isu DNA in them. I'm obviously not counting the sages, who have had their own impact on society. And also didn't exist when they were writing this story. So Sildir asks the obvious question. Why is it, if the first civilization were so damned advanced, how did they not see this coming? Good question. My personal favorite assassination technique right there. I can't remember which game it was. I want to say it was Brotherhood. But there's at least one game where I sat around and I spent an inordinate amount of time stuffing literally dozens upon dozens of, come on, there we go, of bodies into a single barrel of hay. Just because I was curious how many dozens of bodies I can get into one barrel of hay. Because when you actually do that, in gameplay terms, the body is despawned when it goes into the barrel of hay. But I want you to picture, like, there's this hay, and it's like 90% corpses, and there's just a little smattering of leaves on the outside. Alright, this is the jump up one, isn't it? This is my other favorite assassination technique. I don't like that idea either, Vizette. I'll be honest with you. It's basically everything wrong with the Chosen One story archetype. Which is something that can be written well, but that's why I say it's everything wrong with that archetype.
I've done it. Come quickly. Look. Take it. Try it.
Thank you, Leonardo.
Non c'è di che.
There's someone I need to see while I'm here. I cannot approach him publicly. Would you know a way?
La Volpe.
The fox. Shh. Capisco. But do you know where a fox might roam?
Perhaps near the Mercato, where the thieves dwell. Sta attento, amico.
Love you, Leonardo. My bro. So, Disco, I'm not ignoring your question. I've been trying to think of examples of modern conspiracy theories, and I've only come up with like 3. Assassin's Creed, Deus Ex, and X-Files. I'm actually struggling to come up with other examples off the top of my head. So I suppose of that list, I would say X-Files did it worse. Worst. And I'd say AC did it best, honestly. I really like what they did with the modern conspiracy thing in AC, you know, in the games we're covering for this lore run. Oh, now I can finally deflect with the Hidden Blade. I was wondering why that wasn't working earlier. I thought it was just my timing. Also, I have 2 double blades! Woo! Okay. This button. X-Files is the worst. Like I just said. Am I killing this guy or talking to him?
What? My pouch.
Oh,
my money.
Your money. I don't have your money.
That's, not
Get
true.
back here. I really have no interest in hurting you. So give me back my money and we'll call it even.
Not so fast.
What do you want? Who are you?
They call me many things. Murderer, tagliagole, thief. But you may call me La Volpe. At your service, Messer Ezio.
How do you know my name?
It is my business to know everything in this city. Isn't that why you're here?
Indeed. I need to find someone. To know where he'll be before even he does.
Who?
Francesco de Pazzi.
There's word on the street of a caravan just arrived from Roma. A secret meeting at sunset tonight. You can learn something of Francesco's whereabouts there.
Do you know where it is to be held?
Ma certo. Let me know when you are ready, and we'll go.
Volpe's okay.
Here is your money.
Thanks. That's a good one. National Treasure was actually a surprisingly fun modern conspiracy theory thing. Although I never saw the second one. So I'm sorry, Max Time, I don't actually understand your question. Like, I feel like I'm misunderstanding. How much is it know-how on the original story? Like, what do you mean?
Follow me. But we must move fast. Think you can keep up?
Nessun problema.
Oh, absolutely, Nerdman. That one's terrifying. I mean, if you remember, the Isu themselves flat out decided not to use time travel to fix the devastation of the planet. Why? Because, according to them, it was just too dangerous to do so. It's probably one of the only things that makes a lot of sense that the Isu did. It's like, or at least I should say the Triad, the Carolentine Triad, or I'm saying that wrong, aren't I? Hang on, what are they called again? The Capitoline. The Capitoline Triad. We're like, we're not time traveling, screw that!
What are you doing back there? I said to keep up with me.
Oh, you mean the one that was basically the Prince of Persia sequel. I'm gonna shut up.
My God, has his mind snapped?
Here we are. Francesco Di Pazzi is meeting his people inside that church.
How do I join them?
There are catacombs that run under the city. They will lead you to a place where you can eavesdrop on the meeting. Grip that stone handle. Turn it, then slide it down.
Thank you for all your help, Volpe.
Buona fortuna.
Notice he doesn't even charge us. Yeah, that was close. I thought I was going to fail that. I screwed up 2 major times, and yeah. The timing on those is not super forgiving. So, Sildeer asks, was there infighting? Oh, absolutely. When I mentioned earlier that the Neanderthals were the military caste, there wasn't one Isu faction. There were many Isu factions, but the Isu didn't fight each other. That's what the Neanderthals were for. Disposable military. You get it? Like, I'm not saying they were the worst precursor situation ever, because Dragon Age exists, but they're up there. Either way, to finally answer Max Time's question, I don't know much about the original storyline, other than it was basically just parkour assassination missions in multiple different cities across history. That was basically the tint of the original story. I'm not even sure if there was a connecting thread, to be completely honest with you. Well, what's funny, Sildeer, is the Capitolines weren't really a faction. It was just 3 people. Well, okay, that's not fair. It was 2 people who were sisters, and then a third person who got together specifically to try to stop this whole thing. They didn't have the backing of any major organization or power. It was just 3 people trying to stop the problem. 3 scientists, specifically. I say 3, it's actually 4, technically, but Aita was only there because Juno basically insisted. He had nothing to really add to the project. The ones who were actually making things happen were Juno, Minerva, ow, and Jupiter. Oh, it doesn't work at all. Let's just be honest with ourselves, Ildir. There are simply too many issues with the Isu in general. Why is it not letting me? I don't think I even have the back jump at this point off the wall. Delicious opium. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the stuff. Oh yeah. Probably disco. I don't remember any instance of that, but that's not definitive. I just don't remember. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and admit something. Even though these sections aren't the most well-designed, amazing things ever, I still like these. I like the jumping puzzle dungeons. They're in this game, and the next one, and the next one. And then they kind of stopped being a thing. So, you know. What would I do to repair the problem? Oof. See, the problem is, the Isu are such a... The Isu would require a major restructure. You know, it's not like I could just say, okay, they're blue, and then all of a sudden everything's fixed. We would have to change the timeline, first and foremost. I already said this. Shove them forward about 70 or so thousand years, and make them much less advanced. You could keep them advanced. There's nothing wrong with them having super tech. The problem is they don't have super tech. They have super mega ridiculo tech. That's the problem. So pull their tech down a tier, get rid of their basically magic, move them forward, and actually flesh them out a little bit more, because the problem is there's so many things about the Isu that is mostly conjecture, even now, despite the fact that they're one of the 3 major plot threads of the entire franchise. Oh yeah, I should mention something. I mentioned time travel earlier. Yeah, get rid of the accurate predictions thing. That's just ridiculous. That's actually the hardest thing to buy of everything they do. Even altering math and changing reality with humanity doesn't bother me as much as 100% accurate predictions thousands of years in the future. I can't put into words how that is. But anyways. In the more modern stuff, most notably Odyssey, they're bringing back the time travel. They hinted at this in Origins, if you remember. They hinted at it in Origins, and they're bringing it back in Odyssey. In both games, they are trying to basically bring back the time travel plot. Yes, altering math. That's what we do at the end of Assassin's Creed 3. We alter math.
How long do we have to stand here, Saverio?
It's so cold. What do you want, Hilario? Messer Pazzi is paying us good money to watch the entrance, and the dead won't try to murder us. I can't wait to go home to Elena and tell her how much gold we made tonight.
And yes, Shadow Link, that is an accurate description. Altering math. They never say what exactly, which, I mean, doesn't surprise me. How do you... Okay, pi is now 3.17. That's just pi right now. What? What's the funny part is we don't even know if it was a permanent or temporary alteration to math. I don't have an answer for you on that one, guys. Sorry. Everything in the world, just something goes... because circles are suddenly not circles anymore. Or at least what we have built is no longer a circle. It's this weird ovoid. Hey, what's up? So we're not sure, Itri. Or Itri? I never know how to pronounce that. Uncertain is the answer, though. Because... Oh, jeez! That's why. That's why right there. God, you startled me, Easel. Thank you, Easel Games. Thank you very, very much. Whoops, I screwed that up. Let's try that again. There we go. Remember these things? When they were only in, like, the occasional thing anywhere. So the time travel stuff, right? We know that the Isu had access to time travel, and we know that they didn't use it. We also know the Templars had access to it, and they didn't use it. But what we know is that they're trying to bring it back, and based on very, very, very vague evidence, and this is mostly going off of the original story idea that they, abandoned, as well as the way they're portraying it in Odyssey and Origins, it sounds like it's just time travel, either direction. Why do they want to bring back time travel? I have a theory on that, but it is only a theory. A lore theory, thanks for watching. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to get sued for something so stupid. No, the theory... Whoa, no, up. Good evening, Vigilant. The theory is, I think... How do I phrase this? Type 2. Sorry, Type 2 time travel. I think that they have no idea what they're doing with the story. Now, to be clear, I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, after Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, that happened. God darn, it's freaking stupid. After Assassin's Creed Brotherhood happened, they retconned everything, right? I already mentioned this earlier today. They changed the thing about Lucy, they changed the thing about the Isu, and just a lot of story arc threads were just kind of like, and they basically abandoned the original story idea. Now, they didn't really know what to go with that, so they basically had Desmond, spoiler, die. And Desmond was suddenly written out of the story, which was never intended. The story was intended to have him be the hero all the way through, right? Then, they wrote Assassin's Creed 4. Now, this is where things get interesting to me from an analytical perspective, because Assassin's Creed 4 effectively started a new story arc, the Juno story arc, something that had been built up in 3. Okay, I'm with it. The problem is they've got this. Hang on. There we go. That's where I was trying to go last time. So they've got this new story arc, and they haven't done anything with it. So that's all fact, right? This is thus my theory, that because of all those facts, they literally do not know what they're doing or why. They don't know.
Keep watch while I go look. This was supposed to be an easy job.
Well, they,
You shouldn't have come here. If I hear anything, I'm running to the other guard post. So help me God.
Anyways, point being that they don't know what they want to do story-wise, and so they're just like, we could bring back the time travel, and I think that's what's going on. My opinion.
Right here with you, fratello.
You want me to attack this guy? There we go. Now,
I'll be back with the other guards.
I hate these little sections right here. I just want to say that real quick. These guys are somehow like marathon runners of perfection. And it's basically impossible to catch them in most of these circumstances unless you glitch, cheat, or are very good. So this is just irritating.
Leave me alone!
You didn't mention Juno's father. I can't remember his name. Saturn? I want to say? You'll notice, by the way, he literally stops running when I stop being caught up to him.
I'm out base again.
That is technically true.
Have to find the way out before it kills me.
For God's sakes. See what I mean about these being irritating?
Run faster.
No. Now this is the tutorial for these kind of things. Later ones are much worse. And failable.
Yes, I think I got away.
I'm being...
All that for nothing. Oh, it won't let me use my throwing knives. Whatever. You gonna let me, like... Okay, fine. Hi!
Not you! She's there, on him!
Is it Brotherhood or Rev that gets the combo kill thing? Where, like, you kill someone and then each of your next successive hits is a kill. Because I remember using the hell out of that in whatever game that was. It was in Brotherhood, okay. You know, I keep remembering Brotherhood. I played the hell out of Brotherhood, if it's not obvious. I didn't 100% it, but only barely. Okay. I mean, I kind of agree with you, Sildir. There's plenty of interesting storytelling stuff with just the two differing ideologies. You could eject the artifacts, eject the Isu entirely, and there you go. Someone also suggested just making it straight up magic instead of, you know, science fiction, which honestly, they're like 2 steps in the door on that one anyways, right?
Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maneat semper.
Grazie, Padre. Bernardo?
It's all here. Swords, staves, axes, armor, bows. Our men will want for nothing.
I take this gift to mean the Pope consents.
He gave his blessing to the operation. As long as nobody's killed.
We're all set for the Duomo in the morning, Signore. The bait's been laid, but it wasn't easy. His fool brother keeps changing his plans.
See, we'll need to be on hand to make sure Giuliano even gets out of bed for church tomorrow.
What is it, Jacopo? Do you think they suspect something?
Impossible! The Medici are too arrogant or too stupid to even notice. Likely a bit of both.
Do not underestimate our enemies, Francesco. Or have you already forgotten how your son was murdered?
We'll suffer no such surprises this time, Maestro. You have my word.
Molto bene. I should be off. I've some other business to attend to before I return to Rome. Gentlemen, tomorrow, a new sun rises over Firenze. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Oh, hang on. Wow. Sorry, one moment. I'm sorry, period. Are you doing okay right now? Question mark. Still having trouble moving? Question mark. Lore Mom. Not to get controversial, but one of the urgent care places she went to doesn't have an x-ray machine. The other one refused her insurance.
Look at that statue. It's identical to one in the Villa Auditore. I think you've stumbled onto one of the assassin's tombs Ezio's uncle mentioned.
Yeah. Now, let me go ahead and admit one other thing that Assassin's Creed 2 does that is
Now that we know the way
definitively...
in, I'll tag the landmarks containing tombs in the database.
That is definitively better than later ACs, in my opinion, of course. And that would be the fact that every now and again, Sean and Rebecca talk to you. Now, this works partially because I like Sean and Rebecca, but in both cases, you know, you get little snippets from them. Basically talking to Desmond, aka the player, as you're playing through as Ezio. I just think it adds to the overall experience of the game. They just kind of stopped doing that in future stuff, mostly because they had, you know, Twit-Face McGee instead of anyone likable. And no, that's not weird, Nerdeman. I mean, come on. Lucerisia was... yeah. I have not talked about Amunet yet, no. That's true, Disco Inferno. That's a very valid point. I mean, if we add the time travel Tesla... My mom's in a walker right now because something's wrong with her knee, and she can't even see a doctor until Monday. I mean, I know that I'm, you know, a personal victim of the United States healthcare, like 3 or 4 times over at this point, but it still irritates me every time it happens.
I know where Francesco will be and when, but...
What is it?
I overheard something. They have weapons, enough for a battalion. Even the Pope has given support.
Typical of Sixtus, but... What the hell are they planning?
I couldn't understand the specifics, but it involves the Medici, and it begins tomorrow morning at the Duomo.
The Medici will all be there for Sunday service. Along with the rest of Firenze. They're going to do it right in the middle of High Mass.
But it's also a chance for me to blend with the crowd, get close, and stop this madness.
If they succeed, if we lose Lorenzo and Firenze falls to the Pazzi...
It will not come to that. I promise.
I hope you are right.
Well, this tome, we know how he found Key Knight, because it's part of the story. The other ones, I have no idea, honestly. I suppose if I were to guess, I would say he spent considerable amounts of time looking for them. I mean, remember, this one game I'm playing occurs over the course of years. We've already been through 2 or 3 years at this point in time we're already at. And we're going to go through a lot more of that in the future. The only weird thing about the year gap thing for me, personally, is that there's like one specific point in time at which all of the sudden... Oh.
Listen, amigo. I am the law.
Oh.
Nothing cause it. You may be the big man wherever you... I don't
course,
care
of
what
course.
shithole you came from. You left the dung behind.
But, what was I saying? There's like one time shift later. Don't worry, it'll be really obvious, and I'll discuss it when we get there. Which is suddenly like, and now it actually feels like it's been a significant chunk of time, and Ezio's appearance actually changes. But it's like a sudden change. And he's normal all the way up until that point in time. It's just kind of strange. Anyways.
Well, aren't you a funny
Yeah, he's it's just a beard literally just pops up on his face like boing. It'd be funny if it happened on camera. Boing.
How to hurt himself.
I hope she will okay too, Macro. We're not sure what the problem is. That's why she wants an X-ray. Hang on. Is that? Yeah. Alright, let's do the tomb really quick. While we're here. Hey, let me get some opium going down here. We just have a recurring trend of playing drug addicts on these games, on this show, don't we? I swear that's not on purpose. How much for the X-ray? So, a lot. 4 digits. Earlier, someone asked, you know, I was saying how I would be cool with just stabbing myself and getting all the fat out. And someone said, isn't that just lipo? Stabbing myself doesn't cost $12,000. That's not an exaggerated number, by the way. Yes, it does, Maz. It feels very strange playing this game now. The climbing and combat are both very different from the more modern ACs that I've played recently. Yeah, no joke. I've actually considered, liposuction as a solution because basically I'm actually in pretty decent shape, except I have a bunch of mound of fat right here in my belly and a little bit right here. Otherwise, I'm actually in pretty good shape. I do exercise daily, and I do, I don't eat much, and I take as much care of myself as I can. Doesn't matter. I can't seem to get rid of this, and, well, that's just kind of the nature of biology at a certain point. So, going ahead and just getting the surgery was like, yeah, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Then I looked at the $12,000 price tag, and that dream died. That's actually one of the reasons why a lot of insurance companies specifically use as a selling point, we cover cosmetic surgery, as long as it has some health impact. And, funnily enough, lipo does count as a health-impacting cosmetic surgery. I agree, Vizette. See, the problem is, what Vizette says is something that's always bothered me.
Stay away from the artwork on the walls. And when your men paint the dome, take care not to disturb any of the sacred relics in the lanterna on top. They are the most important artifacts in our church.
Yes, Padre. Just make sure to pay us the full sum for our work.
Yeah, the man gut, that's exactly what it is to Adam. It's a problem for men in general. It runs in my family. I sit for a living, and I destroyed my metabolism over the course of several years. Oh, and I also have a very bad immune system. I basically have everything going against me when it comes to losing that gut. I mean, my arm is quite literally as wide as my head is at the bicep. But I still have a gut. It drives me frickin' batty. Anyways, I'm sorry. Getting back to the point. So, Vizette brings up an interesting point with regards to the nature of this place, or the nature of the Assassins and the Templars. See, the problem is, in the past storyline, the Assassins versus the Templar thing is a lot more, for lack of a better way to put it, even. Like, neither side is really that dominant. This is true in most of the past storylines, even in the more modern games. Like, when it comes to, for example, Assassin's Creed 3, we find out that both the Assassins and the Templars have a significant presence in the colonial areas, right? This is also something that is true in Rogue and 4. Whoa! Sure. I like this song too, by the way. But basically, from about colonial America onward, the Templars just gained power and never stopped. Like, at every history point from basically about the 1800s onward is Templars gain more power, Templars gain more power, Templars gain more power. Until it gets to the point where they have such a ludicrous amount of control over everything by the modern era that it's just... that it's silly that the Assassins even exist anymore. What's also funny is if you're paying attention several times, several of the stories seem to imply that the Assassins are basically a dying breed by the modern era, by 2012, and there's only a handful of Assassins left. Really, game? I just made this jump twice. Anyways, yes, I believe this is Amunet's tome. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about anything at this point in time, because Jesus. Yeah, basically, Tesla, the Assassins lost the eternal struggle. The Templars won, and we were playing the losers in their final hour. One of the things that I feel worked about the 3 story threads... Okay, there we go. When it came to, the original games, the original quadrology that we're playing through, was that the whole story point was we weren't trying to beat the Templars. We were trying to save the planet from the event that... the catastrophe, right? And I point that out because that interested me. That was interesting. I liked that. Now, once the world was saved at the end of Assassin's Creed 3, spoiler alert, it was kind of the end of it. It's like, okay, now what? I'm gonna go ahead and pop an opium here because I love my opium. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm having some issues here. I apologize, guys. As I said, I've never played these games on a controller before. It's probably showing. Let's start being a little more cautious. Whoa! I say that. Over, I think? Sure. Now, I was waiting for that to happen. You know one of the things I do like?
Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Yes, Ezio. One of the things I do like about the dungeon design of these parkour dungeons is they have stuff like that, built-in shortcuts that enable you to basically have the equivalent of a mid-mission checkpoint, which otherwise wouldn't make sense for basically what is one giant room you're navigating through, right? It's good design, basically. That's all I want to say about that. It's good design, and I think that was a good inclusion to these kind of things. Not all of them have it, and not all of them have it intelligently, but it's still good stuff when it's there. Well, sure. No. 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 God, Ezio, come on, man. So let's go ahead and go to a question. All right. You are in charge of the Assassin's Creed series, right? Congratulations. Now, you have to decide something. I want you to pretend for a moment that nothing exists past Assassin's Creed 3. So, Desmond's dead. Spoilers. And the world has been saved. The big threat has been stopped. Whether or not Juno is involved, I'll leave that up to you. But the idea is, where do you go next? Because, as weird as this is going to sound, there we go, the story was in a weird place after Assassin's Creed 3. It's no wonder they wanted to basically, start something new, and honestly, as much as I make fun of the modern story, it's understandable why they have had so many issues with continuing it. Because where do you go next? Like, what do you do next? After that, the Templars, as we just discussed, have won. They are in charge of the world, in more ways than one. The big threat to the world has been stopped. I mean, we could write the Isu out of the story at that point if we really wanted to. Shortcut number 2. So Pico would basically continue the AC4 thread. Moving forward with the Juno plot. And probably not getting her killed in a comic. Now, Vizette there has an idea, Templar perspective on things, which is an interesting idea. Across? Prequel for the founding, yes, the Russian Civil War, when Abstergo was founded. The Company, as they called it. I feel like I've said this before, but I don't think I would end the modern stuff. I would just put it into its own thing. I mean, yeah, Saldir. A soft reboot. I mean, there'd be plenty of ways to continue this franchise and basically just focus on historical stuff. There are many, many historical things we could still do with this franchise. And whatever you think of the modern stuff, they at the very least do a lot of their research with regards to, historical accuracy. They also then take significant leeways with it, but, you can't say they didn't do their research. It's just whether or not they chose to pay attention to it or not. As an aside, I just want to make a regular reminder that the, what's it called? Discovery Tour mode is amazing. Just point it out. Well, it's not like they don't have the ability to do that, Nerdman. As Juno herself indicates. There we go. There we go. Come on, Ezio. Work with me here, man. Odyssey, to my knowledge, Odyssey does not yet have a Discovery Tour mode. I admittedly stopped following it because I hated Odyssey. Exaggeration, of course. I disliked Odyssey exceptionally. But, where do you want me to go, game? Where do you want me to go? Checkpoint reached. Honestly, there are plenty of Templars who are not evil. That's actually one of the more interesting aspects of the Templar people, is that the interesting Templars, you know, are not evil. Oh, Jesus, I think I'm stuck. You kind of play a Templar and Rogue. That's a debatable statement, but, you know. Why did the game let me grab onto this if there's nowhere I can go? Just whatever. One of the things that I do like about the story of Unity is that it makes it clear, you know, that the Templars and the Assassins have their own shades of gray. There are obviously evil Templars. I mean, the Borgias is, of course, the example that we're going to be encountering in this series. But there's also Warren Vidic, who is an evil bastard. I was so... spoiler, we kill Warren Vidic. I was so satisfied watching him die. I was just... Oh, he's dead. Oh, I feel like my world is at peace now that Warren Vidic died horribly. Begging for his life. Anyways, the problem with Rogue, I'm just going to go into that really quick here, is... It's okay, Itri. I know the feeling. The problem with Rogue is that it wanted to have an assassin who turned Templar and showed the other side of things. Instead, it had an assassin who was a moron, and also other assassins who are also morons. And so he is still an assassin, he's just working for the Templars. Oh, come on, game. Like, Rogue had a good premise. Like, legit. It just failed, in my opinion. I still enjoyed Rogue, it's just the main premise was the biggest flaw of the game, in my opinion. And it's easily the weakest of that particular trilogy. I did one entire island worth of side quests, Nerdman. And then after that I decided to stop doing them because they were boring and stupid. I'm sorry. In my opinion, they were boring and stupid. It's... I'm trying really hard not to be antagonistic, because I don't want to be. You know, if anybody else has their own opinion of that game, that's totally cool. I just despised everything about that game. The gameplay and the story. I hated it so much. God damn it. Calm, calm. Hi. So... Anywho... Yeah, Shay, that was his name. Shay was just a weak link of that story. And I would probably still do Assassin's Creed 4 too, because, I mean, it's a good game. It did several things new, and it started several new plot threads. It just didn't follow through on them. I mean, at this point in time, I would actually say that Assassin's Creed 4 is still the most modern Assassin's Creed we've had as far as pushing the story forward. Okay, let's try to not miss this time. Jesus. No, I'm really not. Look, all I'm going to say is, I have seen people tell me legitimately and honestly that they really enjoy Mass Effect 3. And you know what I say every time I hear that? That's awesome. The world deserves more joy in it. You know? So, I will get honest about my opinion. I will not hold back about my opinion. But that does not make my opinion right, and it does not make your opinion wrong. I really did try with Odyssey. I tried so hard with that damn game. Anyways. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that... Well, okay. Technically, there is a third faction. The religious cult. I can't even think of their name because they're so irrelevant. It's the Juno cult, the Ida cult, right? Is that where I'm going? Can I make that jump? I can make that jump. Okay. Whatever. Because the Ida cult, I can't... Someone help me out. I can't think of their name. They're so irrelevant. But they are technically the closest thing to a third faction we have. What's funny is the Assassins want to do everything they can to stop them, because obviously the Assassins don't want Juno to come back. What I find funny about that is the Templars don't care that they exist. Whoops. Instruments of the First Will. That's them. Thank you, Nerdman. Yeah, the Instruments of the First Will are someone that the Templars consider low priority. So they don't really bother with them. Which, given what they're all about, is funny. So the Instruments of the First Will, for those of you not aware, is a cult of Juno, which is specifically trying to bring about the return of Juno so that she could rule all of humanity. As the only Isu. As it should be. Because humans were made to be slaves. It is their purpose in life. And that's basically her mindset in a nutshell. Although it's probably worth noting, a lot of that probably comes from what happened with her dad. Oh, this is the weirdest camera angle. Oh, that's the weird camera angle. There we go. Okay, we made it. No, so the Instruments of the First Will cult started in 4. See, okay. God, these camera angles. I've mentioned multiple times that they just kind of started a new story thread in 4. I do think that was a good move, but as I already mentioned, it was clearly not planned. And one of the most obvious ways that is that all of a sudden, multiple people start referring to things as if they had always been referring to them. You know what I mean? As in, this was always a major thing. We've always been interested in the Sages. We've always been interested in Juno, and this has always been a thread that we've been pursuing. And just it's stuff that had never been even mentioned before. Oh, that would be terrible, Shadow. Funnily enough, Disco Inferno, I've seen that exact same question many, many times. My personal... as far forward as I would ever go is the Great War. I think that's as far as that could ever be pushed. Ubisoft themselves have said multiple times that they don't even want to go that far. Now, what we really need is the Sengoku Jidai period. Which I know that's redundant. It still needs to happen, damn it. Hey, we're back. I just feel like doing this.
You die, or
That's true. 4 also added the fact that you no longer need to be going through your own genetic line, that you can go through anybody's genetic line. Which... it's a thing. It'll be fine, Pico. It's not like he's Cassandra. And yeah, I know, Nerdman.
There's Lorenzo, his wife.
First I kill his wife. Then I kill his son. Then I kill his dog. Then I kill his milkman. Then I
Giuliano, Lorenzo's brother. Where is Francesco? There he is. Time to strike.
Crepa! Traditore! Giuliano! No! No! In nome di Dio! Vi scongiuro, pietà!
Nessuna pietà! Dai, maledetto! Muori! Muori! Muori!
He's screaming, die, 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 in case you're wondering. He's a nice guy.
Your day is done, Lorenzo! Your entire family dies by my sword!
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm killed!
Oh my gosh, are you okay? I think this man just passed out. Oh my gosh! Guards! Guards!
I need help!
By the way, the guy that he stabbed to death, screaming die, 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 the guy who he was stabbing said, please, in the name of God, show mercy.
You saved my life.
You're welcome.
It's nothing. But the man who did this to you has to pay.
Ah! Not now. I need help first. To my home. People I trust there. Can you... Ah!
On me.
Fine, fine, let's go.
I'm losing a lot of blood.
You're fine, dude. Shut up.
Hang on, signore. I'm moving as fast as I can.
Hey, what's up?
These...
Hey, wait, no, come back, come back, come back! Whatever.
Francesco de Pazzi! I'll kill him. I'll wipe his entire family from the city. They'll be erased!
Quietatevi, signore. Conserve your energy, or I'll be delivering a corpse. We're almost there now.
I know, right, Tesla? What? Let's go? Hello? Do I need to literally carry you?
Stay close.
I mean, honestly, the fact that Cassandra's alive in all the AC games is just kind of a, okay, sure. Then again, I also hated that particular plot twist, if you could call it that. Do you mind?
I want no part of this.
You saw me kill a civilian, like, oh my god! What kind of a man has saved me? An honorable man. As you can tell. Can you climb in your condition, sir? I'm sorry, I just want to see. Here, really quick. Nope, he's not following. Okay, okay, okay. I would really like to go down, game. There we go. There we go. There's just something satisfying, you know, just, hey. It's so peaceful, it's so quiet. They just fall over. Oh my god, that's it. Cassandra is why so many people have Isu blood in the modern era. It makes so much sense. I mean, honestly, she couldn't keep her hands to herself back in her era. Why would she in the modern era?
I had hoped combat could be avoided. So be it. I'm not for
Do you mind not hitting my patron with a hammer? Jesus, dude, rude. Ugh.
I see him! There!
These people, my goodness. Come on, dude.
Let's go. Lorenzo's been wounded! Aprite la porta!
What's the password?
Polizia, open the maledetta porta.
By the thrice greatest, come in, quickly! The city is at war! Hurry!
Wait. I am in your debt. Tell me, why did you help me?
You are not the only one who lost a brother to the Pazzi. My name is Ezio Auditore.
Ah. You're Giovanni's son. Your father was a good man. He understood honor, loyalty.
The Pazzi thugs are storming the Palazzo della Signoria. We cannot hold them off much longer.
No. If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in power.
Then my survival would mean nothing. I have to...
Get some opium.
Francesco de Pazzi. Help save our city, Auditore. Kill him.
I mean, if you insist. I was gonna go have, like, a falafel.
Signori, I saw Francesco lead a battalion around the back of the Palazzo della Signoria. I fear he may be seeking another way in.
Go, before it's too late. Do what you can!
Well, Cam Clark is awesome. Seriously, I actually do like Cam Clark as an actor. I might be one of the only people I know who legitimately likes him as a voice actor. Most people I know associate him more with not being a good voice actor. Doesn't even look like me. So yeah, Sengoku Jidai. Who would be whom, I wonder? You know what I like the idea of Shadowlink? That the Assassins and the Templars basically had not successfully reached out to them. So in other words, there are no Assassins, there are no Templars, but that there are people of similar ideologies. Because one of the things, and I remember this, Hatham says this. I forget who he says this to. Hey, do you got anything for me? Nope. I forget who he says this to, but he basically says, do you know why the Templars always get back up? It's because we are an ideology. We don't require a creed or anything. All we require is an acknowledgement of the truth. In other words, that it is the ideology that keeps the Templars going, and conversely, what keeps the Assassins going. I like that idea. So in other words, we would have like groups that are similarly aligned to the Assassins and groups similarly aligned to the Templars in Japan. Now, Hideyoshi, definitely Templar.
You again! Why aren't you dead? Men! Slaughter him!
I think you're right, James Carmichael. By the way, hi, James Carmichael. But yeah, now Hideyoshi, everything about him historically leads me towards the Templar mentality there. Whether he's good or evil, he's definitely a Templar. The Templars are best described by the idea that humans should be... oh, God. That's actually hard to explain in a single sentence. Do you know what the concept of the Velvet Prison is? I'm out of medicine. Yeah, could you, Thanks.
I've done what I could, but perhaps you should avoid the deeds that brought you here.
Ah, I'll be fine. Anywho. Me too, Keen-eyed. The Templars are the Tau, except, you know, less 40k. As we all know, everything in 40k is just very 40k. Hey, what's up? You gonna let me block? No, of course not. There we go. Yeah, the Kunari, that's definitely a parallel. Anyways, point being, yeah, the Templars are... We want to take care of humanity for its own good. That means disallowing them the right to control their own lives and forcing them to do things the way we think they should be done. Because that is the way things are better. That's Templar. Yep, they sure will.
What do you think you're proving? You're a loyal servant to that dog, Lorenzo? Death shall be your reward.
These guys are really accommodating. This is great. Well, that's like 30 people dead.
Guards! Guards!
No one's coming. It's just us now.
Maledetto che il diavolo ti porti! Stammi lontano!
Oh, for God's sakes, really? Did you... I got stuff to do, okay? Now, there have been Templars who are evil, who are interested only in their own self-aggrandizement. In fact, the villain of this game is, like, the example of that type of Templar. But he's not, like... He is one of the types of Templar. In other words, basically that there are evil Templars and there are good Templars, just like there are, you know, most other things. Although even the good Templars are still not the best, if you know what I mean. Oh, come on! What are you doing, game? I gotta target that guy. I didn't hit L2. Frickin' game. Come on, let's go. As usual, the people we're chasing are somehow Olympic sprinters. Yeah, they're people, exactly what's that. Hatham is evil. Let's just make that very clear. He is a very interesting character, who is definitely not in it for himself. He is a true believer. But he is evil. Let's all acknowledge that. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Lost him for a second. Oh my God, game. Oh, come on! There we go. Jesus.
Now Firenze will judge you for what you've done.
It's over. It's all over.
Meglio essere felici in questa vita.
Better to be content in this life
Nella prossima.
than aspire to it in the next.
Riescate in pace.
Libertà! 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 Popolo e libertà!
Libertà!
Francesco?
I have to admit, as someone who has always loved history, since I was like a kid, playing through these games was kind of a treat. Obviously, a lot of what they do is not historically accurate, but it's accurate enough. You could tell they did put some time and homework into it. And it was nice to kind of see it in action, so to speak, you know? At least in some cases. So, 2 years later... Yeah, no kidding, hazardous. Two years later, Nerdman just shows up out of nowhere. It's weird. And he's like, hi. And then he stabs me. Ugh. I deserve that death. Apparently it's the same year? I thought it was 46 last time. Or 86, excuse me. Or 76. God damn it. Something 6. Okay, I'll take your word on it. I'll take your word on it. Well, thank you very, very much, Nerdman. As ever, much appreciated. Would you like to put that towards anything?
When I was 6 years old, I fell into the Arno. I soon found myself drifting down and into darkness. Certain my life was at an end. Instead, I woke to the sound of my mother weeping. At her side stood a stranger, soaking and smiling at me. My mother explained that he had saved me. And so began a long and prosperous relationship between two families. Yours and mine. I am sorry I could not save your father and brothers.
You have nothing to apologize for. I believe Jacopo de Pazzi played a part in their deaths. They attack on you as well. I need to find him.
That coward fled before we could arrest him.
Have you any leads?
No. They've hidden themselves well.
They?
Jacopo was not the only conspirator to escape.
If they work with Jacopo, they were surely involved in the plot against my family as well. Give me their names.
Antonio Maffei, Archbishop Francesco Salviati, Stefano da Bagnone, and Bernardo Baroncelli.
Bene. I will go and see my uncle. He has men stationed in the countryside.
Wait. Before you go.
A codex page.
I took it from the files of Francesco de Pazzi, seeing as he clearly no longer needs it. I've always had an interest in things of antiquity, as did your father.
It is meaningful to me as well.
Then consider it a gift. Che il Signore ci protegga.
God save us all. Yeah.
Jacopo de Pazzi, the money. This guy was the head of the Pazzi family, and he ran their banking business. An associate of Lorenzo de' Medici, he had nothing against him personally. So he hired 4 Templar hitmen to take care of the situation for him. Bernardo di Bandino Baroncelli. Brought up to hate the Medici family for the exile of his cousins, Baroncelli ran the numbers in the Pazzi Bank by day, and murdered for the Templars at night. It was Baroncelli who delivered the first blow. Stefano de Bagnone. Known for his cruelty, Bagnone was trained in Rome as a Templar butcher. It was Bagnone who stabbed Lorenzo de' Medici in the back. Antonio Maffei. Witness to the sacking of Volterra by Florentine mercenaries, Maffei blamed Lorenzo. He joined the Templars to seek revenge. It was Maffei who slashed Lorenzo's neck. Archbishop Francesco Salviati. Convinced he would be the next Archbishop of Florence, Salviati was enraged when Lorenzo stood in his way. But the Templars were there to heal his wounds. It was Salviati who marched their troops into the city.
I mentioned that earlier, Tesla. Because, yeah. Okay. I agree, Cashel. Like, obviously...
Mark the Palazzo Medici on your map. In order to achieve 100% sync with Ezio's life, you should go exploring.
Sure thing, Rebecca. Thanks. Let's see here. What's that? That's that, obviously. And what is that? Ah, that's a Templar lair. And that should be, yep, an assassin contract. Let's go do this. I'm going to show off a couple of little side things, then we're going to chop off for the day, mostly because I'm exhausted. But, anyways. No, I'm sure there are other people who did Nerdman. I can't think of their names. I know some of my own viewers liked Assassin's Creed Odyssey. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm actually in the minority for despising it as much as I do. So, you know, you're fine, dude. There's plenty of people who think like that. Black Flag is overall my favorite Assassin's Creed, although 2 other Assassin's Creed games have been better in different ways. Oh yeah, my armor's broken. That's great. That's great. I mean, who actually pays attention to reviewers, honestly, Boss Baby? But yeah, Revelations 4, 2, and Origins all did various things very right, in my opinion. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the hell did Origins do very right? Not that. What I loved most about Origins was the combat. I know, it doesn't have anywhere near the same satisfaction from actual assassinations. The missions were kind of lackluster. The story was just all over the place. But the one way that Origins really sold for me was specifically the combat. It was legitimately fun to just go and fight things in that game, for me. Nice, Myron. Congrats. Thank you, James Carmichael. Look, that armor exists. I'm going to try to get a money cheat going as soon as I go off camera, by the way. It'll be nice to just have a few quadrillion Florences on me. I'm not going to be able to go up here, am I? Nope. But yeah, I loved the combat in Origins. Really, really loved the combat in Origins. Brotherhood, or not Brotherhood, sorry, Revelations. I mean, Revelations did a lot right, in my opinion. It had a huge toolkit. It had a wonderfully crafted city, which was actually legitimately fun. And by the way, my favorite city would probably be Constantinople from Revelations. Although it's worth noting I haven't played Unity, so I can't speak to France. But anyways, but I loved the city. I loved the utility. I loved the story of Revelations. Now, that being said, there is one big thing that Revelations did wrong. Arguably 2 things. The first big thing that Revelations did wrong was that the modern story just started tripping over itself as of Revelations. Like, in a really bad way. We'll talk about that when we get there, because we're going to play that on camera. Really, game? Really? Second of all, the tower defense missions just... What were they thinking with that? Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that. Okay. Well, we're going to be playing it on camera whenever we get there. But yeah, the tower defense missions were just... Let's just call it what it is. They were bad. They were cheap. They were just kind of like, hey, so... Here's this minigame. We're not going to put a lot of time and effort into it. It's just kind of here. Have fun! And that's basically the tower defense missions. In a nutshell. My pants are not that tight, ma'am. Thank you very much. Oh, there it is. It's right there.
Bizarre. What's with him?
2, I shouldn't have to explain what 2 did right. 2 did the story of Ezio Auditore and Rodrigo de Borgia. We basically see most of the full story arc from both people. Oh yeah, I didn't mention the other thing that Revelations did well. Revelations, in my opinion, satisfactorily concluded Altair's story, and actually really fleshed out Altair more as a character, and satisfactorily closed out Ezio's story arc, too. My opinion. Unfortunately, Desmond's story would then bumble forward into 3. Look, I enjoy 3, but Desmond's story should have ended in Revelations, if they were going to end it, you know? Now, Black Flag did several things right as well. The things it did wrong is harder to explain, because... So, like, for example, Sildy earlier said, Kenway's awful. I mean... Well, first of all, I don't agree. But second of all, the biggest problem with Assassin's Creed 4, in my opinion, was the fact that the main plot was almost unnecessary to AC4. You know, the whole Observatory Sage thing?
Signor Lorenzo!
Meh, basically.
Lorenzo's currently indisposed. Hey, you're the one who killed Francesco de Pazzi. Get him.
With pleasure.
Oh, okay.
There! On him!
Ahem. Now, the characters of AC4, awesome. A lot of good characterization there. I forget the quote. If we'd had money, we would have been heroes. A lot of good characters in 4. Although it is ridiculous that nobody realized she was a woman. I'm just saying. I'm calling them out right now. That was dumb. Yeah, that's true. The wanted system was kind of weird in Rev 2. I'll give you that. I also have to say that 4 was probably, well, at the time, was the least Assassin's Creed of the Assassin's Creed games we'd had up to that point in time. I mean, obviously that has since been surpassed, but AC4 basically isn't an Assassin's Creed game, other than its extremely vague connections to the plot via the Sages and Sean and Rebecca, and that's basically it. Instead, it's just, here's, like, the main overall story thrust of the game is, you know, Kenway's own story arc, you know, his pushing forward as a character, but also the end of the Age of Piracy, and how that was both a good and a bad thing, depending on, you know, which side of the flag you were on. I could see that, Silder. I really could. If I had been forced to play as Magatha in World of Warcraft, that would bug me. Even if it was well written, that would still bug me, so I totally get you on that. I think part of the reason I like Edward so much is because of the nature of how well written his arc was, not because I like him as a person, you know? Yeah, I'm actually curious how bad it'll be for me, Nerdman, because this will only be my 3rd time playing Revelations when we get to there. What?
I cannot see. There! On him!
I see him!
Did I finish Odyssey? No. And hopefully I never will.
That face will be much prettier, mounted on a pike.
Anyways. Yeah, the ending of Black Flag was... Oh, wow. My favorite character scene, real quick, in 4. Basically the dream sequence. I just need to keep going. Just a little bit further. And everyone's screaming for him to stop. And he's just, I've got to... You don't understand. I'm almost there. And he's practically sobbing as he's saying it, you know? I thought that was a good character moment. It's over here. Of course I have, Tesla. I just don't care. I try hard enough to avoid controversy as is on my show. I don't really feel the need to seek it out. I knew it, Hazardous. Yeah, that dream sequence ring. So, in other words, my point, Sal, is I completely get where you're coming from on that. I really do. Now, Ezio, he's a good boy. I like playing as him. I mean, Ezio and Edward are just, yes. We'll be playing it when it comes out, James Carmichael. Other than that, I got nothing.
I know I heard a noise down there. It's time to earn your florins. I want half of you to search the courtyard, the other half come with me to check the chapel.
Si, Capitano.
Then we check the secret passageways.
What about Lorenzo?
By now, Lorenzo is already dead.
I knew it. But yes, the Kenway arc. You know, I call this the Ezio trilogy. The Kenway trilogy is good stuff. Even though Rogue doesn't directly tie into the family, it's still part of that same trilogy. I know, right, Tesla? Yeah, Resident Evil 2 comes out in a week. Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out in a week. God. And I'm going to be playing this. Speaking of which, because I feel like plugging shamelessly, because I am evil. I'm secretly EA, guys. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I am doing a thing on both my Discord and my Twitter. And in both cases, I'm releasing what I call a Cordance remix of a Kingdom Hearts song every day for the next 20 days. Leading up to my premiere run of Kingdom Hearts 3. So, anybody who cares about that. I'm trying to do my best I can with them, but then I gotta do that with every Cordance mix I make. It's just, you know, there's only so much I can do. That's the whole nature of Accordance. Exactly, Disco. You understand now. Hey, what's up? What? Sure, that worked out. Hi, Huthor. Did you see that corpse that fell down and it was like... At least I'm not Konami. That's sad when that's the point we're at. I mean, anything's possible, Nerdman. I don't think so. I mean, I know you probably didn't actually watch that premiere run. I don't anticipate you do, but it was one of those situations where I just kept trying and trying and trying over and over and over and over to let the game be good to me, to be something I would enjoy. And at every single step and in every single way, it drove me batty. I tried to get into the combat. I tried to get into the the parkour. I tried to get into the characters. I tried to get into the plot. I couldn't do it. I tried. God damn it, I tried. Oh, hi, what's up? Oh. Okay, so 2 sentences about what I didn't like about Odyssey. God, how do I summarize? What sticks out at me most, I'd say, are 3 things. First and foremost, 4 things. I changed my mind. 4 things, okay? First and foremost, I really, really did not like what they did with the modern plot, to the point of actually disliking it. Now, that's not exactly the first AC game to have that problem in it, but just, wow. Second problem. While the combat was similar to Origins, it felt like it didn't have the variety in combat style, and instead leaned more heavily on the leveling side of things with talents in order to vary up the combat. That meant that leveling was now a necessity in order to actually get the most out of combat. Which, okay, I could at least tolerate that, if not for the fact that the leveling curve and the difficulty curve were both, in my opinion, not good. The game was pretty much specifically designed with the idea that you are 90%ing the game as you're going through it. A very large amount of level gating, a very large amount of ability gating, and a very large amount of progression gating, like at almost every step. In addition to that, the characters... No, I'm going to take that back. The dialogue, in my opinion, felt very flat. It felt like dialogue that was written to make you go from point A to point B, but it at very few points, there were exceptions, of course, but for the most part, a lot of the characters just felt like they were reading lines, and that there was nothing to them. You know what I mean? Yeah, the protagonists were effectively boring, which is a shame, because the voice actress was legitimately good, the woman who played Cassandra, but the dialogue was just not there for me. I couldn't buy it. I can't even, off the top of my head, I can't even name a character of significance in that game other than the two protagonists. Because it was just, so there's people. I also felt that it felt like they tried to push too much into the game. This is past my original 2 sentences. But it felt like they wanted this to be the Assassin's Creed game. But that would probably take another 2 or so years. You know what I mean? To really do. And instead, it's like, okay, here's a whole bunch of stuff to do. And there was a lot of stuff to do. But most of it felt very... like a quick and dirty experience. Like the tower defense stuff we were just talking about in Revelations. Almost all of the side activities, to me, almost all of the side activities, felt like that tower defense minigame. Okay, do this little thing, and it's done. There's people chasing you. These are the bounty hunters chasing you right now. They literally have the ability to teleport. You know, they give you gear. I don't know. The whole thing just didn't work for me. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one last thing to say. The dialogue rigging aggravated me. I tried to show that off. I tried to show that off on camera. The dialogue rigging was very, very obvious. Now, dialogue rigging is always going to be a problem to some extent or another. But it was so overt, where you would literally see them be like, okay, acknowledge this quest chain, ch-conk. Acknowledge this quest chain, ch-conk. Acknowledge this quest chain, ch-conk. And then continue the quest chain we're on. And it felt like it was downshifting each time it shifted from one dialogue, one bit of voice acting to the next, and they didn't flow together at all. I demonstrated that on camera more than once. That's probably one of the biggest things that I remember from that game is the dialogue rigging, because it's so rare that I could point to a game that does dialogue rigging that badly. Where am I going? I'm totally turned around now. And as a final point, I mean, it had multiple endings. Okay, I'm with that. I've actually seen multiple of those endings.
Lorenzo! Porca vaca! Someone, find a way to get inside there!
Oh, goody. An armored guy.
You two, get a ladder!
Here's where you need to go. I like how they always show you via camera. Yes, the game has multiple endings. It's not... It's more like...
What are you doing with the ladder?
Lorenzo isn't coming out.
I guess it'd be...
What's taking them so long?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It'd be more accurate to say that the direction the ending goes in
You both want so loud.
varies significantly. But really, there's only 2 real endings. The third one's kind of unconnected to the previous ones. So, words. Nerdman asks, would it be better if you didn't have to choose the dialogue? I don't think it's the fact that you had dialogue choice, per se. For me, it's more the fact that the game kept trying to acknowledge what you did and was doing a bad job of it. Like, A game acknowledging what you've done, sure, okay, you know, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, whatever. A game that doesn't acknowledge what you did, okay, that's irritating, but, you know, as long as the dialogue's good and whatever. A game that acknowledges what you did badly, that just drove me nuts. I know this sounds so strange, but I would rather the game had not acknowledged the order in which I'd done the quests or which side quests I had done, and instead focused their time instead on really doing another polishing pass on the dialogue between the characters.
It opened. Did you hear that? It came from the bedroom.
I should just kill these
Whoever
guys.
opened it must be in there.
There's an intruder in the bedroom! Go! Kill him!
Si, Capitano.
Really? Sure, I guess. Whatever. I'll just be here, getting killed. That's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Please let me attack this guy. There you go. So one of the things that this game did several times, and it just did it, is it'll do the thing where it's like, he'll just shink and unshink his hidden blades over and over and over, instead of actually starting to attack. Like, it takes a special trigger for you to actually get in combat with someone. It's also one of the reasons why you can assassinate some people even though you're technically in combat with them. It does get irritating sometimes, you know. See you around, Melkor. Yeah, the Atlantis modern day ending, that is actually what I was referring to as the third ending as well. That ending pissed me off. I'll just be 100% honest with that one. Like, I had issues with Odyssey, but when I decided to go and, you know, look up the ending, the Atlantis ending, I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. Really? Really? That's where you're going with this? Oh my god. Freaking, that's just freaking. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. I like Brotherhood. I mean, I think it's a good game. It's not the best. It's probably one of the lower end quality of the AC games, but I'd still say it's good. There we go. Oh yeah, and of course, the whole Cassandra thing. I'm just filled with questions. Like, does she have to always hold that thing onto that thing? Does that mean she has to hold on to that while sleeping? Is that how that works? Or is it like a radius? Or does she have to, like, will it to stop working on her? I don't know.
Get back!
Lower your sword. It's me.
Ezio, again you saved me. First they enter my church, now my home.
I'll hunt them down. They won't come near you again.
Look around you. This is one of my treasure rooms. You're entitled to take anything you wish from it, in thanks for what you've done.
Thanks.
I trust my apartments are safe now.
I will take
Yes,
your life.
Signore. Thank you for this most gracious gift. I must go, but I will come to you again when all the Pazzi are dead.
I will not forget what you've done for me. Buona fortuna.
Whoops, that's the wrong button. Alright, I don't want to bash AC Odyssey anymore. I don't like bashing things, and I've made that opinion clear. What was good about Odyssey? Cassandra's voice actor. Yep, she was good. I would say the sailing was still enjoyable. It wasn't to the level of 4, but it was still good. It was still fun. There was still a degree of tactics when it came to the sea combat. Whoops. No. Okay, so I did that. I'm not doing that. And I've already done that. So, just grab this while we're here. Okay, I'll tell you something I liked about AC Odyssey. Legit. I know that took me a while. I'm sorry, but hear me out, okay? Something I legitimately liked about AC Odyssey is the fact that it pretty much fully embraced the supernatural, superhuman nature of the Bloodline. Cassandra was superhuman. There was no, inference of that. There was no, she accomplishes things, but also so do random NPCs. So it doesn't, no. She was superhuman. And the game just flat out embraced that. And I liked that. Because, A, I've been saying that for years. But also, B, because it makes perfect sense to me. And it also kind of made a point of the fact that, that doesn't just automatically solve all her problems. She's better than a human. Doesn't mean she can take on, an entire army by herself, right? So there's two reasons for that, Tesla. First of all, AC games are inordinately difficult and aggravating to get background footage for, or from, I suppose I should say. Even, there it is, I knew there was another one. Even the Origin stuff I have is not actually all that great, and in fact, I have to use a completely different setup in order to properly use the Origin stuff that I have. And B, there are only 2 Assassin's Creed games that actually are properly set up for me to capture footage from in general, Origins and Odyssey. And as I like to say, obviously I do, review games and I do give my opinion on games, but if you are interested in the franchise and the series, go for it. I have heard, like I said, I've heard plenty of people who liked Odyssey. So, grain of salt, right? Oh, I agree, Tara. I agree. She was a significant force, but not an overwhelming force. In fact, if anything, I would say she's kind of the Isu done better. To go back to what we were talking about earlier. Actually, it's funny you say that, Tesla, because the Isu do have super healing technology. The Shroud is the most obvious example of that, but it's not the only one. I've heard some people theorize over the years that the reason in lore that certain members of the Bloodline...
I don't care who...
Oh my god, you're right, you caught me! How could you? Now you're dead! I've heard the theory a few times that the Isu... Hey, that poster's back! Blood or whatever is one of the reasons why the people have the regenerative and healing abilities they do. I mean, Ezio was very, very capable way late into his years, right? He was still effectively superhuman even when he was an old man and still recovering from injuries that he probably shouldn't have. I don't know if that's true or not, it's just a theory. Honestly, I've heard good things about Unity and Syndicate. Usually when people complain about Unity, they complain about the bugs and the terrible launch. Those bugs should be acknowledged. That terrible launch should be acknowledged, but most people I hear who complain about Unity don't complain about the game. So, I have a feeling I would probably enjoy Unity if I ever get around to playing it. See you around, Pico. Was it a good Greek historical story? Ask Braegwin about that one. By the way, thank you very much, Easel. I'm going to go ahead and put that towards The Witcher 3 Lorerun at your request. Games, Witcher 3. Yeah, Ezio finally died from opium overdose. Ham. By the, you know, that hand-over-hand thing, that was actually added specifically to AC2, because that wasn't in AC1, and they specifically added that so climbing would be a little less arduous. And that's actually funny, because as I was talking about earlier, this game feels arduous to climb compared to more modern games, which are much faster and much smoother as far as the climbing mechanics go. I just find that funny in its own strange little way. Yeah, exactly, Mad Overlord. I mean, I'm sorry, Ezio was superhuman. That is effectively headcanon, but it's still something that has way too much evidence for me to ignore. Hey, Glorious Barbarian. Speaking of climbing, weird. Come on, game. Yeah, some of you may remember. You remember when I think it was E3, because I was streaming it. You remember when we were talking about AC Odyssey, and they had announced it, and I was just like, dude, it's set during the Peloponnesian War, and I just got super excited about that. You remember that? Because I'm a history geek. And, the end, really, you know? Yes, this is the PC version, Glorious Barbarian. It is basically a lazy port. In fact, AC2, AC Brotherhood, and AC2 and AC Brotherhood both were effectively lazy ports to the PC. It was Revolutions, and to a lesser extent, or excuse me, it was 3, and to a lesser extent Revolutions, that were the first games they put serious effort into making legitimate good PC ports of.
Get down now.
They're still playable on PC. I mean, obviously I'm playing it on PC right now, but there are issues with doing so. Come on. Come on. There you go. Oh god, yeah, the mouse. I remember that. Alright, I want to turn. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit. Oh my goodness. What is that? That's what I thought it was. Gotta get those codex pages. Am I right? I should be doing this off camera. I'm gonna go ahead and chop off the local recording. So, goodbye, those of you watching us on YouTube.